Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 600. Madame Naylan flashed a mesmerizing smile as she passed the cosmic ring to Lu Yin. When their hands touched, Lu Yin felt a silky smoothness. Her hands were very comfortable and soft as if they were boneless. It was only then that he noticed how beautiful her hands were. They were fair and slender and there were no scars at all. They were like white jade. "Madam, you didn't come here to see if I'm missing an arm or a leg, right?" Lu Yin joked as he forcefully shifted his attention away from her hands. Madame Naylan sat back down and smiled. "That's what I meant. You were able to return alive from Iron Blood Weave and receive much praise. Your Highness' reputation in the Outerverse is growing." Lu Yin was helpless. "It's all just a false reputation. Countless people spend their entire lives desiring a false reputation, and your Highness has already achieved that. I actually came here to discuss the Naylan family's cooperation with the Great Yu Empire." Lu Yin's eyes lit up as this was a good thing. The Naylan family was one of the wealthiest corporations in the entire Outerverse, and no one knew exactly how much money they had. Although the Outerverse did not produce star essence in abundance, the Naylan family was still able to give away tens of thousands of star essence, which showed just how wealthy they were. They were not inferior to even the most powerful corporations in the Innerverse, and their wealth far exceeded that of an empire. "Madam, how do you want to cooperate?" Lu Yin asked with interest. Madame Naylan's lips curled up beautifully. "Full cooperation. Agriculture, industry, commerce, and even weapons development, space travel, resource decomposition, and so on. My Naylan family is willing to cooperate with the Great Yu Empire in everything that is involved." Lu Yin was stunned. "Madam, are you serious?" Madame Naylan nodded. "Absolutely." An hour later, Madame Naylan left, and Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he watched her leave. If the Naylan family wanted to cooperate with the Great Yu Empire, there would be plenty of people in the Outerverse who would be willing to do so. Even the powerful organizations that ruled over a weave would fight to the death. The only reason she would choose the Great Yu Empire was because of Lu Yin. When the Naylan family had asked for protection, they had mentioned economic cooperation with the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Yin had thought that it would only be cooperation in a certain area that would at most alleviate the Great Yu Empire's economic problems. He had never expected that it would be such a comprehensive cooperation, which was much better than the Northline Flow Zone's or Watermoon Villa's economic cooperation. Now, the problem was that the Great Yu Empire was at a disadvantage in every aspect when compared to the Naylan family. If not for Lu Yin's dazzling strength, then the Great Yu Empire alone would not be able to match up to the Naylan family. It seemed like it was time to increase the Great Yu Empire's strength. Cooperation was a matter of equality, and Lu Yin did not wish for the Great Yu Empire to be led by the nose by the Naylan family. With that in mind, he summoned Gavin, the finance minister. "The Naylan family wants to cooperate fully with the Empire?" Gavin was pleasantly surprised. Lu Yin nodded. "Make the necessary arrangements. Find someone to liaise with the Naylan family in all aspects." "Yes, Your Highness." "With the Naylan family's help, the Empire's economy will definitely recover quickly," Gavin said happily. Lu Yin looked at him. "What I want is not recovery but growth." "Yes," Gwen quickly replied. "There's one more thing." Lu Yin looked at Gavin. "While we're working together, try to use the Naylan family's channels to contact the other weaves and arrange for our people to go over. You can discuss this with Captain Shalash." Gavin thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Yin tossed a cosmic ring to Gavin. "The things inside were sold to the Empire by me. Take a look and see how much they're worth." Gavin was puzzled and he looked at the cosmic ring. When he saw the 300 tons of Polarium essence inside, he was stunned. Polarium essence was something that two Enlighters, Elder Wu and Top Mist, would fight over as it was extremely valuable. Generally speaking, even a planet that produced Polarium would not be able to produce so much Polarium essence in one go. "Your Highness, this subject is unable to give you an estimate for the time being. 310 tons of Polarium essence, plus the star crystals from the 9-stack sect, I'll take it as 50,000 star essence. This is what the Empire owes me and I'll have to repay it in the future," Lu Yin said. Gavin nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. This subject will remember." The 9-stack sect had a huge batch of star crystals, but they were worth at most 20,000 star essence. Lei Long had not touched them because they were all crystals, which were inconvenient to carry and absorb. Lu Yin did not want to let the 9-stack sect benefit from this batch of crystals, so he had shipped them all back to the Great Yu Empire. As for the Polarium essence, Lu Yin did not know how much it was worth. The prices of many items would change according to the market. This polarium essence might not be worth 30,000 star essence, but Gavin did not care. Even if Lu Yin sold it for 300,000 star essence, Gavin would still agree. After all, Lu Yin was the ruler of the Great Yu Empire, and it would not be good to be too serious about it. The polarium essence was given to Gavin so that the 12th Imperial Squadron could be made into equipment for the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Lu Yin wanted to turn the 13 Imperial Squadrons into an invincible outerverse army, and the criteria for joining the 13 Imperial Squadrons had to be changed. Gavin left as he was just a delivery man. The polarium essence had to be delivered to the 12th Imperial Squadron's captain, Banjio. A few days later, Lu Yin sat down below the Emperor's throne and began his routine court session. He did not participate in court sessions often, and when he was not around, the court session was usually hosted by the cabinet ministers. Huan Sha and Enya were already standing in the court session. Although they were at the back, everyone knew that their positions would surpass those of the cabinet in the future. Due to the death of the Meek family's head, the Meek family has fallen into internal strife. After some discussion, the cabinet has decided to suppress the situation to prevent unrest among the citizens. The war in Ironblood Weave has caused many pharmaceutical companies in the empire to raise their prices without restraint. Shamrock Enterprises has been sold out, and after some discussion, the cabinet has decided to punish the companies that raised their prices without restraint. The Starry Sky Bank has officially declared bankruptcy and is being taken over by the empire. According to our estimates, this will cause some losses to the empire's economy. The ministers continued to report on the situation, and it took more than an hour. Too many things had happened during this period of time, but even so, the court session only selected a few important matters to report. Many of the smaller matters were dealt with by the four ministries and the cabinet. Lu Yin listened calmly, but there was only one word that could describe the situation: chaos. The main reason was that he did not have enough money. If he had enough money, he could suppress the prices of medical products and pacify the citizens. He could also bring jobs to many people and relieve some of their stress. Madame Nalan's offer to cooperate with him was truly a timely help. Your Highness, your subjects have completed their reports, Garop reported respectfully. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and then glanced at the ministers before muttering to himself. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Lu Yin said, "Actually, I've always had an idea. During the war in Ironblood Weave, the Eastern Weaves worked together to bring about a great effect. They had more than 10 enlighters and dozens of hunters. However, this is definitely not the peak strength that the various weaves can bring out. If we can unite the various weaves and combine their strength, what kind of effect would that have?" The ministers were all confused as they could not understand what Lu Yin was talking about. Enya's eyes flashed and she looked at Lu Yin in shock. What great ambition. There were 72 weaves in the outerverse, and no single power could rule over more than 3 weaves. At most they could rule over 2 weaves. Lu Yin laughed when he saw everyone's expressions. "Alright, it was just a joke. You may leave now." The ministers respectfully acknowledged the order and slowly left the court. Enya did not leave. She waited for everyone to leave before stepping forward. "Your Highness." Lu Yin looked at her. "Is something the matter? Is what your Highness just said true?" Enya asked solemnly. Lu Yin thought about it. "Perhaps. Do you have any suggestions?" Enya solemnly replied, "Actually, the commander once proposed a similar idea. He wanted to link the outerverse 72 weaves together and use the entire outerverse strength to enter the primal zone through Ironblood Weave and restrain the Celestial Beast Empire. The innerverse would then attack the Celestial Beast Empire from the erudite flow zone. The commander once said that the outerverse is too vast, and a single weave isn't terrifying. However, once the weaves are united, the combined strength of the weaves is terrifying." Lu Yin was interested. "It seems that many of my ideas coincide with Commander Shui's." Enya nodded. Many of Commander's ideas were rejected by the innerverse, and the Hall of Honor did not agree either. Times have changed and the innerverse and outerverse have been separated. As long as Elder Lohar doesn't appear, I can use the Hall of Honor's name to do whatever I want without anyone restricting me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Just yesterday his new gadget had been delivered, and the number of honor points beside his personal status had increased to 6. Although it had only gone from 2 to 6, it represented a change in his status. As long as he did not do anything too excessive, he would stand at the top of the Hall of Honor. The innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, and it was very likely that someone with more honor points than Lu Yin would appear. However, such a person was practically non-existent now. Enya's eyes lit up. Lu Yin had never seen her this excited ever since she had joined the Great Yu Empire. Enya is willing to assist your highness in unifying the Outerverse. Lu Yin laughed. Unifying the Outerverse? You're overthinking things. You just want to unite the Eastern Weaves. Since Commander Shui originally had this idea, did you have a direction in mind? Enya nodded. An alliance. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Give me a direction. An alliance? Not a bad idea. Yes, your highness. Shui Chuanxiao was the most strategic commander in human history, and his thoughts and plans were not something that the current Lu Yin could compare to. He wanted to unite all 72 weaves of the Outerverse, but Lu Yin only wanted to unite the Eastern weaves, and if possible he wanted to add more. Even if there were no Enlighters in the Outerverse, and even if the Hall of Honor fully supported him, the possibility of unifying all 72 weaves was not high. The Outerverse was too vast, and it would take the Great Yu Empire's army a long time to traverse it, let alone unifying it. Unless he could reach Mr. Mu's level of strength one day, then he would be able to traverse half the universe as he pleased. The days returned to normal, and on this day, a shadow entered King Zishan's palace without Kei's noticing. The moment she stepped inside, the shadow revealed itself to be a bespectacled woman. She walked step by step to the guest hall of King Zishan's palace and stood there. Not long after, Lu Yin appeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 601. Miss Child greets Big Brother. The woman was Mafioso Planet's melder, Miss Child Lu Yin had encountered on planet Woodrock. I didn't think that you would actually come. Lu Yin was shocked as he had forgotten about this woman. Miss Child smiled at Lu Yin. Big Brother, have you forgotten? You gave me 3 months. I arrived at Zenustar a month ago, but I was afraid of disturbing Big Brother, so I didn't show up. Lu Yin sat down and sized her up. You broke through to the Lamiter realm? It's all thanks to Big Brother's poison. My strength has greatly increased, Miss Child said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked at Miss Child in shock. She was clearly a Lamiter, but her rune lines were almost on par with Jua Day Knights when she had not comprehended Night's End, Daybreak. Jua Day Knight was an elite of the Day Knight clan who had once competed with Lu Yin and was qualified to participate in the contest on planet Pyrolite. Now that she had comprehended Night's End, Daybreak, her strength was comparable to Zhanlong Day Knight's. Miss Child was from the Outerverse, and her strength was comparable to Jua Day Knight's. This was not an easy feat, and it seemed that her poison person constitution was worth developing. So the more poison she ate, the faster her strength increased? Interesting. Don't call me that. Just call me your highness like everyone else, Lu Yin said. He was not used to being called Big Brother. Miss Child beamed and nodded, looking at Lu Yin expectantly. See, your highness, can you give me some poison to eat? I'm hungry. A bottle of poison appeared in Lu Yin's hand, but he put it away under Miss Child's eager gaze. You drank a bottle back then, but I haven't paid you yet. Miss Child felt wronged. Then I'll kill whoever your highness wants me to kill. I can't think of anything for now, but I'll tell you when I do. Lu Yin was no longer very interested in the Miss Child. Back then he had wanted to use the Miss Child to deal with Topmist, but during the battle in Ironblood Weave, Topmist had claimed that he was not the one who had revealed Lu Yin's methods. Although Lu Yin did not believe him, Topmist was currently trapped in Ironblood Weave and had also lost the Crimson Handprint. Topmist was not much of a threat to Lu Yin, so there was no need to use the Miss Child to deal with him. Although she was a Mafioso Planet Miss Child and had defeated a Lamiter Miss Child to become the newest Lamiter Miss Child, there were still explorers, cruisers and hunters above her. She was under a lot of pressure, especially since the competition on Mafioso Planet was brutal, and there were all sorts of methods. Several Lamiter Miss children had already died, and she did not want to lose Lu Yin's support. This was an existence that even Great Elder Topmist feared and did not dare to provoke. Your Highness, Miss Child has prepared a gift for you this time, Miss Child said. Oh, don't tell me it's a human head? Lu Yin looked at Miss Child with interest. Miss Child smiled and handed over a metal plate to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at it and his expression changed. Vast Earth Sect's elder Qing Yan. He killed Meng Tianlong's eldest son Meng Guang on a rainy night 12 years ago. He seized the great desolate palm and secretly cultivated it. The metal plate recorded a series of events regarding Qing Yan, and it emphasized the process and location of his killing of Meng Guang as well as the methods he had used to conceal the truth. Qing Yan is one of the Vast Earth Sect's elders, and he's an elder with real power. Meng Guang is the eldest son of the Vast Earth Sect master Meng Tianlong. He's also your highness' classmate and Mengyu's older brother, Miss Child introduced. Why are you giving me this? Luin asked. Miss Child replied, I feel that it might be useful to you. Mafioso Planet is the strongest assassination organization in the surrounding weaves, and they know many secrets that outsiders do not know, regardless of whether they're the employers or the victims. Although many top-secret information is not made public, it is recorded in Mafioso Planet's archives, and it covers the surrounding weaves. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the metal plate. This was interesting. Did Miss Child know many secrets that others did not know about? He fell into deep thought. Is there anything about the Great Yu Empire? Luin asked. Miss Child replied, There is, but not much. It doesn't involve your highness, and there isn't anything useful to your highness either. If you can give me all the information on Mafioso Planet, I can give you what you want, Luin said calmly. Miss Child was delighted. Thank you, your highness. I only want the poison. Hand it over first, Luin said. Miss Child was put in a difficult position. Your highness, although the Great Elder isn't on Mafioso Planet, the person in charge of Mafioso Planet right now is the hunter Miss Child. With him around, it's not possible to bring all the information out. This information is all recorded on metal plates, and you can't bring your gadget or any other technological devices to view it. What do you want? Luin looked at Miss Child. Miss Child nervously replied, Lure out the Explorer Miss Child, Cruiser Miss Child, and Hunter Miss Child. Only the Miss Children have the authority to view this information. Lure out the three of them and then I can take the information away. The other space-exploring powerhouses don't have the authority to approach the information room, so they can't stop me. Luin smiled as he stared at Miss Child. Miss Child was flustered by his stare, and she lowered her head, not daring to raise it. What are the specifics? Oh, Luin asked. Miss Child replied, Does your highness have anyone in particular that you want to kill? The chairman of Orchid Planet's council in Frostwave Weave's first filament, Luin said. Miss Child was delighted. Got it? In 8 days, those 3 Miss Children will assassinate the chairman of Orchid Planet's council. Luin did not know what Miss Child wanted to do. No problem. In 8 days I'll be waiting by the chairman's side. Thank you, your highness, Miss Child said respectfully. From Miss Child's perspective, Luin wanted to help her get rid of those 3 Miss Children. As long as those 3 Miss Children died and the Great Elder did not return, the Miss Child selection would be delayed for a very long time. During that time, even the other space-exploring powerhouses did not have as much authority as she did, so she could do whatever she wanted. Luin smiled, but he did not deny it. He would let her think that way. As for whether or not he would get rid of those 3 Miss Children, that would depend on the situation. This brat had taken the risk to come to him and wanted to borrow his strength. She was very courageous, and if she could succeed, he would be happy to see her succeed. After all, a dark organization like Mafioso Planet would feel more at ease under his watch. As for the chairman of Orchid Planet's council, he was someone from the Yushan bloodline and had requested to meet Wendy Yushan multiple times. He was also involved in the rumor that the Great Yu Empire was about to change. If he had to die, then so be it. It was a simple matter. Miss Child left to return to Mafioso Planet. The moment the mission was issued, the 3 Miss Children from Mafioso Planet set off for Frostwave Weave. Orchid Planet was at the edge of the first filament and was some distance away from Xenu Star. If it was too close to Xenu Star, Luin was afraid that Mafioso Planet would not dare to accept the mission. Orchid Planet was a technologically advanced planet that was governed by a parliamentary system. Many of the Great Yu Empire's technological products came from Orchid Planet, so its economy was very developed. This was also the reason why the chairman had the confidence to seek out Wendy Yushan. As long as Luin was removed from his position, he would be able to take up a post on Xenu Star. Luin arrived at Orchid Planet 8 days later. This planet did not look much worse than Xenu Star, and there were transportation devices in the sky, the ground, and the sea. The environment was not bad as well, with clouds floating in the sky. The council building was the tallest building on Orchid Planet, and the clouds only reached half the height of the building. Strong winds blew at the building, causing it to constantly sway. In the chairman's office at the top of the building, Chairman Larkin looked down with a worried expression. After the battle in Ironblood Weave, he had gone to Xenu Star to look for the 5th princess, hoping to persuade her to take over the Great Yu Empire. However, he had not been able to meet her. He had tried many times, but the 5th princess had no intention of meeting him. They had originally thought that the 5th princess was under house arrest, but since she had been able to support Ironblood Weave and return safely, she definitely was not under house arrest. She had not been under house arrest, but she had ignored them, the Yushan bloodline. To them this was a betrayal. Many people from their bloodline had already discussed this, and they wanted to remove Lu Yin as soon as possible. They had people in the military and the imperial court, especially the military. Lu Yin had not been in power for long, and he did not even know the names of some of the military commanders, let alone intervene. As long as they were willing, they could immediately mobilize a third of the military to assist in the rebellion and place the fifth princess on the throne as a puppet. The only problem was that Lu Yin was too strong. His battle record of killing enlighters was like a mountain pressing down on their heads, and it made it difficult for them to even breathe. Larkin had already made up his mind, and he was prepared to cooperate with other powers to find more hunters. He did not believe that Lu Yin would be able to deal with them, as he had heard that Lu Yin had already used up all of the power vessels he had used to kill enlighters in Iron Blood Weave. This was an opportunity. However, he could not rush it. He had to gather enough hunters and avoid Hu Qingshan and the others. He needed to carefully consider this matter. Right, visiting Orchid Planet would be a good idea. Larkin's eyes lit up, and his thoughts gradually formed. At this moment, Larkin's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and felt rather strange. You want me to go to Planet 5th Gravity? The order had come from Xenu Star's Lu Ministry of Staff, and Larkin was unhappy when he saw the words Ministry of Staff. In his eyes, this department was Lu Yin's lackey. But now he had no choice but to obey orders. Not long after, Larkin boarded a spacecraft and headed towards Planet 5th Gravity. In terms of true strength, he might not be able to compare to peak hunters like Aiden and Kong Shi, but his killing intent was something that no one else could compare to. The hunter Mistchild had exchanged blows with Kong Shi before, and their fingers had clashed. The hunter Mistchild had relied on his physical strength to suppress Kong Shi, but Kong Shi had not used any battle techniques or innate gifts. A hunter was still a hunter, and his suppression of an explorer was not small. However, Lu Yin was not afraid, as this hunter Mistchild's strength was not on par with Kong Shi or Aiden's. Lu Yin had originally thought that the hunter Mistchild would deal with him before assassinating Larkin, but who would have thought that after just one exchange the hunter Mistchild would decisively give up on Lu Yin? He flickered and appeared in front of Larkin, and a cold light streaked past him as he stabbed towards Larkin's neck. Larkin was shocked, and his eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. At that moment, the towering tree formed from Lu Yin's force field moved. Larkin had been protected by the tree, and the moment the hunter Mistchild attacked, the tree's branches wrapped around Larkin, and the hunter leaped up and fled. The hunter Mistchild was clearly stunned. Was this how a tree behaved? It was a little strange. The next moment, countless branches whipped towards the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's dagger flew out and severed all of the branches. Lu Yin appeared, and his 7-lined battle force soared into the sky as he slapped a palm towards the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's eyes went wide, and a strange fluctuation spread out. It was a domain. This person had also comprehended a domain. Although he was quickly suppressed by Lu Yin's force field, the hunter Mistchild was still able to dodge Lu Yin's palm by relying on his domain. His dagger slashed through the void again, and a white lotus appeared that contained an intense killing intent. Lu Yin waved his hand and activated the Yu secret art. The white lotus was redirected to attack the hunter Mistchild instead. The hunter Mistchild hurriedly dodged, and Lu Yin's domain suddenly solidified. At the same time he slapped out again. The hunter Mistchild was unable to dodge this attack, as Lu Yin's domain made him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. Even Kong Shi was astonished by how solid Lu Yin's domain was. The palm distorted the void and appeared in front of the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild's star energy completely erupted, and his terrifying star energy, which had a power level of over 100,000, transformed into a barrier that blocked Lu Yin's palm. The star energy was visible to the naked eye, and it transformed into a shockwave that shook the heavens. This was Lu Yin's first time directly facing a hunter's full burst of star energy, and the pressure caused him to suffocate. If a hunter was already like this, then there was no need to even mention an enlighter. This was a power that could cause one to despair. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would have easily been knocked unconscious by an enlighter's star energy. The suppression of star energy was the most direct, and it was purely a case of using numbers to bully someone. Even a realm breaker would be suppressed when facing an enemy of a higher realm. This was a method that could not be countered, and sometimes the more ordinary a method was, the more effective it was. Lu Yin's palm was isolated by the berserk star energy, and the spacecraft was reduced to fragments that exploded in outer space. The hunter Mistchild's chest tightened. Although he had not withstood the full power of Lu Yin's palm, the overlaying stacks had still struck him, shocking him. Lu Yin's physical strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The dagger flashed past and slashed towards Lu Yin's neck. Lu Yin retracted his palm and tapped out with a finger. This finger caused boundless fury to rise up in his heart. His eyes went slack, and his entire being became unconscious as he fused with the Dreamland finger. Space froze at this moment, and only Lu Yin's Dreamland finger could be seen traversing through the void, ignoring the distance between them. It directly descended in front of the hunter Mistchild and pierced through his shoulder. Layers of ripples spread out behind the hunter Mistchild's body, spreading further and further away before finally shattering the void. In an instant, Lu Yin regained consciousness, but his finger was still stuck in the hunter Mistchild's shoulder. An intense pain came from his fingertip, and he retracted his finger and placed it behind his back. Every time he used the Dreamland finger, his finger would be severely injured. His physical strength could not withstand the might of a single finger, and it would injure both himself and his enemy. The hunter Mistchild spat out a mouthful of blood. That finger had not only pierced through his shoulder, but it had also destroyed half of his meridians. He could not even stand up and his body continued to fall. Lu Yin looked down at the hunter Mistchild until he landed on the wreckage of the spacecraft. The hunter Mistchild looked up at Lu Yin in shock. As an assassin he had long since forgotten what fear was. However, in that moment he had experienced an indescribable pressure that had accompanied that finger. He had felt that it was even more terrifying than when he had faced the head elder. Lu Yin was clearly just an explorer, so how could he possess such terrifying strength? Lu Yin's finger was in intense pain, and he would need to recuperate for a few days. This attack could only be used once. There were times when Lu Yin himself was confused, as the terrifying strength that accompanied that finger was something he could not comprehend. More importantly, even with his physical strength, he could not withstand that finger's explosive power. He felt that the power of that finger was even stronger than the secret art. The first time he had used it, he had already caused a Yingguai to explode. In the distance, Larkin was still bound by the giant tree formed from Lu Yin's force field, and he stared blankly at the scene before him in fear. Lu Yin had actually defeated a hunter. Wasn't it said that he had relied on external items to kill enlighters? Wasn't it said that he no longer had any external items? Even if there were no external items, this person's strength was still unfathomable. Lu Yin slowly descended and calmly looked at the hunter Mistchild. This person had very few rune lines left, and he could not even compare to an ordinary explorer. Perhaps he had some trump cards, but they were definitely not that strong. The hunter Mistchild's black robes were torn apart, revealing a pale-faced young man in front of Lu Yin. He looked very ordinary, and he was the type that would not be noticed in a crowd. His gaze was also very ordinary, and he did not have the confidence of a powerhouse. If this sort of person hid his cultivation, no one would be able to discover him. After all, this person had comprehended a domain and could completely conceal his aura. It was very rare for an outerverse cultivator to comprehend a domain. "You're the mafioso planet's hunter Mistchild?" Lu Yin lowered his head and asked. The hunter Mistchild squatted on top of the spacecraft's wreckage and panted heavily. He had clearly been heavily injured by Lu Yin, but he did not show any resentment or other emotions. This was an assassin. He could kill or be killed without any complaints. "Why did you assassinate Larkin?" Lu Yin asked. "Goodbye," the young man said in a hoarse voice and smiled strangely. His body then disappeared and in its place was a metal plate. Lu Yin was astonished. Was this an innate gift? He looked around and finally saw that the rune lines were gradually moving away from him in the southeast. His gaze turned cold and he took out a collapsible spacecraft. He tied Larkin up and tossed him inside before chasing after the young man. In the distance, the hunter Mistchild clutched his shoulder as fresh blood continued to flow. He gritted his teeth and took out some medicine to spray on the wound. Suddenly he turned around and saw the collapsible spacecraft. He even saw Lu Yin's cold eyes within the spacecraft, and he was shocked. How was this possible? How had Lu Yin discovered the direction that he had fled in? The hunter Mistchild hurriedly accelerated and tried to tear through the void to escape. In the distance, Lu Yin's fates and appeared in front of him. He casually waved his hand and activated the secret art. The fates and vanished, only to reappear behind the hunter Mistchild. The hunter Mistchild spat out another mouthful of blood, and he felt as if he had been crushed by an unparalleled pressure. His strength immediately disappeared and he floated in space like a corpse. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and coldly looked at the hunter Mistchild. "Your innate gift isn't bad. If not for me, even a peak hunter might not have been able to discover your whereabouts. He thought about it and then seemed to accept his fate. All right. No one wanted to die, and assassins were still humans. They were not afraid of death, but that did not mean that they wanted to die. Lu Yin did not expect this person to be loyal to him, as that was impossible. However, since this person followed Mafioso Planet's iron rules, then Lu Yin would use Mafioso Planet's rules to restrict him. Furthermore, there was the fear of death and the temptation of money. Training the second squadron was not difficult, and there was no loss in agreeing. Keeping this person alive was not just for training the second squadron. Top Mist had used the Crimson Palm to kill an old monster with a power level of over 300,000. Mafioso Planet might not be as simple as it seemed. The bespectacled Mist Child had used all sorts of methods to get rid of the other 3 Mist Children, and she might have other motives. Keeping this person alive might be useful in the future. From now on you'll be called Phantom Thorn and you'll be the captain of the second squadron, Lu Yin said. Phantom Thorn's identity was confirmed, but he had no authority. This was the position he had given Phantom Thorn. He was just an instructor. Phantom Thorn nodded, but his face was still pale. After dealing with this person, Lu Yin looked inside the spacecraft. He had originally planned to kill Larkin, but after considering the man's position in the Yushan bloodline and Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin decided against it. This person was still useful, and he could use him to bait out more people who opposed him. When the time came, he could deal with them all at once. Arrange for someone to stay on Orchid Planet and monitor him for me, Lu Yin said to Phantom Thorn. Phantom Thorn complied, and he quickly settled into his role. It had to be said that Mafioso Planet's training was very good. Lu Yin did not mention the bespectacled Mist Child. He would hide Phantom Thorn's existence from her, but he would also hide the bespectacled Mist Child's existence from Phantom Thorn. As for whether or not Mafioso Planet had a way of finding out each other's whereabouts, Lu Yin did not know. If not for Top Mist, he would have directly gone to explore Mafioso Planet. After the deaths of the cruiser and explorer Mist Children, Phantom Thorn changed his identity and became a temporary captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. 10 days later, Lu Yin met with the bespectacled Mist Child, who had successfully brought him a large pile of metal plates that contained the secrets of the important figures of various great powers in the Eastern Weaves. Vast Earth weaves Vast Earth Sect, Adonis weaves Darkstar Gorge, Lars weaves Six-Fingered Tribe, Flaxen weaves Tribanner Federation, Bard weaves Evenground Palace, and so on. Even the secrets of some of Mafioso Planet's important figures were included. These items might not be of much value to some people, but to Lu Yin, who wanted to form an alliance, they were extremely important. When Huan Sha, Enya, and the other captains of the 13 Imperial Squadron saw the information, they were all shocked, especially Enya. Back then, Shui Chuanxiao had wanted to form an Outerverse alliance, which was why Lu Yin had entrusted this task to her. She had been worrying about how to intimidate those powers, but now that she had this information, she had nothing to fear. The people in this information could become her swords. Your Highness, is this information reliable? Enya could not help but ask. Lu Yin nodded. It's reliable. I'm showing you this information so that you'll have more help. It's more than just help. It's practically a shortcut, Hu Qingshan sighed. Peach continuously flipped through the metal sheets and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She excitedly raised one of them. It's Jibu? We even have information on him. Oh. The blind monk was puzzled. Peach proudly replied, the previous chairman of Flaxen Weave's Tribanner Federation. Back when His Majesty Undying Yushan sent me to the Tribanner Federation on a mission, this old man almost made it impossible for me to return. Let me take a look. She then looked at the information on the metal sheet, and the more she read, the happier she became. We have information that can be used against him. Your Highness, leave this old man to me. Lu Yin pointed at Enya. She'll be in charge of the alliance for now. You can communicate with her. Peach looked at Enya pleadingly. Enya replied, we can't touch Flaxen Weave for now. That place is under the control of Northline Flowzone's Granny Chan. She didn't die in Ironblood Weave, so she'll return. Peach was disappointed. When Granny Chan was mentioned, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Top Mist had said that he had not revealed his methods, so the only person who could have leaked information to Darkstar Gorge was Granny Chan. Was that her? Peach, does the Empire have any spies in the Tribanner Federation? Lu Yin asked. Peach nodded. Yes, we have for a long time, but we haven't used them yet. Activate them. Make contact with the people from Northline Flowzone. Peach acknowledged the order. Actually, it's not just the Tribanner Federation. Many of the surrounding weaves have spies from the Empire. Of course, the Empire also has spies from other powers, Luing Zishan said. Luing had Enya put away the metal sheet and sent everyone away. The bespectacled Mistchild walked out from the shadows. I've been discovered. There were 2 hunters gathered here earlier, so it's normal for you to be discovered, Luing said. Mistchild was apprehensive. That blind one is very powerful. Luing smiled. The blind monk was indeed very powerful, and his power level was not higher than Hua Qingshan's. However, his rune lines were very high and he was very close to Aiden's. He had a trump card, but Luing did not care. Who didn't have a trump card? Perhaps Hua Qingshan had one as well, but he had not used it yet. Your Highness, I've given you the item. Can I be rewarded? Mistchild looked at Luing expectantly and licked her lips. Luing took out a bottle of poison that had rune lines equivalent to a cruiser's and tossed it to her. Mistchild opened the bottle and took a sniff. She was slightly disappointed. It's not as strong as the first time. Take your time. There's plenty of this stuff, Luing said. Mistchild smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Before Top Mist returns, the other Mist children will not appear. Your authority is very high, so I want you to cooperate with the Empire in forming an alliance, Luing said. Mistchild solemnly replied, I'm Your Highness' subordinate, so please rest assured. Luing smiled but did not say anything else. How could he rest assured? However, this woman could not escape from his grasp. Right now there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to head to Shinwu continent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 604. When Luing arrived, no matter how much the Day-Night clan hated him, they did not dare to show it. Luing was practically the strongest person in the Eastern Weaves, as long as there were no enlighters around. Luing looked around. Madame didn't go, but the other Day-Night clan member did. Zhanlong Day-Night isn't here either. Why didn't he return? Madame Mylan's eyes narrowed. The last time she had seen Luing, he seemed to know everything and nothing could be hidden from him. How did you know that they didn't return? Luing smiled, but he did not explain. Rune lines were something that could only be believed when one saw it. Those who had never seen it would not be able to understand it, and even Luing himself could not understand it. Why have you come here? Madame Mylan asked. Luing raised his gadget and casually answered, Before leaving Ironblood Weave, I had a deep discussion with Elder Lohar. The Elder hopes that the Outerverse can stabilize and unite. I'm here to carry out the Elder's wishes, or rather, the Hall of Honor's wishes. I'm going to Shinwu continent to take a look. Madame Mylan looked at the gadget in Lu Yin's hand and was shocked. It was a custom-made gadget, and she could tell at a glance that it had come from the Hall of Honor. This person definitely had more than 5 honor points, and it seemed like the Hall of Honor intended to nurture him. It might be too late for you to go now, Madame Mylan said helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? Madame Mylan ran her fingers through her hair. Ever since you told Tang Si about the innerverse and outerverse separation and safely sent him back to Shinwu continent, Ming Xiaoshu's attitude towards the foreigners has changed. He's no longer as warm as before, and Ming Xiaoyan's actions have become even more ruthless. They're starting to not care about us anymore. Luing could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, but he did not care. This is my problem and I'll take care of it. What did Elder Lohar say? Madame Mylan asked. Luing glanced at her. You can ask the Elder. Madame Mylan smiled. Don't overthink it, Student Lu. I just want to better understand the Hall of Honor's intentions and help you better. I don't have any suspicions. Send me to Shinwu continent. I'll talk to Ming Xiaotian and Ming Xiaoshu, Luing said. Madame Mylan nodded and did not refuse. Regardless of whether or not this was Elder Lohar's idea, she did not have the strength to stop Luing. Furthermore, she glanced at the blind monk, as this person made her feel a little apprehensive. How could there be such a person in the Outerverse? There seemed to be quite a few powerhouses in the Great Yu Empire. The process of entering Shinwu continent was the same as during the Outerverse trial. The reason why Luing had brought the blind monk along was because he was worried that he would not be able to return. With the blind monk around as well as the Hall of Honor's background, he could ensure that nothing would go wrong. The problem now was that he didn't know where he would land. The location where he had landed on Shinwu continent was not fixed. Last time he had landed directly in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had led to his relationship with Ming Yan. As he thought about Ming Yan, his heart grew warm as he was about to meet her. This time, without Ming Xiaoyan's obstruction, Luing was able to see the Shinwu continent's sky. After that, he landed straight in front of a luxurious residence that was located in the inner courtyard. He was speechless. Was he really so fated with the inner yard? Fortunately, he was prepared this time and he used his physical strength to forcefully twist his body. There was a loud boom as he landed in the garden of the inner courtyard, smashing into a patch of trees. The strange thing was that Li Zimo was still ranked second, and he had not broken through to the martial emperor realm. During the Outerverse trial, Lu Yin had been most impressed with Li Zimo, aside from Ming Yen and Ming Xiaoshu. This person was a genius in the way of the sword, and in his opinion, if Lu Xiaoqiu had not relied on the 13 swords, then Lu Xiaoqiu might not have been his opponent. But now Lu Xiaoqiu might have broken through to the explorer realm, while Li Zimo was still a limiter. Tang Si had also been removed from the list. The last time Lu Yin had seen him he had been a limiter, but now he had broken through to the explorer realm. The list of tempering did not hold much value to Lu Yin, and he had only taken a look out of curiosity. With his current strength, he did not need to compare himself with the list of tempering, but rather to compare himself with the top powers of the entire Shenwu continent. Due to his desire to see Ming Yen, Lu Yin traveled as fast as he could to Qiong Island, and soon the island was in sight. The closer he got to Qiong Island, the more cultivators he saw from the Innerverse and Outerverse, and he even saw members of the Day-Night clan among them. Even though many people hated the foreign races, they forcefully restrained themselves and didn't dare to erupt. After entering Qiong Island, Lu Yin headed straight for the Reverend King's residence, which was heavily guarded. Now that the Reverend King had rebelled against the Empire, he was frequently attacked by various parties. Even the Ming Constables and the Demon Hunters Society had sent people to assassinate him. Many of the outsiders had also participated in the defense of the Reverend King's residence. However, this was useless against Lu Yin, as his domain ensured that no one would be able to detect him once he entered the Reverend King's residence. Fortunately, the Reverend King Ming Xiaoshu was not present. There was a martial sovereign in the Reverend King's residence, but that person was far weaker than Ming Xiaoshu and would not be able to detect Lu Yin, who had comprehended a domain. Lu Yin entered the Reverend King's residence without a hitch, and then used his domain to envelop the area. He saw Ming Yen smiling sweetly as she sat in a pavilion with a small bridge over flowing water in the back garden. At the same time, he also saw a very handsome youth with eye-catching black and white hair, with a few strands of gray mixed in. He was from the Night King clan. Hundreds of flowers bloomed under the small bridge, and Ming Yan's happy laughter could be heard from the pavilion. "Brother Changfeng, are there really people that short?" Ming Yan asked curiously, her eyes wide. The Night King clan man smiled. "Of course. Many planets in the universe have different gravitational forces, and some have especially strong gravity. As a result, the people on those planets are usually very short. But don't underestimate them, they're all very strong." Ming Yan stuck out her tongue. "I'm not underestimating them. The heavens have taken something from them, so naturally they will be given something in return." The Night King clan man looked at Ming Yan's cute and beautiful face, and a trace of passion flashed through his eyes. "Yan, I'll take you around the universe." Ming Yan was stunned, and she lowered her head without saying anything. The Night King clan man moved closer. "The universe is vast and there are many mysterious things. Shenwu continent is too small, and Uncle Ming also wants to integrate into the universe. Unfortunately, Ming Zhaotian and the others are too closed off. But as long as you want to, Yan, Brother Changfeng will immediately take you away." Ming Yan stared at the stone table, but no one knew what she was thinking. The Night King clan man took a deep breath and felt that it was time. He had wasted so much time on this woman and now he was finally seeing some results. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 605. A person's eyes could not be faked, and the moment he saw Ming Yen, Lu Yin knew that the feelings he had for her would never return. Ming Yen stared blankly at Lu Yin, and her expression turned from pleasant surprise to complicated. Was she happy at this moment? Yes, she was happy, but for some reason she was not as happy as she had imagined. She had dreamed of reuniting with this person, but now that they were reunited, there was a sense of unfamiliarity that separated them. She could only stand in place, not knowing what to do. The two stared at each other, both of them yearning to reunite and embrace each other, but at this moment neither of them could take that step. That step was like a stone in the sky. "Night King Changfeng, nice to meet you, Brother Lu." The Night King stood in front of Ming Yen and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. "Since Night Queen Qiuyu is guarding the border, I won't kill you. Get out of my sight immediately." Night King Changfeng was stunned, and just as he was about to speak, Ming Yen spoke up. Brother Lu, Brother Changfeng is a very nice person. Lu Yin's heart ached, and he shifted his gaze away from Ming Yan to look at Night King Changfeng. You don't know about the grudge between me and the Night King clan, and there's no need for you to know either. All you need to know is that the Night King clan is my enemy. Ming Yan panicked when she heard Lu Yin's icy tone, and her face paled. She rushed forward, but Night King Changfeng subconsciously reached out to stop her. Just as he was about to touch Ming Yan, his hand was grabbed. Lu Yin had grabbed Night King Changfeng's arm, and a tremendous force forcefully bent it. Night King Changfeng was shocked. He had 7-line battle force, but he was still being suppressed. Lu Yin exerted more force, and the entire Reverend King's residence trembled. The tremendous force pushed Night King Changfeng out of the pavilion. Who gave you the guts to touch her in front of me? Ming Yan's face paled and she looked at Lu Yin and then at Night King Changfeng, not knowing what to do. Night King Changfeng clutched his arm, where the 5 finger marks were clearly visible. He was speechless. What terrifying strength. Yin, it seems like Brother Lu is in a bad mood. I'll take my leave now and we'll meet again next time. He then smiled politely and left. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched Night King Changfeng leave. Brother Lu, Ming Yan whispered as she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin looked at her and saw the complicated look in her eyes. The sense of unfamiliarity grew. My hatred for him runs too deep. Ming Yan bit her lip. There's nothing between me and Big Brother Changfeng. We're just friends. I know, Lu Yin interrupted Ming Yan's words. He thought about it for a moment and when he looked at her pale face, his heart ached. He raised a hand and placed it on her face. Ming Yan subconsciously took a step back and lowered her head, deep in thought. Lu Yin's hand hovered in the air for a moment before he helplessly lowered it. How have you been these past 2 years? Ming Yan answered softly, What about you, Brother Lu? I'm doing well, Lu Yin replied. Actually, I'm here to take you away. Brother Lu, did you know that father has rebelled against the Shenwu Empire? Ming Yan suddenly asked, interrupting Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared blankly at her and then smiled bitterly. I know. He then looked up. Rest well. I'm going to look for your father. He then left the pavilion. Ming Yan watched Lu Yin's departing figure and felt that he was getting further and further away. She really did not know how to face these feelings. She had clearly loved him so much 2 years ago, and the moment they parted had been heartbreaking. However, time was truly a poison that could dissolve everything, including feelings. Perhaps what she had felt for him back then was not love, but Ming Yan did not know what it had been. Over the past 2 years, no matter how many outsiders she had come into contact with, even an outstanding man like Night King Changfeng, she had never let this person down. She had always maintained her feelings for him, but when those feelings had truly come, could she accept them? Why had she interrupted Brother Lu? Why had she not dared to listen to him? Did she not love him anymore? Ming Yan had lost all her strength and she sat in the pavilion in a daze. Lu Yin did not blame Ming Yan as feelings could not be controlled. Over the past 2 years he had not missed Ming Yan at all. After coming into contact with Madame Nailin, Wendy Yushan and many other girls, Ming Yan's place in his heart had become smaller and smaller. However, every time he thought about her, the longing for her replaced everything else. Perhaps this was what first love felt like. It was sweet but also bitter. However, being strangers did not mean that it was over. He could tell that Ming Yan had feelings for him and he had feelings for her as well. It all depended on how the future played out. Within the Reverend King's residence, the most heavily guarded place was Ming Xiaoshu's study. Not long after, Lu Yin sat down and waited for Ming Xiaoshu. Elsewhere, Night King Changfeng's face was gloomy as he left the Reverend King's residence. His arm hurt to the bone, and Lu Yin's strength had left him in disbelief. How could he be so strong? He was a cruiser and ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, a genius second only to Night King Gu. Even within the Night King clan he was an outstanding figure, but he had been suppressed to such an extent by that person. Furthermore, that person had only 7-line battle force. Night King Changfeng had heard that this person was an unequaled leader, but he had not paid much attention to it. Now that he had personally experienced it, he finally understood the helplessness of Night Queen Yanqing and Zhanlong Day Night. This person had to be eliminated, or else he would become a huge threat to the Night King clan in the future. No one in the Reverend King's residence knew that there was someone waiting for Ming Xiaoshu in their most heavily guarded study. It wasn't until that night that Ming Xiaoshu returned to the Reverend King's residence that he realized that his domain was not any weaker than Lu Yin's. Although Lu Yin was constantly improving to the point that even he found it strange, Ming Xiaoshu had endured for so many years that he had comprehended a force field, so it was easy for him to discover Lu Yin. Within the study, Ming Xiaoshu stared in shock at Lu Yin, who was reading a book. Some time ago, Tang Si had reported that Lu Yin had changed and could even threaten powerhouses like Ming Taizhong. Ming Xiaoshu had not believed it, as Tang Si was too narrow-minded. But now that he was looking at Lu Yin with his own eyes, Ming Xiaoshu felt nothing but shock. This person gave him a sense of crisis. Long time no see, Your Highness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 606. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu and shook his head. With the inner verse and outer verse separated, what's the point of the so-called 10-year agreement? You don't care about the current outer verse. But I care about you. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes burned with passion as he looked at Lu Yin. You've grown to your current level in 2 years. If I give you another 2 years, 10 years, or even 20 years, you'll become a powerhouse that will shock even me and the entire universe. Your value has already surpassed Shenwu continent's own. I'm certain of that. Lu Yin did not reply, as his heart was still in a mess. Ming Yan's matter had made it impossible for him to calm down and think. His argument with Ming Xiaoshu had been more of a way to vent his frustrations than to take the initiative in this cooperation. He was not that heartless, and he could not let it go so easily. Have you met with Yener? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Were you the one who told Night King Changfeng to contact her? Ming Xiaoshu sneered. I wouldn't use my daughter as a bargaining chip. Back then it was only because Yener liked you that I made the 10-year agreement with you. Unless Yener likes someone else, she will never be a bargaining chip. You underestimate me too much. Lu Yin believed this, as everyone's aura was different. Ming Xiaoshu's aura was that of an emperor, and he had an extraordinary bearing. He was not that short-sighted. I'm well aware of what the Day-Night clan is planning. That Night King Changfeng deliberately approached Yener, and I couldn't stop him. You should understand why the Night King clan is a clan that Shenwu continent cannot afford to offend. However, he's not someone with evil intentions, and he didn't use any underhanded methods. Otherwise I wouldn't have let him off. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at the raindrops, which were getting lighter and lighter. Now that the inner verse and outer verse have been separated, I was planning to send Night King Changfeng to another place over the past few days, but I didn't have the time, Ming Xiaoshu explained. If this had been the Lu Yin of 2 years ago, he would not have needed to explain, as it would have been nothing more than an investment. However, the current Lu Yin needed an explanation, and he had to explain it clearly. Even if the inner verse and outer verse are separated, Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. You can't stop it, and neither can Ming Xiaotian. You should know that this isn't your bargaining chip. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. That's why we can't fall out with the Night King clan. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Do you know where I come from? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. Frostwave weaves Great Yu Empire. I'm currently the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire, and I'm acting on behalf of the emperor. The Great Yu Empire has already unified Frostwave Weave and suppressed Grand Top Weave. I plan to establish the Great Eastern Alliance and unite all of the Eastern Weaves of the Outerverse. Shenwu continent will be no exception, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. The Great Eastern Alliance? That won't be easy. Will the various weaves agree to it? It's not up to them to disagree. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. Ming Xiaoshu carefully sized up Lu Yin. Was this kid arrogant, or was he truly confident? It's time for the Shenwu continent's farce to end. I'll help you deal with Ming Xiaotian, but in return, the Shenwu continent must join the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu with an icy expression. I can help you obtain the Shenwu continent, but I can also easily destroy it. I've already said that even if Ming Taizhong is still alive, it would be useless. I can kill him. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flickered. Night King Changfeng stared at Sun Meiren. Help me get rid of Lu Yin. Why? Just because of Ming Yan? Sun Meiren was intrigued. Night King Changfeng snorted. He's a great enemy of my Day-Night clan, and Night Queen Yanqing has said many times that he must be eliminated. He's also someone that Arbiter Jinwu wants to get rid of. When it came to Arbiter Jinwu, Sun Meiren did not dare to be impudent. Actually, my Sun family is also dissatisfied with him, and the young master wants to get rid of him as well. However, he's growing stronger, and the inner verse and outer verse have been separated. Even Senior Chiu, you can't touch him, let alone you and me. Night King Changfeng clenched his fists. As the 21st ranked powerhouse on the top 100 rankings, he could look down on most of the younger generation, including Lu Yin. Lu Yin had relied on external items to protect himself from enlighters, and Night King Changfeng had always looked down on him. However, now that Lu Yin had become an explorer, his strength had undergone a qualitative change, and he had actually suppressed Night King Changfeng. When he thought about all of this, Night King Changfeng could not help but want to kill Lu Yin. Of course, there was also the matter of Ming Yan. If Night King Changfeng fancied a woman, no one else was allowed to touch her. Lu Yin did not look for a place to stay after leaving the Reverend King's residence. When he had clashed with Ming Xiaoshu's domain, he had coincidentally discovered an acquaintance. This acquaintance looked very down and out, or rather very miserable. 3 streets away from the Reverend King's residence was the busiest downtown area in all of Shanghai City. It was already midnight, and Shanghai City had already implemented a curfew. However, there was still a figure lying prostrate on the ground, trembling in the rain. It was a beggar, and he was curled up in a corner with a straw curtain draped over his body. Lu Yin looked at the beggar with a shocked expression. He walked closer and closer until he finally stood in front of the beggar. The beggar peered through the straw curtain in fear. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating Lu Yin's face. The beggar's pupils shrank when he saw Lu Yin's face clearly, and he trembled even more violently. "Erica?" Lu Yin was surprised. The beggar was terrified. "Sir, I'm just a beggar. Please let me go." Lu Yin squatted down and lifted the straw curtain. "Your meridians have all been shattered, and your star energy has dissipated. You've turned from a limiter into a normal person. You must be feeling terrible. Why did this happen?" The beggar was Erica, a top disciple of the Blaze Realm who had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and challenged a Realm Master. He had been tyrannical for a time, and during the Outerverse trial, he had landed on Shinwu continent at the same time as Lu Yin. They had even landed in the same place. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had landed in Ming Yan's bathtub, which had caused a commotion. Lu Yin had escaped, but Erica had been captured. Ming Xiaoshu is cooperating with the outsiders, so all of the captured outsiders should be fine, Lu Yin said. Erica lowered his head, not daring to answer. "I don't like to ask twice." Lu Yin's tone gradually turned cold. Erica's face paled. I offended the Reverend King, and I don't dare to show my face." "How did you offend him?" "He knows your identity, and the Blaze Realm's influence is very strong. Even a top disciple like you can't protect yourself?" Lu Yin asked as he was truly curious. Ming Xiaoshu had hidden himself well, so even if Erica tried to assassinate him, he wouldn't care too much. He wouldn't let Erica end up in such a miserable state. Furthermore, there were so many cultivators from the outside in the city, but Erica hadn't looked for any of them. Instead, he had chosen to hide. Something wasn't right. Erica's eyes flashed and he looked at Lu Yin. Cheong Island had rebelled against the Shinwu Empire and was now at war with Ming Island. Thus, Ming Lake was no longer accessible. Lu Yin brought Erica and the unconscious corpse king along a detour, bypassing the Reverend King's residence's blockade and entering Ming Island. Every city on Ming Island had a heavenly globe, so it was not easy for Lu Yin to enter. However, he did not need to, as all he needed to do was take a look. The situation was much better than he had expected. Over the past 2 days, Lu Yin had visited 5 cities, but he had not seen any Neo-Human Alliance experts. They were either all concentrated in Ming City or had not had the time to develop. Lu Yin suddenly thought of that valley. Could the Neo-Human Alliance be probing Ming Xiaoshu? Once Ming Xiaoshu tacitly agreed, they would be able to do as they pleased. After all, the power of the outsiders on the Shinwu continent could not compare to that of Ming Xiaotian and Ming Xiaoshu. As long as those two did not make a sound, it would be very difficult for them to be discovered. Boom. There was a loud explosion that caused Erica to tremble in fright, and he almost dropped his food. A fierce battle had broken out on a forest path, and a group of people had surrounded a single person. Your Demon Hunters Society still can't see the situation clearly. The Reverend King has already rebelled, and if you continue to surround and capture us, we will join forces with him and rebel against the Shinwu Empire. An old man shouted as he brandished his hammers. He looked very valiant. How dare you speak of rebellion? You remnants of the sects should have been exterminated a long time ago. The surrounding demon hunters were furious. You're courting death, the old man bellowed as he swung his hammers, causing a shockwave to sweep out in all directions and crush the forest. Even space itself trembled. This was a martial emperor expert. The surrounding demon hunters were no match for the old man, and they were all forced to retreat. I'll do it. A young man rushed forward and swept his fan across the old man's neck, almost decapitating him. The old man sneered. "Ignorant child," he said as he swung his hammer at the young man. At the same time, another hammer followed. There were two loud bangs as the young man blocked one of the hammers, but he was struck by the other. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground not too far away from Lu Yin's group. Erica was very timid at the moment, and he was so frightened that he kept retreating. Lu Yin looked at the young man who had collapsed and spat out blood. It was him, Beiqing. Interesting, as Lu Yin recalled that this person was the son of the Grand Secretary of the Empire. He was also ranked on the list of tempering, but he had actually joined the Demon Hunters Society. Beiqing's blood was churning from the hammer strike, and he coughed incessantly. When he saw Lu Yin and the others, he waved them away. "Hurry up and leave, don't get caught in the crossfire." He then charged back into the battlefield. Lu Yin didn't know what had happened to Beiqing, but he was completely different from the last time they had met. The old man was invincible, and the demon hunters couldn't defeat him at all. "Activate the black sand," someone shouted, and all of the demon hunters' weapons were wrapped in a layer of black sand as they attacked the old man once more. The old man was shocked and he leapt up to escape. However, at that moment, a golden flower appeared in the sky. When the old man saw it, his face went pale. "Huang." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he glanced at the sky. Huang? He remembered seeing her before. She was ranked 9th on the list of tempering and was one of the Empire's dual beauties. She was as famous as Ming Yen in terms of appearance, and she was a commander of the Demon Hunters Society. "Elder Hammer, I could have spared your life, but you spouted such arrogant words." A woman with long hair and dressed in white light armor appeared in the sky. Lu Yin was stunned when he saw her. It was no wonder why she was as famous as Ming Yen. She was valiant, and her face was absolutely beautiful. Her temperament was very similar to Wendy Yushan's, but her killing intent was much stronger. This had nothing to do with her cultivation, but rather because she had killed too many people. What caught Lu Yin's attention the most was the determination in her eyes, and she was charging forward courageously. "Huang, do you really think that you're a match for me just because you've broken through to the martial emperor realm?" the old man shouted as he swung his hammers. Hua Ying's expression didn't change, and the golden flower bloomed in the sky, slowly forming a phantom image. The old man's hammers smashed into the golden flower, causing a violent explosion. The ground cracked open and both Hua Ying and the old man were forced back a few steps. The demon hunters didn't interfere, and they simply surrounded the old man. The old man panted heavily and he looked at Hua Ying unwillingly. "Today's battle ends here. I'll take my leave." He then smashed his hammers together, creating a huge shockwave that swept out in all directions like a hurricane. Suddenly the old man's expression changed and he fell to one knee, his face pale. Hua Ying looked at the old man coldly. "You're not bad for not collapsing after being poisoned by my pollen." "Despicable." The old man roared. The surrounding demon hunters all stepped forward and took the old man down. Beiqing's fan swept past and severed the meridians in the old man's arms and legs. The old man wailed and fainted. "Commander, Elder Hammer has been executed," Beiqing reported respectfully to Hua Ying. Hua Ying grunted in acknowledgement and looked past Beiqing to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's appearance was very strange. He had Erica, who looked like a beggar, by his side and a corpse king on his back. Although they were hidden in a bag, such a large bag was very conspicuous. The demon hunters followed Hua Ying's gaze and surrounded Lu Yin and Erica. Erica was apprehensive, but he wasn't too afraid. He knew a little about Lu Yin's strength and he was a freak. It would be fine if the demon hunters didn't provoke him, but if they did, then they would be in deep trouble. Hua Ying walked in front of Lu Yin and held the golden flower in her hand. She stared at Lu Yin coldly. "Who are you? Why are you here? Where are you going?" Lu Yin rubbed his nose. "That's none of your business. I'm not a sect survivor." "How dare you?" one of the demon hunters shouted. Hua Ying stared at Lu Yin. "You were too calm during the battle just now. That's not how an ordinary person should behave. Besides, the shockwaves disappeared when they reached you. You're not an ordinary person." Lu Yin had concealed his cultivation with his domain, so he looked like an ordinary person. However, how could someone who could withstand the shockwaves be an ordinary person? As the commander of the demon hunters, Hua Ying had been on the front lines of capturing sect survivors for many years. She could tell at a glance. "It's fine as long as I'm not a sect survivor. Your demon hunters can't do anything about it." Hua Ying's eyes narrowed. "I suspect that you're an outsider. Capture him." Beiqing was the first to make a move. He had been kind enough to remind this person to leave, but it turned out that he had been pretending to be weak. Lu Yin sighed as it was troublesome to just watch the show. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to pierce through the fan and strike Bei Qing, forcing him to retreat. Lu Yin then waved a hand, causing the void to distort. The terrifying strength caused Hua Ying's expression to change. Dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. None of the demon hunters were able to dodge Lu Yin's attack, and they were all sent flying. They were all explorers, but Lu Yin and the old man were not on the same level. The difference was too great. Hua Ying had thought that Lu Yin might be strong, as even she could not see through his strength. However, she had not expected him to be this strong. Sago tree silver flower, a golden flower bloomed and enveloped Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked around and saw rune lines all around him. Was this pollen poison? It was this that had rendered the old man unable to retaliate. It seemed like this girl's innate gift was useless against him. Lu Yin waved his hand again, and a gust of wind blew away all of the pollen poison, including the sago tree silver flower. Hua Ying took several steps back, truly shocked. Facing Lu Yin made her feel like she was facing Ming Zhaotian. Who are you? Hua Ying asked sternly. Night King Changfeng's face was deathly pale, as he had already used all of his strength. He had 7-lined battle force, Night King's body, and his innate gift, Jade Skin. Any one of these abilities would have been enough to crush countless people in the same generation as him, but even when combined together, they were still unable to withstand Lu Yin's power. Crack. Night King's body collapsed, and blood spurted out from Night King Changfeng's body. Next was Jade Skin. Berserk gales raged about, causing the mountain range to tremble, and the shockwaves even reached the Reverend King's residence. Ming Zhaoshu looked up. He's still a young man after all. He's letting his emotions affect his decisions. As Lu Yin increased his strength, Night King Changfeng's fist was crushed in his palm, and his bones pierced through his skin. The others were shocked, and the bearded man was even more shocked. Brother Lu, did you come here just to kill people? Sun Marin could not help but ask. As she spoke, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Lu Yin pushed Night King Changfeng away with a single palm and retracted his domain. Everything had happened so quickly that it disappeared just as quickly. Everyone subconsciously gasped for breath, as they had been suppressed to the point where they could not breathe. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with lingering fear. They were not on the same level as this person, and the difference was too great. Even Night King Changfeng, who was ranked 21st on the top 100 rankings, had been suppressed. This person could probably rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings. No, he might even be able to rival the top 10. Night King Changfeng clutched his right fist and gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Yin. Sun Marin hurriedly took out some special medicine to bandage the wound, but the shock in her eyes did not fade. Lu Yin's strength had exceeded her expectations. How had this person cultivated? Lu Yin's gaze swept across everyone, and his mood inexplicably improved. I was the one who asked the Reverend King to gather all of you here. There's something that I need all of you to accomplish with me. No one answered, but of course no one disagreed. Even the bearded man appeared very honest, and he looked at Night King Changfeng with gratitude. If not for Night King Changfeng, he would have been the one in trouble. This person in front of him must be a freak to be able to injure Night King Changfeng to such an extent without even taking a single step. The Neo-Human Alliance has appeared, Lu Yin said. The Neo-Human Alliance? Many cried out, and even Night King Changfeng was shocked. Sun Marin even put down her medicine and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, the Neo-Human Alliance is cooperating with Ming Zhaotian. I've already found out their location, and I need all of you to act together and completely eliminate them. Brother Lu, the Neo-Human Alliance's matters are not small. Let's report this to the higher-ups and ask them to make a decision, someone said. Lu Yin looked over. Higher UPS? Oh. That person was about to say something, but he was stopped by someone beside him. That person suddenly remembered that this person had even killed an enlighter before. Even their so-called higher-ups would have to lower their heads in front of this person, and they immediately fell silent. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and said, the Neo-Human Alliance is the greatest enemy of the entire human race. I don't care what you think, but gather here tomorrow morning. I'll take you to Mingdu, and the space station will coordinate with us to attack the 5 ceiling planets. Ming Zhaoshu will delay Ming Zhaotian, and we'll deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. That's settled. Does anyone have any objections? Brother Lu, is the Neo-Human Alliance hiding in Mingdu? Sun Marin asked. That's right. If we start a war, won't the civilians be affected? Sun Marin asked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If we don't start a war, then they'll experiment on civilians. Which one do you hope for? Sun Marin choked, as Lu Yin's words were not polite at all. She was a beauty, and no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Does anyone else have any objections? If not, I hope to see all of you tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I'll deal with all of you before I deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's tone was cold, as he did not need to care about what these people were thinking. Those who could appear on Shinwu continent were all powers that were close to the Night King bloodline. In other words, most of them would be enemies in the future. In the end, Lu Yin's gaze paused on Night King Changfeng for a moment before he left. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not planned on learning the names of these people or where they were from. This was because a large number of them would die in the battle against the Neo-Human Alliance. These were the three hands of darkness, and who knew what they were hiding. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would not have taken the risk of personally taking action. As they watched Lu Yin leave, one person grumbled unhappily, "This Lu Yin is too arrogant. He actually ordered us around." The person beside him smiled bitterly. "It's fine if you're as strong as him. He doesn't care about us. Right now he only cares about hunters. No, only enlighters. Why would he care about small fries like us?" Sun Marin looked at Night King Changfeng. She could see the bone-deep killing intent in his eyes, and she was delighted. Before the inner verse and outer verse had been separated, she had received orders from her family to eliminate Lu Yin as much as possible. This order had not only come from the young family head, but also from the family head. Lu Yin was someone that the Sun family had to kill. She did not know why, but she could only follow orders. Right now, she could only take advantage of this Night King Changfeng. The crowd gradually dispersed until only Night King Changfeng and Sun Marin remained. "Help me kill him," Night King Changfeng said coldly. Sun Marin smiled bitterly. "Brother Changfeng, even you aren't his opponent. How can I help you?" Night King Changfeng's gaze turned cold. "My Day-Night clan obtained some pyrolite in the Astral wilderness. When we fight in Mingdu, you and I will work together and find a way to use the pyrolite to kill him." Sun Marin was shocked. Pyrolite's destructive power is too great. It might even destroy the entire city. There are many people there. Night King Changfeng grabbed Sun Marin's chin. "It has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter how many of these natives die. I just want him to die. Do you hear me? If he doesn't die, then I'll kill you." Sun Marin's expression changed. This person had gone crazy. He had been continuously suppressed by Lu Yin, and his anger had reached its peak. He did not care about the consequences, but this was exactly what she needed. "Got it, Brother Changfeng. I'll help you." Sun Marin pretended to be afraid. Not only were there corpse kings from the Neo-Human Alliance underground, but the black-robed lord of the Demon Hunters Society was also an expert from the Neo-Human Alliance. Hua Ying, Bei Qing, and the rest attacked Night King Changfeng, but he snorted and casually waved his hand, causing everyone to retreat. He was stunned by Hua Ying's beauty, but he did not use any killing moves. Otherwise, that attack would have been enough to kill them. Hua Ying had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin a few days ago, and when she woke up, she had been tossed onto a tree with the rest of the group. She had been suppressing her anger, but now that the enemy had attacked the capital, she had charged forward regardless of how strong the enemy was. Night King Changfeng's eyes narrowed. "You don't know what's good for you." Just as he was about to attack, the ground cracked open, and a corpse king rushed out, roaring as it clawed at Night King Changfeng. Night King Changfeng was shocked, as it really was a corpse king. He immediately dodged. Hua Ying stared in shock at the monster that had suddenly appeared, as she did not understand how such a thing could exist underground. At this moment, black sand swept through the sky and rained down on Night King Changfeng. The black-robed lord had arrived. "Lord, there's a monster underground," Hua Ying shouted. The black-robed lord swept past Hua Ying and the rest, and the black sand transformed into chains that whipped towards Night King Changfeng. Night King Changfeng's eyes turned cold, and his body became as translucent as jade. His seven-line battle force erupted as he punched out. Regardless of whether it was the corpse king that had emerged from the ground or the black-robed lord, they were all sent flying. The underground corpse king's head was even blown apart. The black-robed lord bellowed as his black robes were torn apart, revealing his true appearance to Hua Ying and the rest for the first time. What they saw was a monster with scarlet eyes and a body covered in black sand. Another corpse king. Night King Changfeng punched out. Night King Fist. black and white intertwined. The black-robed lord roared at the sky as black sand covered his entire body, and he viciously charged towards Night King Changfeng. Boom! The shockwave shattered the surrounding streets, and countless people were affected by the shockwaves. The ground even sank, and Hua Ying and the rest were unable to withstand the shockwaves from the collision. They pierced through the ground and into the sky above Mingdu. At that moment, the entire city was split in two. Night King Changfeng looked up and his pupils shrank. What the hell was that? Suddenly he felt a chill on his back. His body was struck by an enormous force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was fiercely smashed forward. A young man appeared. When Hua Ying and the others saw him, they cried out in alarm, "Wu Qing! Wu Qing, first place on the list of tempering." Night King Changfeng turned around. Wu Qing? He had heard of Wu Qing, who was first on the list of tempering. Night King Changfeng did not care about the list of tempering at all, as it only recorded limeters. This person should also be a limeter, but how had he been able to injure Night King Changfeng? Even when Lu Yin had been a limeter, he should not have been able to injure Night King Changfeng in one blow. Wu Qing walked towards Night King Changfeng. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have definitely recognized that this person was not Wu Qing. He was Wu Shang, one of the people who had entered the Xinwu continent with Lu Yin. He had wanted to join the Ming constables, but he had been exposed by Ming Zhaokai and had been hunted down. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that this person's strength was cold and sinister, and it was very similar to that of the Neo-Human Alliance. Now his guess had been confirmed. Wu Shang's eyes changed and they turned gray. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there were not many who could control a Corpse King transformation. However, on the tiny Xinwu continent, 2 Corpse Kings had appeared at once. Wu Shang completely released his strength. He was not a limeter, but an explorer. He had broken through long ago. Night King Changfeng could feel Wu Shang's strength, especially that pair of gray eyes, which made his scalp go numb. Gray eyes, Corpse King transformation. As a member of the Night King clan, he was no stranger to Corpse Kings. Countless experts from the Day-Night clan had died to Corpse Kings, so he was instinctively afraid of them. Bang! Soon the two began to fight. Night King Changfeng activated his Night King's body and erupted with all his strength, but Wu Shang's Corpse King transformation had greatly increased his strength. Both sides clashed once and Hua Ying and the others were sent flying. In the distance, a foreign cultivator was panting heavily as he killed a Corpse King. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a sword protruded from his body. Blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. Soon after, the cultivator's vision went black and he died. Li Zimo sheathed his sword and looked elsewhere before charging out once more. Mingdu was completely overturned on this day. For countless years, the Xinwu Empire's capital had never experienced such a drastic change. Crown Prince Ming Hao watched as the capital was destroyed, and it was as if he could see the end of the Xinwu Empire. Thunder rumbled in the sky above Mingdu. It was clearly daytime, but the city was shrouded in darkness. It had even managed to break through the Corpse King's defenses, which meant that the 20,000 star essence that he had spent on it had not been in vain. It should be known that the spear had been upgraded to the point where it could kill an enlighter, but it had only consumed 27,000 star essence, which was only half of the cost of the pike. Lu Yin pulled the pike back, and the Corpse King's head exploded with a bang. Its corpse fell to the ground and could no longer move. The metallic luster on its body had also dimmed. Lu Yin put the pike away and sighed in relief. On the other side, Night King Changfeng, who was still clashing with Wu Shang, wanted to withdraw. His main goal was not the Neo-Human Alliance, but rather Lu Yin. As long as he could kill Lu Yin, the Neo-Human Alliance could do whatever they wanted. At worst, he could invite the Enlighters from Ironblood Weave to completely destroy Xinwu continent. After being forced back by Wu Shang's attack, Night King Changfeng turned around and left. He wanted to find Sun Meirin and cooperate with her to kill Lu Yin. However, he did not see that the moment he turned around, Wu Shang's gray eyes had turned green. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. Night King Changfeng had only taken a few steps when he felt his scalp go numb. He turned around and saw a pair of green eyes and a palm. He instinctively raised his hand to block. With his Night King's body, 7-line battle force and jade skin, his strength had pushed him to the high position of 21st on the top 100 rankings. However, that palm had shattered his hand, and it had pierced through his abdomen. A bloody heart was still beating within the palm. Night King Changfeng's mouth fell open, and he stared in despair at the green eyes that were only a few centimeters away from him. This was a Corpse King's second transformation. How was this possible? How could there be a monster in the outerverse that could reach the second transformation? Even in the innerverse, such a monster rarely appeared. Shouldn't these monsters be in the Neoverse? Shouldn't they be fighting against the Hall of Honor? Night King Changfeng's vision darkened, and his entire body turned cold. He could hear his own heartbeat, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the pale faces of Hua Ying and the others. His thoughts gradually faded away. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 613. Wu Shang crushed the heart and retracted his hand. He glanced in Lu Yin's direction with a hint of fear in his eyes before disappearing with a single leap, completely ignoring Hua Ying and the rest. When Sun Meiren saw Night King Changfeng's corpse, she could not believe her eyes. Night King Changfeng was not a weakling and he was not someone who would fight to the death. Yet he had been killed and his abdomen had been pierced through. Even his heart was gone. She looked around in fear and heard the roars of many corpse kings. Her entire body turned cold. Outsider die. Li Zimo had appeared at some point, and just as Sun Meiren was panicking, he stabbed out with his sword. The attack was formless and soundless, and by the time Sun Meiren saw it, the blade had already pierced her neck. Sun Meiren stared blankly at Li Zimo, who had a cold expression on his face. She had never thought that she would die here. Li Zimo retracted his sword and rushed off in another direction. On the shattered ground of Mingdu, Lu Yin looked towards the northwest in shock. Night King Changfeng and Sun Meiren had both died. Lu Yin had not seen how Night King Changfeng had died, but Sun Meiren had been killed by Li Zimo in a single strike. This person was truly cold-blooded, as Sun Meiren was very beautiful. However, only such a person could have created the silent sword. Lu Yin had compared Li Zimo before, and Li Zimo's swordsmanship was inferior to Lu Xiaoqiu's because Lu Xiaoqiu had inherited the 13 swords and the wisdom of his predecessors. If the two were placed on the same level, then Li Zimo might not necessarily be weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu, and he might even be stronger. "Seventh bro, are we still fighting?" The monkey asked, eager to fight. Ever since he had become Lu Yin's tamed beast, he had not had many opportunities to fight. Lu Yin ignored him as Li Zimo was actually charging in his direction. Not long after the two met. Li Zimo had not expected to meet Lu Yin here, but he still remembered Lu Yin. In fact, he had a deep impression of him. During the battle at the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin had fought against two people and defeated both Li Zimo and Zhanlong Dayknight at the same time. After that, Lu Yin had killed the top ranker on the list of tempering. How could Li Zimo forget him? It's been 2 years. Why haven't you broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? Lu Yin was puzzled. Li Zimo's eyes were cold as he gripped the hilt of his sword and stabbed out. This sword was much faster than it had been 2 years ago, and there was a faint feeling that it could ignore space. Moreover, the sharpness was restrained, making it difficult for others to determine its depth. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. Li Zimo's swordsmanship was superb, but it was a pity that he had run into Lu Yin. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing the sword to break with a clang. Lu Yin grabbed the broken sword and casually slashed at it, but Li Zimo dodged and retreated 100 meters, staring at Lu Yin in fear. Lu Yin sneered and casually tossed the broken blade towards Li Zimo. Li Zimo raised his sword to block the attack, and the blade sank into the ground with a crisp sound. "You're not my opponent right now. You should train a little more." Lu Yin then leaped out. Within his domain, he could see that Big Beard was in danger as he had encountered Ming Zhaoqin. Of Li left. Li Zimo didn't chase after Lu Yin as there was no need to. He couldn't beat Lu Yin and chasing after him would just be courting death. But why had Lu Yin let him go? Lu Yin didn't know why he had let Li Zimo go, but he felt that it would be a pity to kill him now. He wanted to know if this person would be able to compete with Lu Xiaoqiu if he entered the universe and saw more exceptional sword techniques. Lu Xiaoqiu must be looking forward to it as well. A crack extended across the sky. Ming Zhaotian panted heavily as he glanced at the capital in dissatisfaction. Then he closed his eyes. Everything was over. The Neo-Human Alliance's corpse kings had been mostly wiped out. There were too many experts from the outside, and with the addition of that person in universal armor, he had lost. Ming Zhaoshu looked down with a complicated expression. If possible, he didn't want to destroy Mingdu. It was the symbol of the Shenwu Empire, but he had no other choice. "Brother, do you still want to resist? The outsiders have a strong desire to kill those monsters. If you hadn't cooperated with them, then they wouldn't have attacked Mingdu with me. They'd rather watch us fight amongst ourselves," Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. To the Day-Night clan, Ming Xiaoshu could either unify Shenwu continent and open it up to the outside world, or he could let them fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, even if they helped Ming Xiaoshu unify Shenwu continent, it would only benefit Ming Xiaoshu. If the Neo-Human Alliance hadn't been exposed, then Lu Yin wouldn't have had any reason to let these people attack Mingdu. Ming Zhaotian might have been able to defeat Ming Xiaoshu if he had cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance and quelled the rebellion, but he would have been digging his own grave. Ming Zhaotian looked up and laughed bitterly. Aha, it's too late to say anything. You're right. Shenwu continent's integration into the universe is inevitable. Ever since Ming Taizhong tore open the void, the outcome has been decided. No one can change it. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Ming Zhaotian, but he didn't say anything. Brother, you've been patiently waiting for this day for so many years. The Crown Prince has mentioned to me many times that he wants to completely eliminate you. Unfortunately, I didn't act on account of our brotherhood, which led to today's defeat. Ming Zhaotian mocked himself. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to say, brother? No matter how we fight, it's still an internal matter of the empire. Shenwu continent will ultimately be under the control of the Ming family, Ming Zhaotian said before coughing violently. He had been severely injured by Wen Sansi, and every time he was about to recover, Ming Xiaoshu would delay his recovery. As a result, his injuries hadn't healed even after 2 years. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Ming Xiaoshu at his peak. Shenwu continent will definitely be under the control of the Ming family. Don't worry, brother, Ming Xiaoshu said loudly. Ming Zhaotian stared at Ming Xiaoshu seriously. I can pass the throne to you, but you have to agree to a few conditions. You don't have the right to negotiate. More than half of the Shenwu Empire is still under my control. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to justify your actions. How many continents will willingly submit to you? There was an insurmountable gap between them, and it had only been a few years. An hour later, the zombies and corpse kings that had surged out of the ground had all been cleared out, and more people gathered at the palace. Ming Zhaochen, Ming Zhaokai, Beihong, Huaying, Li Zimo, and the rest all went to the palace. Ming Zhaotian was about to abdicate, and most people wanted to witness this scene. Lu Yin also entered the palace and stood not too far away from Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaotian. He had long since predicted that this would happen, as this was one of his goals for coming to the Shenwu continent. Although it had been a little complicated, he had still managed to accomplish it. 2 years ago, he had been like a rat on the streets of the Shenwu continent. He had avoided the Ming constables, the Reverend King's household, and even the Demon Hunters Society. But now he was above everyone, and Ming Zhaotian's abdication was directly related to him. This feeling of being in control of everything felt great. Crown Prince Ming Hao stood to the right of Ming Zhaotian, and his expression was one of grief, helplessness, and despair. Ming Xiaoshu's expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. The mandate of heaven is not constant, and only virtue can be found. The Shenwu tomb is late and the world has lost its order. The 5 destinies have all been shaken. I, King Shenwu Ming Zhaotian, feel the blessings of the heavens and take the throne. The enormous palace was silent, and only Ming Zhaotian's voice echoed. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers tip, 3rd update. Thank you. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip, 4th update. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 614. Everyone listened to Ming Zhaotian's abdication edict. Some lowered their heads, some watched, and some wept. A new emperor had his own ministers. Ming Zhaotian's abdication would not only be accompanied by himself, but also by the countless people who had followed him. However, Ming Zhaotian had no control over their lives. From this day forth, I will abdicate my position as Reverend King Ming Xiaoshu. The Shenwu Empire will obey the will of the heavens. As Ming Zhaotian finished speaking, a portion of the people in the palace knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Xiaoshu stepped forward and stood side by side with Ming Zhaotian. He excitedly looked down and swept his gaze across everyone. More and more people knelt down to pay their respects. Finally, aside from the foreigners, everyone else knelt down. Even Ming Hao went down on one knee. Outside the palace, countless voices rang out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ming Xiaoshu had been waiting for this moment for far too long. He was good at enduring, but there was a price to pay. The more he endured and the deeper he endured, the more intense the eruption would be. Even with his silent manner, he could not help but howl at the sky. He had not expected things to go so smoothly. If Ming Zhaotian had refused to surrender, then even if he had killed everyone, Ming Zhaotian would have been caught in the flames of war for a long time. From now on, Shenwu continent would belong to him. Lu Yin looked at Ming Zhaoshu. Was he excited? He had waited and endured for so many years. Even the 4 martial sovereigns guarding the capital had been his people. At that time, Lu Yin had only been a martial emperor. Although Shenwu continent was just a small continent, Lu Yin could see Ming Zhaoshu's talent. Lu Yin had relied on the glory and luck of his predecessors to control the Great Yu Empire, but Ming Zhaoshu had relied on his own abilities to steal the power of an empire. If someone like him was given a stage, he would be able to do things that would shock the world. Lu Yin stared at Ming Zhaoshu and looked into his eyes. Was Shenwu continent his final destination? Perhaps it was now, but in the future he would eventually come into contact with the universe. When that time came, what would his goal be? Greater ambitions and a more far-reaching plan. Lu Yin told himself that he could not give this person a stage to display his abilities. I have already abdicated. I hope that you will not go back on your word, Ming Zhaotian whispered to Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Hao, who was still half kneeling on the ground. Don't worry, brother. I will ensure that he leaves Shenwu continent safely. Ming Zhaotian smiled bitterly, and he looked at the sky with reluctance. The sky of Shenwu continent was very beautiful, and even though the 5 ceiling planets were protecting it, it still did not belong to him. Don't save that person. Wait until you truly control Shenwu continent before cooperating with the outsiders. It's still too early and he's not someone you can control. Ming Zhaoshu was puzzled by this inexplicable sentence. The next moment, the palace shook, and the ground beneath Lu Yin's feet cracked open. Stone pillars rose up, and a layer of solidified energy isolated him from the outside world. The 5 stone pillars emitted a blinding light. Even Lu Yin couldn't react to the sudden turn of events, let alone the others. Ming Zhaoshu hurriedly rose into the air and stared at Ming Zhaotian. He shouted, "Brother, what are you doing?" Ming Zhaotian looked at Ming Zhaoshu with a complicated expression. Before you completely integrate the empire, don't let any uncontrollable power appear. That person's strength surpasses yours and mine, so he cannot be left alive. Wait until you truly control the empire before cooperating with the outsiders. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes flickered. I, Ming Zhaotian, have protected Shenwu continent for my entire life. Let me die a worthy death, ha! Ming Zhaotian then charged into the sky and into the 5 ceiling planets. Your Majesty! Countless people cried out in grief. Ming Hao clenched his fists and his eyes widened. He could not say anything as Ming Zhaotian was simply courting death. Ming Zhaoshu looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. There was reluctance, nostalgia, and determination. Ming Zhaotian would never appear again. His corpse would remain on the 5 ceiling planets until it completely rotted away. Ming Hao knelt down and kowtowed several times. The blinding light isolated Lu Yin from the rest of the crowd. They could only see that Lu Yin was sealed, but they could not see what was inside. Of course, Lu Yin could not see what was outside either. Lu Yin looked around. This seal was similar to the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Many people had been trapped by this seal, and he had been the one to save them. This time, however, this seal was clearly much stronger than the one in the Tower of Resonating Light. Why had Ming Zhaotian trapped him here? He could not figure it out. After putting on his universal armor, Lu Yin raised a hand to test the waters. A heavy force brushed past him and pushed his hand back. Lu Yin was shocked as it was actually a formless killing intent. Did that mean that the 5 stone pillars were source boxes? He had previously guessed that there were many source boxes on Shenwu continent, and he had even speculated that the 5 ceiling planets might be source boxes as well. Now, it seemed that it was not impossible. The number of source boxes on Shenwu continent was a little strange, and they were all grouped together to form an array. This was definitely not Ming Zhaotian's method, as they did not have the ability to do so. This was the method of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. It seemed that there were still many unsolved mysteries on Shenwu continent, but the most important thing right now was to leave. Back in Ironblood Weave, Lu Yin knew that he would not be able to unravel the killing intent of these source boxes, so he could only force his way through. There was a loud boom and Lu Yin was pushed back by an enormous force. What a powerful force. Furthermore, there was a mark on his universal armor. This was something that could withstand the attacks of an old freak with a power level of 300,000, but it had actually been damaged. This was inconceivable. Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in Shenwu continent. The 5 ceiling planets could withstand the attacks of Enlighters, and based on the number of rune lines, they could even withstand the attacks of old freaks with power levels of 300,000. The palace also had such a seal, but it was clearly much smaller than the 5 sealing planets. Then Luin looked up. Could it be that the true strength of the 5 sealing planets had not been fully developed yet? Was 300,000 combat power the limit? Could it withstand attacks with a power level of 400,000? Or perhaps even 500,000? If that was the case, then there was another problem. When Sansi had previously destroyed the 5 sealing planets, so how had he done it? Luin did not believe that when Sansi could display an attack with a power level of 300,000. No matter how much of a genius he was still young. This was no longer a matter of talent, but rather a matter of time. When Sansi definitely could not reach that level of power level, so how had he destroyed the 5 sealing planets? Forget it, there was no point in thinking about that now. He had to think of a way to get out first. Actually, he could use his universal armor to force his way out, but he wanted to see if he could unlock the source box. This was an opportunity for him. Unlocking the source boxes in Iron Blood Weave was much more troublesome than this, and he wanted to use this opportunity to try it out. Even if he failed, it would not be a big deal. Although his universal armor had been damaged, it was still sturdy. Within the palace, Ming Xiaoshu issued more than 10 orders in a row to disperse the crowd. He walked over to the seal and looked at the blinding light. He had not known that the palace had such a seal. He was well aware of Lu Yin's strength, but he had been sealed just like that. If Ming Xiaotian had attacked him instead of Lu Yin, then he would have been sealed as well. Unfortunately, he was not on Lu Yin's side, or else Ming Xiaotian might have done the same. Little Seven, can you hear me? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Lu Yin did not answer. Ming Xiaoshu stared at the seal. Not too far away, Big Beard, Namu and the rest stepped forward. Your Majesty, no, Your Majesty, since Ming Xiaotian can open the seal, then he must have a way to close it. Please save Brother Lu, Your Majesty. Ming Xiaoshu was helpless. I don't know how to close it either. How about this, I'll go check the palace's records. I hope that brother did not destroy any information regarding the seal or else. He remembered Ming Xiaotian's words. Ming Xiaotian had sealed Lu Yin in hopes that Ming Xiaoshu would not be restricted before he took complete control of the Shenwu Empire. However, Ming Xiaoshu believed that Lu Yin would not interfere with the Shenwu continent, as the continent was too small for the current Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin and Ming Yen still had feelings for each other. Ming Xiaoshu hoped to board Lu Yin's ship so that he could protect himself in the universe, and he also wanted to save Lu Yin. However, thinking was one thing and whether or not he could actually do it was another. Let's try attacking from the outside, Big Beard suggested. He then raised a hand to attack the seal. There was a thump, and his body was sent flying by a tremendous force, crashing into a corner of the palace ruins. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. Brother is very reliable. Since the seal has been opened, it won't be that easy to remove it. I'll go look through the palace's records and hope that Little Seven can come out on his own. Isn't Ming Hao still here? Ask him, Namu said. Ming Xiaoshu laughed and shook his head. He can't possibly know. I know my brother's character very well, and there are some things that he would not tell even his own son. How will you know if you don't ask? Big Beard grinned as he walked over from afar, still clutching his waist. Ming Xiaoshu thought about it. Alright, I'll go ask. The palace had already been reduced to ruins, and Ming Xiaoshu gave the order to temporarily move the administrative center to Shanghai City. They would only return after Mingdu had been repaired. Ming Hao was currently in the palace, looking at the throne with a calm expression. Ming Xiaoshu walked over and Ming Hao turned around with a smile. Your Majesty, you've gotten what you wanted. You've been targeting me for so many years. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 615. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days passed and Lu Yin was still trapped. Ming Xiaoshu had gathered many people to search the palace for a way to remove the seal, but he had not been able to find anything. He could not accompany Lu Yin, so he had left 3 days ago. There were many things that needed to be taken care of, such as military affairs, agriculture, industry and so on. Above his head, the 5 sealing planets were still being attacked from time to time. Even though he was the one who had contacted the space station to attack the 5 sealing planets, Ming Xiaoshu knew that the space station's attacks were real. They really wanted to break through the seal and drag Shenwu continent out. However, this was just wishful thinking and Ming Xiaoshu was very confident. Over the past few days, Ming Xiaoshu had encountered 7 assassination attempts. Without exception, all of them had come from Ming Xiaoyan's remnants or from cultivators who did not want to cooperate with the outsiders. Even sect remnants had participated. 99% of the people on Shinwu continent did not want to cooperate with the outsiders, as their enmity with the universe was too deep. In their eyes, Ming Xiaoshu was a traitor. However, it was impossible to assassinate Ming Xiaoshu. His domain was enough to envelop the surrounding void, and not a single clue could escape his detection. Ming Yin quickly learned of everything that had happened. Her identity had changed, and she was now the princess of Shinwu continent. However, she was most worried about Lu Yin. If not for Ming Xiaoshu's people watching over her, she might have left for Mingdu. 7 days had passed, and Lu Yin had tried to unlock the source box multiple times, but he still had no clue. He had tried to unlock a single pillar, but he had been enveloped by the entire source box's murderous aura. Although he could see the murderous aura, it was impossible for him to avoid it and unlock the source box at the same time. He was not even a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was delusional to think that he could unlock something that only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could do. Moreover, he might not even be able to understand the combination of array formations. Forget it, I'll just leave. I'll spend a few years studying each array formation, and I won't be able to understand it at all, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He covered his head with both hands and charged out. There was a thump, and the force of the rebound forced him back once again. However, he did not resist and instead used the force to charge to the other side, only to be forced back again. This repeated over and over again. He was like a rubber ball that was constantly being slapped. But every time he was slapped, the rebound force he could borrow became stronger and stronger. Finally, he used the rebound force to smash out of the seal. Under the strange gazes of the big-bearded man and the others, he crashed into the ruins of the imperial palace. His waist and back ached. This was the only thing that Lu Yin could feel. His universal armor had blocked the power of the source box's killing intent, but the recoil still passed through the armor and slammed into his body. Even though it did not cause him much damage, it still made him feel as if he had been beaten up. This was especially true for his brain, which made him feel groggy. He had lost count of how many times he had been struck by the recoil. Big Beard and the others hurried over to help him up. Lu Yin put away his armor and stretched his arms. Finally out. The bearded man looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Brother Lu, you were even able to come out of that. Amazing. That's right, Brother Lu. We've seen the power of that seal. It's too terrifying. Brother Lu, you're the best. Yes, Brother Lu is the best. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why are you guys here? Of course we're waiting for Brother Lu to come out. Since we came together, we should return together, Big Beard said righteously. Lu Yin raised his brows as he had not expected this guy's attitude to change so quickly. His rough exterior hid a meticulous heart, and he was not a simple-minded person. Brother Lu, Night King Changfeng, Beauty Sun, and the others are dead. About 15 of us have died, someone said. Lu Yin nodded. Got it? Dying in battle with the Neo-Human Alliance is an honor. Since they were already dead, he did not mind praising them. Yes, it's an honor, an honor. The others quickly agreed. They had once followed Night King Changfeng, but now they were following Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked around. Where's the Reverend King? He left. What an ingrate. Brother Lu helped him deal with Mingdu, but he didn't even wait for Brother Lu to come out. Big Beard was displeased. Lu Yin waved a hand. Alright, let's go. I'm going back to Shanghai City. Let's go together, Brother Lu. We're going back as well. Yeah, we're leaving as well. Lu Yin was speechless, as he had actually planned to explore the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be delayed for a while. You guys go on ahead. The group looked at each other and then they bid farewell to Lu Yin and left. The greatest secret of Shinwu continent was the 5 sealing planets, and it was very likely that the secret of the 5 sealing planets was hidden at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. There were many source boxes on Shinwu continent, and all of them might be related to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin avoided the crowd and headed straight for the Tower of Resonating Light. The Tower of Resonating Light had been sealed off by a martial sovereign, but no one would be able to detect Lu Yin if he wanted to enter. Lu Yin enveloped the area with his domain and arrived at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. The Neo-Human Alliance's experimental equipment and wreckage had all been cleaned up here, but Lu Yin could not find the entrance to the underground. Ming Xiaoshu had said that there was a large space underground, but he could not enter it. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment, and as a precaution he put on his universal armor and punched downwards. The entire Tower of Resonating Light shook, alerting all of the guards. The martial sovereign immediately rushed in. When the martial sovereign saw that it was Lu Yin, he hesitated. He had seen Lu Yin beside Ming Xiaoshu before, and more importantly he had seen Lu Yin fight with a monster in the sky. The martial sovereign could not forget that terrifying shockwave even now. Brother, the Tower of Resonating Light has been sealed off. His Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. I'm an exception. You can report to the Reverend King that Lu Yin has entered the Tower of Resonating Light, Lu Yin said. The martial sovereign thought about it for a moment, but he had no choice but to leave. He knew that he was not Lu Yin's opponent, so he could only report to Ming Xiaoshu. Lu Yin stared at the ground and frowned. That punch of his had not been weak. Although it had pierced through the ground, it had been blocked 100 meters below. It felt like a seal. Lu Yin felt numb. How could there be so many seals on the Shenwu continent? It was as if there were layers of seals on top of each other. Speaking of which, could the Shenwu continent itself have been sealed? In reality it was not a parallel space but had been sealed. Ming Taizhong had coincidentally unlocked the seal, allowing the Shenwu continent to appear. It was not impossible. Lu Yin punched out again but the results were the same. This seal was similar to the one that had trapped the trial takers 2 years ago, but its strength was completely different. Lu Yin felt that this seal was not any weaker than the one that had sealed him in the Imperial Palace. It was no wonder why Ming Xiaoshu had not been able to enter. Lu Yin circled around the lowest layer and punched a few times every so often, but he was still met with the same seal. The space within this seal was very large and it was circular in shape. What exactly was inside that space? Lu Yin was very curious. Jupiter had prevented him from entering, and this layer of space on the Shenwu continent had also prevented him from entering. It was still too weak. Not long after, Lu Yin left Mingdu and headed towards Shanghai City. A few days later, Ming Xiaoshu ascended to the throne in Shanghai City and inherited the title of King Shenwu. He also announced that he was joining the Great Eastern Alliance. This was the first power that Lu Yin had joined since he had first thought of forming an alliance, and it was not weak either. This was also one of the reasons why he had come to the Shenwu continent. He had already achieved his goal, so there was no need for him to stay on the Shenwu continent any longer. Over the past few days, he had spent most of his time with Ming Yen, hoping to find some sense of familiarity. Although the two of them still had feelings for each other, there was an invisible barrier separating them. Lu Yin did not know how to break through it, and neither did Ming Yen. When it came to relationships, they were a complete blank. The unfamiliarity that time had brought would have to be made up for with time. Lu Yin and Ming Xiaoshu discussed the matter, and Ming Xiaoshu decided to send Ming Yen as the Shenwu continent's diplomatic envoy. She would be stationed on the Great Yu Empire's Xenu Star and participate in all matters related to the Great Eastern Alliance. Ming Yen did not object. Lu Yin was delighted, and he decided to immediately return to the Great Yu Empire and send someone to formally draft the alliance agreement. As long as the agreement took effect, Ming Yen would come to the Great Yu Empire. He shamelessly arranged for the Shenwu continent's diplomatic envoy to stay in King Zishan's palace, which left Ming Xiaoshu speechless. In fact, if not for the fact that Ming Xiaoshu had just ascended to the throne and his status had changed, Lu Yin would have already taken Ming Yen away. Big Beard and the others stayed behind to act as the contact point between the Shenwu continent and the universe. Lu Yin looked back at the Shenwu continent, not knowing when he would return. The Great Yu Empire would definitely send someone to contact Ming Xiaoshu as soon as possible, but the details of the alliance agreement had not been confirmed yet. This was a complicated mission that would determine whether or not the other weaves in the universe would be able to successfully join the alliance. Although he was anxious, he could not be careless and he could only wait. Fortunately, it would not take long. Although the Shenwu Empire was not weak, it was special. The other weaves were different and they would need to use different methods to deal with different powers. Brute force could not solve everything as humans were hot-blooded. Welcome back, Student Lu. Madame Mylan smiled at Lu Yin. The blind monk walked behind Lu Yin and stood there quietly. Lu Yin looked back at the 5 ceiling planets and then back at Madame Mylan. It's been hard on you, madam? You're too kind, Student Lu. It hasn't even been a month since you left for the Shenwu continent, but you've already decided the situation there. Your methods are amazing, Madame Mylan praised. Lu Yin shrugged. I just happened to run into a corpse king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for me to enter Mingdu. I have to thank the trial takers. Right, there's also that Eriker. He's quite pitiful, so please take care of him. Madame Mylan smiled and agreed. Madam, the Shenwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance led by the Great Yu Empire. Your Day-Night clan won't be of much use here. Of course, I'm not chasing you away, I'm just reminding you, Lu Yin said. Although the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the Day-Night clan still had a lot of power left in the Outerverse. He did not wish for the Day-Night clan to interfere with the Shinwu Empire. Madame Mylan replied, "We're staying here because of Night Queen Shiyu's orders. We can't leave without permission." Lu Yin nodded and chatted with Madame Mylan for a bit before leaving with the blind monk. Madame Mylan was deep in thought, and there was an incomprehensible look of anticipation in her eyes. The Great Eastern Alliance? Did anything happen at the space station while I was in the Shinwu continent? Lu Yin asked when they arrived at the cabin where the spacecraft was parked. The blind monk replied, "No." Lu Yin grunted and then boarded the spacecraft with the blind monk, heading towards the Great Yu Empire. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 616. After leaving the Great Yu Empire for less than a month, the first thing Lu Yin did upon returning to King Zishan's palace was to summon Enya. "Your Highness, this is the alliance agreement and a simple alliance plan. We've already sent people to carry out the first step, and we've already contacted a few people through our private channels. Everything is going smoothly," Enya replied. Lu Yin looked at the battle plan and alliance agreement that Enya had handed over. "I'm not very good at this, so I'll leave it to you. The Shinwu continent has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so send someone to bring the alliance agreement over. Remember, it must be done as quickly as possible." He wanted Ming Yen to come to the Great Yu Empire as soon as possible. "Yes, Your Highness," Enya replied. Ever since Undying Yushan's death, Lu Yin had changed the Great Yu Empire's imperial court to be hosted by the imperial cabinet, which rotated every once in a while. This was no longer called an imperial court meeting, but rather a discussion that would only be held when Lu Yin returned. However, many things in the Great Yu Empire were already on track, such as the cooperation with the Nalan family, the establishment of the alliance, the recruitment of soldiers, and so on. Many things were proceeding in an orderly manner, and Lu Yin did not need to worry too much about them. He flipped through his cosmic ring out of boredom and saw something. During the final battle at Season's Fort, which was also the battle when Lu Yin had just broken through to the Explorer realm, he had rolled his die to cultivate the Yu secret art in order to resist the invasion of the astral beasts. Before that, he had rolled a point and obtained a yellow prayer mat. At that time, he had faintly heard chanting, and his body had almost been drawn over. At that time, he had been certain that the yellow prayer mat was not simple, but he had not had the time to study it and had gradually forgotten about it. Now was the perfect time to study it. He took out the prayer mat and immediately, Lu Yin heard chanting again. This time it was not a single person, but rather a scene where countless people were chanting. "This should be a prayer mat," the monkey said uncertainly. Lu Yin was also uncertain. "It looks like it. Try sitting on it." "Prayer mats are meant to be sat on," the monkey said. He had also heard the chanting and was somewhat curious. Lu Yin put down the prayer mat and sat down. Suddenly, a dim golden light appeared and revolved around his body. The chanting grew louder and louder, and then the void suddenly distorted. Lu Yin disappeared along with the prayer mat, while the rest of King Zishan's palace remained unchanged. Lu Yin had experienced the die's time-stop space, as well as the die's 6 pips into a mysterious space, so he had a certain level of tolerance for such sudden changes. Even so, he was still stunned when he saw his surroundings. Where was this place? It was a huge square with blue skies and white clouds. It looked very beautiful and the air was very fresh. However, it was a pity that this place was in ruins. The ground was shattered into countless pieces, and the ground was soaked with blood. Not far away there were white skeletons. It was not just one but many. As far as the eye could see, it was a scene of ruin. Lu Yin released his domain, and the area it covered grew larger and larger. However, everything that he saw was the same as what he was currently seeing. The ground was shattered, and there were bloodstains that had stained the ground black for who knew how many years. There were also countless skeletons as well as some weapons that would melt away with a single touch. This was an ancient land similar to the one in the centipede's body. He stood up and looked at the prayer mat. It was still glowing with a golden light, and it seemed to have a faint connection with him. After some thought, he put it away and walked across the shattered ground. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked and small cracks spread out, crushing a skeleton not far away. "Seventh bro, where are you now?" the monkey cried out. "I don't know," Lu Yin replied. "Seventh bro, why do you always appear in strange places?" the monkey wailed. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at a sword next to the shattered skeleton. There were words engraved on it. "Monkey, take a look at what those words are." The monkey took a look and was puzzled. I don't recognize them, but they look familiar. Why are they written so similar to the words in the centipede's body? Are you saying that they're from the same time period? Luin asked. I don't know. The evolution of words is sometimes fast, but sometimes it's slow. It depends on how the culture develops. There were no living people in his domain, and aside from some plants, there weren't even any animals. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with star energy, but he couldn't see anything. This was the first time since his eyes had mutated. Lu Yin could only walk towards the towering mountain peak in the distance. It was the only landmark in this area, and if there were any living people they would probably go there as well. Seventh bro, let's go back, the monkey said. Let's take a look first, Lu Yin said. He had come here on a prayer mat, so he should use it to return as well. It was too strange that a prayer mat had allowed him to appear in this space. After some time, Lu Yin carefully arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw two giant stone pillars. There was a sign in the middle of the pillars with 3 words engraved on it: Gate, Mountain Gate. He stepped through the gate and was greeted by a winding forest path. It was the same as the plaza from before, but many places had been shattered, and there were even bones scattered around. This was a sect that had been destroyed countless years ago. That was Lu Yin's conclusion. Seventh bro, let's go. Is this place haunted? The monkey cried out. I'll block you out if you talk any more nonsense. You won't even know how you died, Lu Yin said impatiently. The monkey shut up. After walking along the forest path for about 10 minutes, Lu Yin suddenly stopped. He heard a strange sound that sounded like metal scraping against each other. Lu Yin abruptly turned to his right and saw a giant shadow appear in the forest. It pushed aside the trees and appeared in front of him. What's this? A metal puppet? Lu Yin was shocked. What appeared in front of him was a humanoid puppet made entirely of metal. It was about 3 meters tall and had human eyes, ears, mouth and nose but no eyeballs. Its metal body reflected light under the sunlight. There was a whoosh and the metal puppet swatted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged, but a strong gust of wind hit him, causing his breathing to stagnate. The metal puppet was bloated, but it was very fast. It swatted at Lu Yin again, but Lu Yin dodged it once more. He kicked out at the puppet's abdomen, but it was blocked by the puppet's arm. There was a thump and Lu Yin was forced back several steps. He looked up in shock. The puppet's strength was extraordinary. Seventh bro, you were forced back? The monkey was shocked. He understood Lu Yin's physical strength very well, and it was on a completely abnormal level. This metal puppet was not a hunter and was about the same as an explorer, but it had actually been able to force Lu Yin back with brute strength. Lu Yin clenched his fists and moved his shoulders, his expression turning serious. The metal puppet did not give Lu Yin any time to react. It swatted at him with a palm that blocked out the sunlight. It was like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, but Lu Yin easily dodged it. Just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that the puppet's speed had changed. It was several times faster than before and it swatted at him again. Lu Yin dodged it once more. In this space, filling his eyes with star energy was useless, and he would need to use a lock-breaking tool if he wanted to use the secret sidestep technique. However, he did not need to use it yet as his speed was enough to deal with it. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to counterattack, as he wanted to test out the puppet's strength and speed. Gradually he began to feel more confident. This metal puppet was extraordinarily strong, sturdy and fast. It could also detect Lu Yin's weaknesses based on his dodging movements. It seemed to have no intelligence, but it had a very strange instinct. It was clearly just a puppet. There was a thump, and Lu Yin took advantage of the gap in the puppet's attack to land a punch on the puppet's head. This was his strongest punch without removing his fates, and it caused the puppet's head to tilt to the side. Lu Yin stared at the puppet in shock. He had originally wanted to send the puppet's head flying, as this was his strongest punch in his normal state. After becoming an explorer, there were not many people in the same realm in the entire universe who could withstand this punch. The power of this punch was enough to destroy a powerhouse ranked around 50 on the top 100 rankings, but it had not been able to deal with this puppet. The puppet's head moved and quickly turned back to its original position. It then swatted at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin frowned and leaped up. He raised his hand and appeared in front of the puppet's head. 50-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and this time the metal puppet's head was sent flying. There was another thump as the metal puppet fell to the ground. Lu Yin stepped forward and touched the metal shell. It was very sturdy, and even with his current strength he could not crush it. He looked up and wondered what kind of sect could create such a puppet. This should be a sect's entrance. Could it be that this puppet was used to test those who wanted to become a disciple? If that was the case, then that would be abnormal. No one below the explorer realm could deal with such a puppet. Even Mu Rong, who was a Lemiter, would have trouble dealing with such a puppet. What kind of sect would use such a puppet to test their disciples? There was a strange sound as more metal puppets appeared in the forest. This time there was not one but three. Lu Yin's expression changed and he leaped up. He did not have the energy to fight these metal puppets, and who knew how many more there were. Although the metal puppets were fast, they could not catch up to Lu Yin. After Lu Yin left, they gradually disappeared into the forest. Huang San felt that he was very unlucky. Xiaojing had come here and he had chased her all the way here. They had clearly arrived at about the same time, but he had been just a step too late, and the distance between them had widened to the point where he could not even see Xiaojing's shadow. Most importantly, he had been surrounded by 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. Heavens! 5 First Divine Gate Guardians. If they had surrounded him, then so be it. At worst he could just retreat. However, when he looked down, he saw that there were 2 more First Divine Gate Guardians roaming around 100 meters away. He had the urge to vomit blood. How had so many First Divine Gate Guardians suddenly appeared? Hadn't it been said that most of these things had been wiped out during that battle? Could it be that he had run into all of the remaining ones? His family had gone to great lengths to exchange for a futon, so he could not die here. He still had to marry Xiaojing. There was a thump and Huang San dodged with a startled cry. The metal puppet had smashed a deep hole into the small path in the forest. Behind him he felt a chill and his hair stood on end. He instinctively crouched down, and a giant metal arm swept past his head. The wind from the attack almost tore his pants off. Huang San sorrowfully pulled up his pants and scrambled down the mountain. He quickly ran into the 2 metal puppets that were roaming around, and there were 5 more behind them. Huang San wanted to cry. He was just a puny explorer and he was very pure. He had never killed anyone before, so why were they all targeting him? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 617. Several giant metal arms blocked out the sun as they smashed down on Huang San's head. Huang San's mouth fell open. It was over. Just as the arms were about to crush him, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. 4 loud bangs rang out, and Huang San watched in shock as 4 metal puppets were sent flying away like sandbags. He then felt something tighten around his neck as he was picked up by someone. The scene in front of him kept retreating, and the metal puppets soon disappeared without a trace. Huang San panted heavily, and only then did he have time to look around. He saw the person who had saved him, a man who was about his age. Bro, thank you for saving my life. Huang San will never forget this. Huang San gasped for breath, his forehead covered in sweat. He even pulled up his pants. Lu Yin looked at the fatty who was lying on the ground without any strength. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. What is your name, bro? If you can easily defeat the First Divine Gate Guardians, then I'm sure you're not a nobody. I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn realm, the fatty said politely as he struggled to get up. Lu Yin just looked at him, but he still didn't say anything. He didn't understand what was going on, so he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. The fatty blinked. Bro, I'm Huang San from the Bloodburn realm. Lu Yin still didn't say anything and he just looked up. The fatty waved his hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes, attracting his attention. Bro, I'm Huang San. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. Huang San was speechless. Bro, are you a mute? Lu Yin remained calm. Huang San's face turned bitter. I can't be that unlucky. I finally met an expert, but he's a mute. How sad. Lu Yin raised his foot and walked up. Huang San hurriedly followed. Bro, even if you can't speak, you can at least make a few gestures. Where are you from? Which ancestor's master are you from? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Lu Yin's expression changed. What? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? F***CK Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? Progenitor Shui? That fatty can't be talking about a progenitor, right? Impossible. There aren't any progenitors in the universe. It should be a title for a powerhouse, the monkey cried. Lu Yin thought of this as well and he looked up once more as he slowly walked up. Brother, don't tell me you can't even hear me? I can't be so unlucky to run into someone who's both deaf and mute, the fatty wailed and chased after him. Brother, you really can't hear me? Or are you messing with me? There's no need for that. I'm just a puny explorer who doesn't have much power, so I'm not worth toying with. Why don't you say something? Brother, you're not bad, but you're not even half as good as me. Brother, let's become sworn brothers. The fatty was clearly someone who could not sit still, and he kept chattering in Lu Yin's ear. Although most of it was nonsense, Lu Yin still managed to learn some information such as that the fatty was an explorer, that he was going to look for his fiancée, and that this place was called the Daosor sect. Through his words, Lu Yin realized that he had never heard of any of the places mentioned by this person, and he even included some strange terms. Brother, which expert did your imprint belong to? Imprinter? World imprinter? Or a cosmic imprinter? Bro, you really can't hear me? Fatty's voice rose an octave. Finally, he confirmed that Lu Yin really could not hear him, and he began to bemoan his fate. I was born in the Bloodburn Realm's Huang family, and the Huang family was originally an imprinter family. They had made great contributions during the Ancient Continents War, but after the imprinter ancestor died, the family weakened. So what if it was weak to begin with? I didn't have much of a goal, and I just wanted to muddle along and wait for death to come. But then I met Xiaojing, and from then on I fell in love. My Huang family and Xiaojing's Yin family actually had a marriage contract that had been passed down for generations. However, the Yin family looked down on my Huang family. Did you know, bro? The Yin family now has an imprinter, and they're a genuine imprinter family. If my Huang family was still an imprinter family, then this marriage contract would still be valid, but now, talking about it makes me cry. The most infuriating thing is that the Autumn Frost family interfered. Autumn Frost Qing, that shameless bastard, actually chased after Xiaojing, and the Yin family couldn't wait to climb up to the Autumn Frost family. The Autumn Frost family is one of the strongest families in the entire Bloodburn realm, and they have a world imprinter in their family. That's a world imprinter we're talking about. Even when my Huang family was at its peak, we couldn't compare to them. But I won't give up. I'm determined to marry Xiaojing. That's my lifelong dream. The fatty spoke for more than an hour, and Lu Yin listened to him. He didn't know anything about imprinters or world imprinters, but that didn't matter. As long as he interacted with the fatty for a long time, this guy would definitely spill everything out like candy. Bro, it's been hard on me. When I was 3 years old, I saw a woman's skirt being blown up by the wind, and I went up to help her pull it down. I don't know which bastard pushed me, but I directly dove into her skirt. I was only 3 years old at the time, and the woman was in her 40s or 50s. How could I have taken a liking to her? I was called a pervert, and from then on I became famous. People called me the Little Prince of Dove Skirts, and even now legends about me are spreading around the city. When I was 4 years old, I used my pocket money to buy a book about the divine art of Genesis. The secret manual stated that it required a virgin boy's urine to cultivate. I decided to show my filial piety to my father, so I personally gave him a cup of virgin boy's urine. After that, my father hung me up and beat me for 3 days. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with a very pretty girl of the same age. I mustered up the courage to confess, and I succeeded. I was so excited at the time, and I still remember it to this day. But that bastard turned out to be a boy. Isn't it a lie for a boy to be so pretty? Even now, that guy still pesters me and insists that I have to take responsibility. When I was 6 years old, Lu Yin looked at the fatty strangely. Was this guy making up stories or telling the truth? If it was true, then his experiences were legendary, and it was already pretty good that he was still alive. 7th bro, it's not easy for this fatty to survive. Take him along, the monkey sighed. The monkey pitied the fatty. There was a whoosh as a first divine gate guardian charged out from the forest and slapped the fatty. The fatty was stunned as the guardian had been hiding too close to him, and it was also very fast. The fatty could tell at a glance that the guardian was not the agile type. Fortunately, Lu Yin was right next to the fatty, and he reached out to pull the fatty over. He then kicked the first divine gate guardian 5 meters away, which shocked the fatty. When Lu Yin had saved him earlier, the fatty had been too scared to notice what had happened. Now that he saw it clearly, he said, "Bro, you used your foot to kick it. That's really powerful." The first divine gate guardian charged forward again, but Lu Yin dodged to the side to avoid its attack. He then pressed down on the first divine gate guardian's head with a single palm. There was a thump, and the first divine gate guardian's head was sent flying. From start to finish, it had not even taken more than 10 seconds. The fatty's mouth fell open and he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. "Bro, you're definitely not some nobody. That's a guardian from the 5th mainland's Daosor sect's first divine gate. Even many elite disciples from large families are no match for it in a one-on-one fight, but you killed it in just a few seconds without using an imprint or any battle techniques." The 5th mainland? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he continued to walk forward in silence. The fatty licked his lips and followed him with a smile. Bro, you must have made preparations before coming to the Dowsource sect. Where are you going? Oh, I forgot, you can't speak or hear. How about this, fat bro will follow you. Bro, you're such a nice person so you won't mind, right? Up ahead, another First Divine Gate Guardian was wandering around. Luin paused and looked at the fatty. The fatty blinked. Bro, what's the meaning of this? Luin looked at the First Divine Gate Guardian and then back at the fatty. He just stood there. The fatty's face turned bitter. Bro, you're not planning on letting me go, are you? Luin walked to the side of the path and leaned against a tree. He just watched the fatty. The fatty had said so many strange things along the way, and Luin did not understand them. However, since they were related to battle, Luin wanted to see how the fatty fought. I understand. Bro, you want to see if I'm qualified to follow you. Fine, fat bro will go all out. The fatty gritted his teeth and slowly approached the First Divine Gate Guardian. The First Divine Gate Guardian quickly discovered the fatty, and it suddenly charged over, causing the ground to tremble. The fatty's face paled as he watched the First Divine Gate Guardian approach. His eyes widened as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. As the phantom appeared, the fatty's aura changed, and an indescribable deterrent force appeared. Myriad Elephant Fist, the fatty shouted as he punched out. A strange energy coiled around his arm, and the roar of 100 beasts could be heard as he collided with the First Divine Gate Guardian's fist. Bang! Shockwaves shot out in all directions, crushing the trees on the side of the path. The First Divine Gate Guardian was actually forced back a dozen steps by the fatty's punch. The fatty took the opportunity to attack again, and the phantom behind him became even more blurry. Myriad Elephant Fist. The fatty roared again and his face turned red. He viciously punched the First Divine Gate Guardian's head, sending it flying. The fatty's body slammed into the First Divine Gate Guardian's body, and both of them fell to the ground. At the same time, the phantom behind him dissipated. Luin watched the scene in shock. What had just happened? He could see through the fatty's strength, but when that phantom had appeared, the fatty's strength had increased significantly. His strength had also increased significantly in an instant, as if he had become a completely different person. With the fatty's strength, it should have been impossible for him to cripple a First Divine Gate Guardian with a single punch, but he had done so. Could it be that the phantom behind him was the imprint that Luin had just mentioned? Luin slowly walked over and looked down at the fatty. The fatty grimaced and smiled bitterly. Bro, I've already done my best and defeated a First Divine Gate Guardian. Can I follow you? Luin stretched out a hand and the fatty took it. Luin pulled him up and rubbed his fists. The fatty's fists were now red and swollen. It seemed that those 2 punches had taken quite a toll on him. Luin was very curious about this place, and he felt as if he had stumbled upon a new path of cultivation. Luin felt as if he had discovered a new path of cultivation. The fatty's explosive power could only deal with one First Divine Gate Guardian. Luin led the fatty up the mountain, and Luin was the one who dealt with almost all of the First Divine Gate Guardians that they encountered. The fatty was very curious about Luin. Someone who could easily defeat a First Divine Gate Guardian without using an imprint, battle techniques, or even an innate gift had to have a terrifying physical body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 618. After walking for a long time, the sky had already darkened. Luin sat on a tree and looked up at the sky. He had not expected the night sky to be so beautiful here. Bro, how many days can your futon last you here? The fatty suddenly asked. He then became annoyed. I forgot. You're deaf and mute. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Futon? It should be that praying mat. How many days can it last me? That meant that there was a time limit and everyone's time was different. Luin thought about it and decided to take out his futon to see what the fatty would say. But the next moment his expression changed. He couldn't open his cosmic ring. What the hell? Why can't I open my cosmic ring? Luin tried a few times but it was the same. He suddenly recalled a detail. The fatty was weaker than him but he was still considered an elite genius. It was impossible for him to not have medicine, but his fist was still swollen. Could it be that he couldn't open his cosmic ring? Luin lay down and recalled the fatty's words from the day before. First, this place was called the Dowsource sect and this was a place where the Dowsource sect tested their disciples. It was called the First Divine Gate. The fatty's cultivation method was very strange, and he seemed to have been blessed by something. The fatty's cultivation method seemed to be a symbol, or rather, a synonym for a powerhouse. The fatty had said that he was an explorer, which proved that this place was connected to the universe. If this place was connected to the universe, then it had a different cultivation system. Could it be that he had come to a distant weave in the outerverse? No, this cultivation system was very powerful, and the fatty's power level had increased by so much. It couldn't be the outerverse, so could it be a flow zone in the innerverse? Luin guessed. Bro, why do you think Xiaojing won't accept me? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Actually, I was very handsome when I was young. Back when I was 10. Luin looked at the fatty with admiration. This guy had such a narcissistic and miserable childhood. No, it was a miserable life, but he was still alive and was quite optimistic. This kind of person would be a waste of his fat if he died. Let me tell you a secret that even Xiaojing doesn't know about. I told everyone that I fused with a black ox bloodline, and that's what the Huang family publicized as well. Actually, the bloodline that I fused with is the pom-pom pig. The fatty's expression turned ugly. Back when I fused with a bloodline, Luin did not know much about bloodlines, but the Astral Combat Academy had a method to increase one's strength. The Tao of Seed in the trial zones contained some bloodlines, and Luin had used it during the Astral Combat tournament, so it should be similar. He stared at the fatty in shock. Pom-pom pig? Pig's bloodline? This is really weird. So what fatty said about his miserable life is true? When he thought of this, Luin subconsciously wanted to distance himself from the fatty. He wouldn't bring bad luck to himself, would he? Actually, the pom-pom pig doesn't sound good, but its potential is not bad. Rumor has it that there's an astral beast called the Sky Eater pig that's extremely powerful. If you can obtain the Sky Eater pig's bloodline, you can evolve the pom-pom pig's bloodline and become one of the unparalleled bloodlines. This is my ambition. I believe that life is not only about the misery in front of you, but also about the future. You have dreams? The fatty could not stop talking once he started, and he started imagining all sorts of life's maxims. Luin wanted to vomit, but he jumped down from the tree and walked up the path. Hey bro, why are you leaving? Wait for me, wait for me. The fatty hurriedly followed. What an exquisite palm technique. She had split one palm into three, and most importantly, she had concealed the power of the second and third palm, which was different from the shockwave palm and the overlaying stacks technique. If not for his domain, he might not have been able to detect it. Furthermore, this girl had just avoided the first Divine Gate Guardians, which meant that she had definitely comprehended a domain. She was much stronger than the fatty. Yan Xiaojing pushed back the first Divine Gate Guardians that were attacking the fatty, and then she grabbed him and pulled him into the crowd. Damn fatty, why don't you just die? A girl cursed. The others had ugly expressions as well. Yan Xiaojing could not casually attack, as she still had to rely on her to save people at critical moments. Now that she had exhausted her strength and star energy to save the fatty, she might save one less person in the future. No one wanted that person to be them, and they all began to hate the fatty. The fatty grinned foolishly at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing panted and glanced at the fatty. What's that person's background? The fatty clenched his fist and looked past the first Divine Gate Guardians to see Luin, who was still standing quietly in the distance. I don't know. I met him along the way, but he was deaf and mute. Deaf and mute? Yan Xiaojing's eyes flashed, but she did not think too much about it. This path was not limited to only those from the Bloodburn realm. Anyone from the entire Sixth Mainland who had a futon could enter. This person might not be from the Bloodburn realm, and he might not even be a disciple of the Blood Progenitor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 619. After watching for a while, Luin still did not move. The people who were being surrounded had long since noticed him, and they rejoiced when they saw that he had not moved. They had been afraid that he would need Yan Xiaojing's help just like the fatty, which would be troublesome. With a bang, one of the first Divine Gate Guardians was shattered and completely crippled. Another took its place, and the group gradually lost their stamina. If they did not break out of the encirclement soon, they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. Brother Lian, you rest. I'll do it. Yan Xiaojing stepped forward, and a phantom appeared behind her that looked exactly like the fatty. Or rather, it should be said that all of the phantoms that appeared behind this group were the same. The only difference was that some were blurry while others were clear. The phantom behind Yan Xiaojing was the clearest, and Luin could even make out its facial features. What was the meaning of this? Why was there a phantom behind them, and why was it even able to buff them? Was this the imprint that the fatty had mentioned? With the phantom's strength, Yan Xiaojing defeated one of the first Divine Gate Guardians with a single palm strike. This attack was completely different from when she had saved the fatty. However, summoning this phantom consumed a lot of energy, and after defeating 3 of them, the phantom blurred and gradually disappeared. Lu Yin saw the fatty's pleading eyes and his gaze turned cold. There was no need to wait any longer as everyone had seen everything. He leaped forward and appeared behind one of the first Divine Gate Guardians. He struck out with a 100-fold shockwave palm, and the guardian's head flew off with a bang. Following that, Lu Yin continuously used a 100-fold shockwave palm. To his physical body, the 100-fold shockwave palm was not burdensome at all. If he could transfer 3 grains of fates, and he could even use an even more powerful shockwave palm. However, against these first Divine Gate Guardians, a 100-fold shockwave palm was enough. Lu Yin destroyed 7 or 8 first Divine Gate Guardians with a single attack, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even Yan Xiaojing was shocked. She had used all of her strength, including her imprint and battle techniques, but she had only been able to destroy 3 of them. This person was actually able to do so with just his physical strength alone. He was definitely not a disciple of the Blood Progenitor, as only a disciple of the Martial Progenitor could accomplish such a feat with a bang. Lu Yin destroyed another first Divine Gate Guardian and then pulled the fatty away. The rest of the group was stunned for a moment, but they quickly followed after him. Xiaojing, come with me, the fatty. Half of the dozens of first Divine Gate Guardians and Lu Yin Xiaojing and the rest. After running for a while, the group finally managed to shake off the pursuit of the first Divine Gate Guardians. They sat on the small path, panting heavily. The fatty thanked Lu Yin and then hurried over to Yan Xiaojing's side to fawn over her. The others were quite displeased by this, but they did not dare to ridicule the fatty due to Lu Yin's presence. They were all shocked by Lu Yin from the bottom of their hearts, and they all guessed that this person was a martial ancestor. Only a group of martial madmen would temper their bodies to such an extent. Yan Xiaojing pushed the fatty aside and walked over to Lu Yin. She smiled. I'm Yan Xiaojing from the Bloodburn Realm's Yan family. Lu Yin looked at her without any reaction. Fatty hurriedly came up to her and smiled. Xiaojing, I've told you before. My brother is deaf and mute. He can't hear or speak. Yan Xiaojing looked into his eyes for a while before nodding. She made a gesture of thanks and left. Lu Yin looked at Yan Xiaojing's back. Her temperament wasn't bad and she had a great figure. No wonder the fatty was so obsessed with her. Bro, you can't bully your friend's wife. The fatty suddenly stood in front of Lu Yin, speaking very seriously. Lu Yin was speechless and he turned to look in another direction. It was a common problem for men to assume that all the men in the universe would like the woman that they liked. Lu Yin had also been worried that everyone would like Ming Yan, so he could understand that. 7th bro, that damn fatty doesn't have any self-awareness at all. That woman doesn't look like she's easy to deal with, so why would she like him? What a joke. The monkey sneered. Lu Yin thought the same as well. Xiaojing, why didn't you wait for fat bro? I almost didn't catch up with you. The fatty pestered Yan Xiaojing as he complained about his longing for her. Yan Xiaojing was helpless. You should go back. The Daosor sect is filled with danger and it's easy to die. Fat bro isn't afraid. Wherever Xiaojing goes, fat bro will go. The fatty declared. Yan Xiaojing didn't know what to say as she was also very helpless when it came to this fatty. If he had been an ordinary suitor, then she would have just chased him away. However, this fatty's Huang family and the Yan family had a marriage contract that had been set in their generation. She was indeed the fatty's fiancée. Fatty, you should give up. Sister Jing likes Brother Autumn Frost and Brother Autumn Frost likes Sister Jing as well. They're in love with each other and you can't get in between them, a woman mocked. It was Sister Kuei. The fatty retorted, don't think that fat bro doesn't know that you like Autumn Frost Jing as well. Won't you have a chance if fat bro marries Xiaojing? You're not helping fat bro, yet you're trying to undermine me. Idiot. Sister Kuei was about to retort, but she forcefully held herself back as she felt that the fatty was right. Another man grew anxious as he liked Sister Kuei. Don't spout nonsense, fatty. Sister Jing and Brother Autumn Frost are a match made in heaven. If they work together, they'll be the strongest family in the Bloodburn realm. Why are you so anxious? Relax, Autumn Frost Jing won't like a woman like Sister Kuei. You still have a chance, so don't get agitated. The fatty waved a hand. The man heaved a sigh of relief, but he quickly reacted and glared at the fatty. Damn fatty, what did you say? How dare you insult Sister Kuei? Sister Kuei was furious as well. Damn fatty, say that again. The fatty rolled his eyes. Lu Yin was amused as this fatty's words were quite interesting. Yan Xiaojing grew impatient. Alright, stop talking so much. Don't attract the attention of the first divine gate guardians. She then glared at the fatty, indicating for him to stay away from her. However, she had clearly underestimated the fatty's thick skin. Wherever she went, the fatty would follow. Lu Yin recalled what the fatty had said to him along the way: pester her until she gives up resisting. It had to be said that the fatty's willpower was very firm, and he had a unique talent in this area. After resting for a while, everyone recovered their star energy. Yan Xiaojing glanced at Lu Yin and then said to everyone, "Let's continue on our way. We've already passed through half of First Divine Gate. As long as we pass through it, we'll reach the Budding Terrace. I'm sure everyone has heard of the legends of the Budding Terrace. Battle techniques, cultivation techniques, power vessels, bloodlines, and even secret techniques can be obtained there." Yan Xiaojing's words made everyone excited, and some of them even began to breathe rapidly. To them, the most important things were bloodlines and secret techniques, especially secret techniques. Even a cosmic imprinter's family might not have them. Any secret technique was born from the heavens and earth, and it had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. As long as they could obtain a secret technique, they would be able to surpass everyone else and stand at a position that countless people could only look up to. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This place was similar to his own universe in many ways, such as the different realms, the absorption of star energy, battle techniques, and cultivation techniques. In that case, secret techniques should be the same as well. Why would a sect place a secret technique on the so-called Budding Terrace? Were there too many secret techniques? The monkey couldn't believe it either. It should be fake and used to trick the new disciples. How could anyone place a secret technique in a place that so many people can reach without any danger? What a joke. Do they really think that secret techniques are easy to obtain? Lu Yin agreed. Although he hadn't been cultivating for long, he had come into contact with many people and things that ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to. Up until now, he had only seen the Yu and Yo secret arts. Even geniuses like Lu Xiaoqiu, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, and Curse Wind didn't have any secret techniques, so it wasn't easy to obtain one. Yan Xiaojing only said a few words of encouragement before leading the group down the path. The fatty followed behind her attentively, almost drooling, which annoyed quite a few people. Lu Yin walked at the very back and no one tried to communicate with him. Everyone knew that he was deaf and mute. Soon the sky darkened once more. They estimated that this path would take them 2 days and 2 nights to complete, and they were already halfway there. The group rested for a while before continuing onward. The fatty would occasionally come over to Lu Yin's side and smile before going back to pester Yan Xiaojing. They kept walking back and forth and it didn't seem like they were tired at all. "Damn fatty, you're annoying us by running back and forth. Don't attract the attention of the first divine gate guardians." Sister Kuei shouted angrily. The fatty rolled his eyes. "You should learn from Fat Bro. Run more and make your legs thinner. Maybe Autumn Frost Qing will accept you on account of your long legs. Of course you definitely can't compare to our Xiaojing." Sister Kuei was furious. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked behind him. Someone was approaching. Not long after, Yan Xiaojing sensed it with her domain, and she looked behind her with a solemn expression. A figure was rapidly approaching. Very quickly, even those without domains could sense the star energy fluctuations coming from behind them. Everyone turned to look and saw a man dressed in gray cotton clothes and metal shoes rushing towards them at high speed. He quickly passed by the crowd and headed for higher ground without even looking at them. "It's an expert from the progenitor of combat territory," someone said solemnly, even glancing at Lu Yin. Yan Xiaojing also glanced at Lu Yin. "Let's continue." Lu Yin stared at the man's back and shock flashed through his eyes. When that person had brushed past him, a strong gust of wind had swept past him, and Lu Yin had felt an extremely powerful strength. That was pure physical strength and it wasn't any weaker than Lu Yin's normal state. He hadn't expected that a random person would have such strength, and he wasn't that old either. What kind of place was this? Could this be the Neoverse? Lu Yin guessed. The group didn't say anything else and continued forward. It wasn't long before they discovered the shattered First Divine Gate Guardians. It should be that person's handiwork. "These lunatics from the progenitor of combat territory are all perverts," someone muttered. He was immediately nudged by someone beside him, and his heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Lu Yin and relaxed when he saw no reaction from him. Not necessarily. Many people from the progenitor of blood territory have fused with bloodlines that can increase their physical strength, and they're not any weaker than those lunatics. For example, Fatty's black ox can take a beating, Sister Kuei teased. That's right. Fatty can take a beating, someone else agreed. Fatty rolled his eyes. Being able to take a beating was an advantage, otherwise he would have died long ago. What Luin wanted to know the most was how these people divided their territories. The progenitor of blood territory and the progenitor of combat territory were completely different from the universe's weaves and flow zones. The sky was about to brighten, and they weren't far from the end of the path. Suddenly Lu Yin's expression changed. Within his domain he could sense quite a few First Divine Gate Guardians rushing in their direction. In front of them was a very fast man, even faster than the gray-robed man from before. More importantly, this person was on all fours, making him look like a mouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 620. Lu Yin's domain did not extend too far, so Yan Xiaojing saw him not long after Lu Yin saw him as well. Her expression changed. Hide. Everyone immediately scattered into the trees and looked into the distance. Not long after, the person on all fours approached them. Behind him were dozens of First Divine Gate Guardians that shook the earth. The person arrived at the group's previous location and laughed sinisterly. He suddenly charged into the forest, where Sister Kuei and a few others were still perched. The First Divine Gate Guardians charged into the forest and flattened the trees. Sister Kuei and the others were naturally discovered, and they were attacked by the Guardians. Haha, take care everyone. Enjoy the gifts that I've prepared for you. The person laughed as he fled even faster than when he had arrived. Yan Xiaojing's expression turned ugly. It's him. He's from a family that my Yin family exterminated. Is he from the family with the Devourer rat bloodline? The fatty was shocked. Yan Xiaojing nodded. This person must have known of our existence and deliberately lured the First Divine Gate Guardians here. Everyone listen to my commands. The number of First Divine Gate Guardians that had appeared this time was nearly twice as many as the ones that had surrounded them before. Even with Lu Yin's presence, no one dared to claim that they would be able to escape unscathed. Some of them had already been beaten to the point of spitting blood and had almost died. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If not for the fact that he did not want to reveal too much, he would have chased after that person and killed him. But it did not matter, as the lives of these people had nothing to do with him. At most he would save the fatty and Yan Xiaojing. These First Divine Gate Guardians posed no threat to him. Yan Xiaojing commanded everyone to work together to resist the First Divine Gate Guardians' attacks. Fortunately, the path was not wide, and the First Divine Gate Guardians' attacks were limited. No matter how many of them there were, they could not swarm them all at once. In addition, Lu Yin was constantly eliminating the First Divine Gate Guardians from the outside. Half an hour later, a gap had been created in the encirclement, and the group escaped through it. 3 people had died in this battle and everyone's hearts were heavy. Yan Xiaojing clenched her fists. I promise that I will find that rat and avenge everyone. The fatty had been injured, but it was not serious. If not for Lu Yin's intervention, he would have died. He was grateful to Lu Yin from the bottom of his heart, and he continued to nag incessantly. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group, and he could see the resentment in their eyes. Someone blamed him for not using his full strength, as his imprint had not appeared. Lu Yin did not explain himself, and he pretended to be deaf and mute. Fatty anxiously jumped up to argue with that person, but in the end, Yan Xiaojing suppressed him. That person isn't related to us in any way. He's not even a friend. The fact that he stayed behind to help us is already extremely benevolent. We can't expect others to risk their lives for us. Don't worry, it won't be long before we meet up with Big Brother Autumn Frost. No one said anything else. A bunch of ingrates, Fatty mocked. You should shut up as well. Yan Xiaojing glared at the fatty and then at Lu Yin, but she didn't say anything else. Of course she was resentful as well, but as she had said, there was no need for Lu Yin to risk his life for them. Lu Yin didn't care about what these people thought at all as he continued to look around. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hear more useful information, he would have left long ago. These people were of little value to him. But then again, these people were blaming him for not using the imprint. Could it be that in their eyes, cultivators must have imprints? Where did their imprints come from? Imprinter family. Imprinter was a synonym for a powerhouse of a certain level. Then what did it have to do with imprinting? This was getting more and more interesting, and Lu Yin grew excited. That person from before seemed to have attracted all the remaining First Divine Gate Guardians, and they did not encounter many of them along the way. Even if they did encounter 1 or 2, they safely reached the end of the first divine gate. It was also a giant door that led them to a pillar of light that would teleport them to the budding terrace. We passed the Daosaur sect's entrance exam just like that. It's like a dream, the fatty sighed. Someone immediately mocked him. The fifth mainland's Daosaur sect was destroyed. Do you think it was that easy? Our continent's Daosaur sect's entrance exam is very abnormal. Of course, with your strength, you won't even be able to reach the entrance. The fatty did not retort. He had told Lu Yin before that the exam's difficulty had been greatly reduced. Lu Yin had not taken it to heart, but his expression changed when he heard this. The current difficulty was only after the Daosaur sect had been destroyed? Then how difficult had it been when it had been at its peak? The fifth mainland's Daosaur sect had been destroyed, and that person had mentioned their continent's Daosaur sect. Could there be more than one Daosaur sect? What about the fifth mainland? There was too much information that Lu Yin wanted to know. After passing through the entrance, Yan Xiaojing and the others felt much more relaxed. The fatty's expression turned ugly, but he did not bother Yan Xiaojing. Instead, he walked over to Lu Yin's side and muttered something to him. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this beam of light, as he had come across it during Astral 10's entrance exam. He stepped inside and the scene in front of him quickly changed. When he opened his eyes again, he no longer saw the entrance, but rather a completely different scene. The sky was still the same, but the clouds were much closer and the air was much thinner. Lu Yin looked around and saw that the ground was still cracked, and the ground was soaked with blood that had long since turned black. There were also many strange scars that had definitely been left behind by battles. Many strange plants grew out of the cracks in the ground, and the air was filled with a floral fragrance that gave off a very peaceful feeling. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy once more, but he still could not see any rune lines. After walking out of the beam of light, the peaceful feeling became even stronger. So this is the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect's budding terrace. I wonder if it's the same as our sixth mainland's Daosaur sect's budding terrace. Nonsense, of course it's different. This place has been destroyed, and our sixth mainland's Daosaur sect was in its golden age. The three progenitors appeared at the same time, and the budding terrace was much more prosperous than this place. It's a pity that we can't pass the entrance exam. Only people at Brother Autumnfrost's level of strength can enter the Daosaur sect to cultivate, and they might even be able to meet the three progenitors. Lu Yin quietly listened to these people's conversations and his eyes flickered. More and more information about the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland had appeared. Autumnfrost Qing, Autumnfrost Qing. These idiots only think about Autumnfrost Qing all the time. Why don't they consider that no matter how powerful that guy becomes, it has nothing to do with them? The fatty muttered to Lu Yin with an unhappy expression. Lu Yin glanced at him and then looked at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing was currently looking into the distance. She looked to the west and then to the east. Everyone follow me. I know where Brother Autumnfrost is. That's great. We can finally meet up with Brother Autumnfrost. Everyone was excited. Lu Yin was curious as he had heard Autumnfrost Qing's name countless times along the way. These people seemed to worship that person not only because of his family background, but also because the fatty hated that person because that person was pursuing Yan Xiaojing. However, no matter what unpleasant things they said, they did not deny that person's strength. It seemed like that person was very strong and he might even be strong enough to represent this region's highest level. Why is that deaf mute still following us? Someone asked. He no longer looked at Lu Yin as cautiously as before. Sister Kuei sneered, I think that he can hear us and knows that we're going to meet up with Brother Autumnfrost. He's purposely following us so that he can obtain Brother Autumnfrost's protection. That's right. Brother Autumnfrost is one of the top powerhouses of our Bloodburn Realm's younger generation, and he's only second to DFA. With Brother Autumnfrost's protection, we might be able to obtain some opportunities. The fatty could not hold back any longer. You bunch of snobs are looking down on us. Brother Deafmute isn't weak, and he doesn't need Autumnfrost Qing's protection. It's just that he doesn't know the way. The crowd sneered and Yan Xiaojing growled, Stop arguing. The budding terrace itself isn't dangerous, but we still have to guard against sneak attacks from others. Our Bloodburn Realm has never stopped fighting against the Blood Homage Realm over the past few years, so it's best to be careful. The crowd fell silent. Lu Yin looked around with a curious gaze. This budding terrace seemed to be very large, but it was a pity that it was in tatters. He could not see much of the ground that was intact, which meant that the battle that had destroyed this sect must have been very bitter. Not long after, Lu Yin's domain suddenly felt a burst of palpitations. There was a powerhouse nearby, and he hurriedly retracted his domain with a solemn expression. In the distance, at the very end of Lu Yin's domain, a youth suddenly opened his eyes and looked in Lu Yin's direction. There was a puzzled look in his eyes as he had just felt that he had been spied on. This feeling was a domain, and although he had not comprehended it, he was still very sensitive to it. However, this domain had given him a strange feeling, and it had even caused his heart to palpitate. His many years of battle experience had taught him to trust his instincts, and there should not be many youths in the sixth mainland who could cause his heart to palpitate. Who could it be? He stood up and leapt in the direction of the domain that he had sensed. This was the fifth mainland's Dao Source sect, and there were dangers and opportunities everywhere. He would not allow such a person to be by his side, so he had to get to the bottom of this. Lu Yin and the rest were walking forward when someone suddenly cried out, "Brother Autumn Frost!" Everyone looked up and saw a youth appear. He saw the group and immediately descended. Yan Xiaojing and the rest excitedly rushed over, and the fatty's mouth twitched. "Brother Autumn Frost, are you here to look for us?" Sister Kuei asked excitedly. The youth was Autumn Frost Qing, and he had come to look for the domain powerhouse that he had sensed, but he had not expected to run into the group. "Yeah, you guys came later than expected, and I was afraid that something might have happened to you." He then looked at Yan Xiaojing. "Xiaojing, are you all right?" Yan Xiaojing smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Brother Autumn Frost." Autumn Frost Qing nodded, and his gaze swept across the group before finally stopping on the fatty. His lips curled up in an indescribable arc. "I didn't think that you would dare to come here, third fatty." The fatty's expression changed and he forced a smile. Let's take a look. Let's take a look." He had dared to curse Autumn Frost Qing in private, but he did not dare to face him in person. "What's wrong, fatty? Weren't you very arrogant on the way here? Are you scared after seeing Brother Autumn Frost?" Someone mocked. Sister Kuei mocked. "Fatty, what do you plan to do next? Follow Brother Autumn Frost or Sister Jing? Hurry up and choose, or else no one will protect you." "Alright, I forgot. Sister Jing is definitely with Brother Autumn Frost, hee." The fatty's expression was extremely ugly, and he remained silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 621. Yan Xiaojing frowned and looked at the fatty. "Go back when your futon's time is up. You'll be able to answer to your family if you're able to make it this far. Stay at the budding terrace for a while and you might be able to find some destiny." "Speaking of destiny, I think there might be a bloodline in the northeast," Autumn Frost Qing said. Everyone looked at him excitedly. "Really? Brother Autumn Frost, what bloodline is it?" Lu Yin looked at him curiously as well. "Bloodline? How was it preserved?" Autumn Frost Qing smiled. "This bloodline is very suitable for third fatty. It feels like the pom-pom pig bloodline and it can help your bloodline evolve." Everyone was stunned and looked at Autumn Frost Chiu in confusion. The fatty's face went pale as he stared blankly at Autumn Frost Chiu. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Autumn Frost Qing slapped his forehead when he saw the confusion on everyone's faces. "I forgot that third fatty claimed to have the Black Ox bloodline. Sorry, fatty, but if it really is the pom-pom pig bloodline, then your luck will come. Don't give up on your strength for the sake of face. It's in the northwest, so go try your luck." "Haha, fatty, so you have the pom-pom pig bloodline." Sister Kuei laughed. Everyone else laughed as well, their eyes filled with mockery. Yan Xiaojing was shocked as well. She hadn't known that the fatty had the pom-pom pig bloodline and had always assumed that he had the Black Ox bloodline. There wasn't much of a difference between the two, but their reputations were different. The fatty lowered his head, his face pale as he clenched his fists. How did Autumn Frost Qing know that he had the pom-pom pig bloodline? It was over, and his image had been completely destroyed. Not only would Xiaojing change her opinion of him, but the entire Huang family would also lose face. What a despicable Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing sneered. A piece of trash wanted to compete with him for Yan Xiaojing? That was fine, as there would be a comparison. If the Huang family had still been an imprinter family, he would have been more apprehensive. However, the Huang family had already declined, and their futon had been exchanged for with their ancestors' contributions. This kind of trash would never rise again, so there was nothing wrong with trampling on them. Suddenly, Autumn Frost Qing stared at the crack in the ground in the distance. "Who's there?" He roared and charged over with extreme speed. Far away in the underground crevice, the hidden figure's pupils constricted. He got down on all fours and fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Brother Autumn Frost, that's the person who harmed us at First Divine Gate. Yan Xiaojing recognized the person and shouted. Autumn Frost Qing's eyes flashed and he stopped. He raised his right hand and his fingers transformed into a claw. Heaven-rending claw. As he spoke, the space around his right hand began to distort. In the next instant, everyone saw a giant claw appear in the sky, grabbing at the figure. The figure cried out in shock, "Spare me!" With a bang, the claw fell to the ground, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Beneath the imprint was a pool of blood. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a powerful attack. That person had clearly used his imprint and bloodline at the very last moment, but they had still been crushed by that claw. That claw had been extremely powerful, and it was comparable to a full-powered attack from a powerhouse who was around 40 on the top 100 rankings. Furthermore, that was just a casual attack from this person. This person's true strength might be comparable to Night King Gu's or even higher. The others hurriedly stepped forward and stared at the pool of blood with hatred. If it wasn't for him, Brother Lien and the others wouldn't have died, said Yan Xiaojing. Autumn Frost Qing said, this person's evil deeds have their retribution. The fatty trembled as he stared at the pool of blood. Fortunately, he had not been impulsive and had not said anything overboard to Autumn Frost Qing. Otherwise, this would have been his fate. Yan Xiaojing looked at the fatty and gave him a look that indicated for him to leave. Autumn Frost Qing saw this and his face sank. Third fatty, if you want to follow us, then gather here in 3 days. For Xiaojing's sake, I can take you to the scripture pavilion to try your luck. However, it's very dangerous and whether or not you can leave this place alive will depend on your luck. I can't protect you forever. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly said, Brother Autumn Frost, there's no need. Let him go back. Alright, I'll come. Yan Xiaojing's pleading and gaze had provoked the fatty, and he immediately agreed. At the same time he asked, can you bring this big brother of mine along? At this point, Autumn Frost Qing finally noticed Lu Yin. Lu Yin's performance was very ordinary, and under the concealment of his domain, his strength was not something that Autumn Frost Qing could detect. This is... Autumn Frost Qing was puzzled, and he suddenly recalled the domain expert from before. Yan Xiaojing hurriedly introduced him. This person is deaf and mute. We met him by chance along the way and he helped Fatty and us. Brother Autumn Frost, don't bring him along. When we were surrounded by the first Divine Gate Guardians, that person didn't even use his imprint. If he had been willing to help, then Brother Lien and the others definitely wouldn't have died. Autumn Frost Qing's face sank and he stared at Lu Yin. I don't care if you're really deaf and mute or not. I'm grateful that you helped Xiaojing and the others, but you also ignored the lives of our other brothers, so we'll call it even. You can come along, but I won't protect you. Yan Xiaojing looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked and a confused expression appeared on his face. This guy was very confident. The fatty tugged at Lu Yin and then said to Autumn Frost Qing, we'll meet here in 3 days. We'll be leaving first. Autumn Frost Qing waved a hand. Yan Xiaojing still wanted to say something, but the fatty didn't give her a chance to speak. He pulled Lu Yin away. He had just been humiliated, and the person he didn't want to face the most right now was Yan Xiaojing. Sometimes, people like the fatty who appeared to be carefree on the surface were more likely to have their self-esteem hurt. Bro, am I very laughable? My bloodline was exposed in front of everyone, the fatty said bitterly. Bloodlines guarantee the strength of our progenitor of bloodline's realm, and a good bloodline can allow a person to be reborn. Autumn Frost Qing humiliated me in front of everyone, and everyone knows what kind of person he is. Xiaojing also knows that he's petty, suspicious, arrogant, and vengeful. However, because of his background and bloodline, no one cares about his character. The Autumn Frost family is one of the few world imprinter families in the progenitor of bloodline's realm. Forefather Autumn Frost is a world imprinter, and Autumn Frost Qing is the first heir of the Autumn Frost family. His family background aside, he has fused with the Sky Pillar Overlord's bloodline, which is said to be one of the most invincible bloodlines in the progenitor of bloodline's realm. It's only slightly inferior to DFA's Ghost Raccoon bloodline. The fatty looked at his hands. As for me, I have the Pom-Pom Pig bloodline. What a joke. Lu Yin listened quietly, but he didn't have the time to comfort the fatty. He was using his domain to observe the budding terrace. It was huge and he couldn't see the end of it. The fatty spoke for several hours before stopping, and Lu Yin sealed his ears when the fatty reached an hour. This damn fatty was too long-winded and full of remorse, which made Lu Yin a little depressed. The monkey was very straightforward and asked Lu Yin to block him. He would rather be blocked than listen to the fatty's nagging. The fatty suddenly let out a long howl. Much better, bro. You're still the best. You vented all of my frustrations for so many years. Lu Yin couldn't hear him as he was focused on observing his surroundings. There were no opportunities, but people would occasionally pass by. That fellow seemed to have been startled by something, and he cursed in their direction before leaving. Wait, that's not right. There are more and more people in that direction, and Lu Yin looked into the distance. Not long after, a group of 5 or 6 people passed by. They looked at the fatty and Lu Yin curiously, but they didn't say anything and just walked off in another direction. They're people who passed through the extreme celestial sect. The Tao Source sect's 4 mountain gates are the first divine gate, the extreme celestial gate, the third azure gate, and the imperial gate. The extreme celestial gate is closer to the first divine gate, while the third azure gate and the imperial gate are further away. However, no matter how close they are, it still takes them a few days to get there. Lu Yin hadn't expected that there would be 3 other gates similar to the first divine gate, and he guessed that each gate had a different test. There are many opportunities in the budding terrace, and many people stay there all year round in search of opportunities. It has to be said that some people have actually found one. I wonder if Fat Bro is lucky enough to do so. The fatty recovered and started calling himself Fat Bro again. A day later, the fatty and Lu Yin still hadn't found anything. The fatty continuously cursed Autumn Frost Ching. There clearly weren't any bloodlines in the northwest, but Autumn Frost Ching had purposely brought up the topic of the pom-pom pig bloodline to humiliate him. Of course, the fatty already knew that there weren't any bloodlines, but he was still unwilling to accept it. If his bloodline could really evolve, then his power would definitely increase. Autumn Frost Ching's domain was constantly enveloping the area, and he saw no less than 10 people throughout the day. All of them were about as strong as Yan Xiaojing and Lu Yin, but none of them could compare to Autumn Frost Ching. That person was indeed a top powerhouse of the younger generation in a certain region. It was impossible to find people who could rival the top 15 of the top 100 rankings everywhere. The outerverse 72 weaves, the innerverse 8 major flow zones and countless smaller flow zones, including the Starfall Sea and the Cosmic Sea, were all incredibly talented. Even the Northline flow zone had only produced Northgate Lai, and he was ranked at the bottom of the list. Although this region was strange, it was impossible to produce too many powerhouses of this level. Right now, Lu Yin wanted to know what that futon was for. Hey bro, that person should be from the progenitor of War Realm, the fatty exclaimed. Lu Yin looked over and saw a young man leisurely walking past. He glanced at Lu Yin and the fatty, smiled, and then slowly walked away. Lu Yin had noticed this person a long time ago. Because of this person he had withdrawn his domain, and because of this person had discovered him. This person made Lu Yin's heart palpitate just as much as Autumn Frost Ching's, but Lu Yin was more concerned about this person. This person had discovered that Lu Yin's domain belonged to him, but he hadn't paid it any mind. The aura of the people from the progenitor of War Realm is completely different from that of our progenitor of Blood Realm. I recognized him immediately. Bro, you're the same, but your aura is slightly weaker than his, the fatty said. Another day passed and the fatty had already given up. He didn't plan on looking for any opportunities, so he brought Lu Yin back. Although the scripture pavilion is dangerous, with that idiot Autumn Frost Ching in front of us, we won't be in too much danger. For the sake of his own reputation, he won't try to harm us. At most, he'll mock us a little. That's why, bro, we still have to follow him. Lu Yin didn't plan on obtaining any opportunities at all. Over the past few days, he had learned that this Tao Source sect had existed for countless years, and even if there were any opportunities, they would have already been taken by others. How could he possibly have a chance? This was especially true with this fatty's pitiful life. Even if there were any opportunities, they would have been taken away by him. If not for the fact that he couldn't find a more suitable candidate, Lu Yin would have preferred to stay far away from this fatty. He had even been mocked for pretending to be deaf and mute. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 622. We're all humans, but why are our fates so different? The blood ancestor placed 3 bloodlines in his statue. If I could obtain one of them, I'd be able to overturn the heavens. Even if it was Autumn Frost Ching, I'd be able to suppress him with a flip of my palm. What a pity that all 3 bloodlines were taken by someone else. What a pity, muttered the fatty. Let's explore the scripture pavilion as soon as possible. There will be more and more people coming, and they're all preparing for the hunting competition. Even a freak like DFA might come to the Tao Source sect to try his luck. What do you think will happen if Autumn Frost Ching meets DFA? I'm really looking forward to it. I really hope DFA beats him up, Fatty began to fantasize. This wasn't the first time that Lu Yin had heard of DFA's name. It seemed that this person was one of the top powerhouses of the Bloodburn realm's younger generation. He was an existence that truly stood at the peak, and Lu Yin really hoped to meet him. When the two returned to their previous location, Sister Kuei and the others were already there. From their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. Fatty, did you find the pom-pom pig bloodline? A man sneered. Fatty ignored him and looked around. When he realized that Yin Xiaojing wasn't around, his eyes dimmed. Oh, looks like our fat bro's bloodline has advanced. He doesn't care about us anymore, the man continued to mock. Lu Yin was speechless. Did these people enjoy mocking others? It was a little annoying. Fatty stood to the side silently. That person mocked him a few times, but when he saw that the fatty didn't react, he became bored and stopped talking. Several hours later, Autumn Frost Ching returned with Yin Xiaojing. Fatty's expression changed when he saw them. Yin Xiaojing's attitude towards Autumn Frost Ching became more affectionate. The two of them stood much closer to each other, almost touching each other. Lu Yin looked at the fatty sympathetically. This was a terrible feeling, and he hoped that this fatty would not take things too hard and rush up to get beaten up. Yin Xiaojing saw that fatty was also there, so she moved away from Autumn Frost Ching. Although she didn't care about fatty and didn't like him, they were still engaged in name. Autumn Frost Ching didn't mind. He knew that Yin Xiaojing would definitely be his. Although this woman wasn't devastatingly beautiful, she had a unique temperament. The Yin family had been developing well in recent years, and with his status, it was impossible for him to marry into a world imprinter's family. He could only choose an imprinter's family, and the Yin family was a pretty good choice. Autumn Frost Ching and Yin Xiaojing were not the only ones who returned. There was another person following behind them. It was a man in white. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw the man. It was actually this man, the one who had discovered Lu Yin's domain. Let me introduce you all. This is young Master Bai from the War Martial Realm. He'll be exploring the scripture pavilion with us, Autumn Frost Ching said. Master Bai walked forward and greeted them with a smile. His eyes were soft, and his smile had an indescribable charm. He was born to be a leader. Sister Kuei and the others quickly greeted him. Sorry to disturb everyone. Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost, for accepting me. I can't thank you enough. Mr. Bai said to Autumn Frost Ching. Autumn Frost Ching smiled. Brother White is too polite. The War Martial Realm and the Bloodburn Realm are quite far apart, so we should be closer. Brother Autumn Frost is correct. The Bloodburn Realm's bloodline is famous throughout the continent, and Brother Autumn Frost's Sky Prodigious Overlord bloodline is even more famous. Even I, who was far away in the War Martial Realm, have heard of it. I've always wanted to broaden my horizons, but I never thought that my wish would come true. Thank you, Brother Autumn Frost, Mr. Bai smiled. Autumn Frost Ching laughed and chatted with Mr. Bai affectionately. Lu Yin watched on with a strange expression. This Autumn Frost Ching probably did not understand Mr. Bai's strength, or else he would not have been able to laugh so easily. However, was this person's surname by a primeval surname? Or was it a coincidence? Isn't this kid from the progenitor of War Realm? Why is he here? The fatty had only just noticed Mr. Bai's presence, as he had been too focused on Yin Xiaojing. At that moment, Yin Xiaojing walked over and whispered to the fatty, "It's best to go back. The scripture pavilion is too dangerous, and even Brother Autumn Frost isn't completely confident. It's also said that there are people from the fifth mainland inside, and many experts have died there." The fatty looked at Yin Xiaojing with a fiery gaze. "Xiaojing, are you worried about me?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Yin Xiaojing helplessly replied, "I'm doing this for your own good. You're the only son of the Huang family, and if you die, I don't know how to explain it to the Huang family. Hurry up and go back." "I'm not going back. A man has to keep his word. If I say that I'll explore the scripture pavilion, then I'll definitely go," the fatty said resolutely. Yin Xiaojing sighed. "Up to you. I've already spoken to Brother Autumn Frost, and if there's any danger, he'll do his best to save you. Don't court your own death." She then left. The saddest thing in life was being looked down upon by the person you liked. "Seventh bro, this fatty is really pitiful. Help him out." "I can't bear to watch this anymore," the monkey said. Occasionally cracks would sweep across the sky. No one was fighting, but there was an indescribable power that tore apart the sky and earth. Before they had set off, Autumn Frost Ching had warned everyone that although the Daosor sect's ancient battle had ended a long time ago, there would still be shockwaves from the battle. The safest places in the entire Daosor sect were the 4 mountain gates and the budding terrace, and the other places were not safe. The scripture pavilion, which they were heading to, was an extremely dangerous place. The path from the budding terrace to the scripture pavilion was not easy to traverse, as many paths had been cut off, and in some places, even the void was unstable. They had just seen a person being torn to shreds by the unstable void, and his blood had spilled everywhere. Anyone who can obtain a futon and come to the Daosor sect is not a simple cultivator. They either come from illustrious families, are innate geniuses, or have endless opportunities. They are all elites among elites, but there are still many who die here every year. Mr. Bai sighed as he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. Autumn Frost Ching replied, "Brother Bai, you don't have to feel sorry for those people. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger, and if one is afraid of death, they will not be able to reach the peak." Mr. Bai smiled. "That's right. Brother Autumn Frost's current status and strength are not solely based on his family background. I've heard that Brother Autumn Frost has ventured into the Daosor sect several times, and he has even ventured out more than the Bloodburn Realm's Realmling, DFA, which is truly admirable." Autumn Frost Ching was pleased. "You flatter me, Mr. Bai. How can I compare to a Realmling?" Mr. Bai smiled and shook his head. "The Realmling is not fixed. In my opinion, Brother Autumn Frost's ability will replace him sooner or later. Haha, Mr. Bai will definitely become the War Marshal Realm's Realmling in the future. Thank you for your care, Brother Autumn Frost." "Ha ha ha." The fatty rolled his eyes. "They're flattering each other. How disgusting." It was indeed quite disgusting, and even Lu Yin felt that way. It's a pity that DFA didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would definitely teach Autumn Frost Ching a lesson, the fatty muttered. Lu Yin looked at Autumn Frost Ching and Mr. Bai, who were chatting merrily in front of him, and his eyes flickered. DFA Realmling. Could that be the title given to the strongest powerhouse in a certain region? That was very likely. Be careful. Suddenly, Autumn Frost Ching raised a hand, and a claw appeared in the air as he grabbed Sister Kuei, who was walking at the very back of the group. The void where Sister Kuei had just been was torn apart, and a dark crack appeared as the claw swept past her. Sister Kuei's face turned pale as she had almost been torn apart. "You must be careful. The power of the ancient battle has already shattered the Daosor sect. Aside from the mountain gate and the budding terrace, there is no safe place," Autumn Frost Ching warned. Sister Kuei hurriedly expressed her gratitude, and she looked at Autumn Frost Ching with a fervent gaze. "Brother Autumn Frost, what a powerful battle technique. That must be the Autumn Frost family's famous Sky Splitter Claw. Amazing, amazing," Mr. Bai praised. Autumn Frost Ching laughed. "Brother Bai, you flatter me." After that, they began to flatter each other again. The fatty no longer had any thoughts of cursing, as this place was too dangerous, and that crack had not been too far away from him. While Autumn Frost Ching and Mr. Bai were flattering each other, Yan Xiaojing tried to persuade the fatty to leave again, but the fatty still refused. "If you die, then your Huang family's bloodline will cease to exist," Yan Xiaojing said before leaving. After walking for more than 3 hours in fear, they finally arrived in front of a light pillar. The light pillar in front leads to the Sutra Pavilion. I want to remind everyone that there are many ancient characters in the pavilion, and the combination of these characters contains millions of variations. Those who are lucky can comprehend battle techniques through these variations, but there is also a chance that you might be confused by these ancient characters, get trapped, or go mad. There are also remnants of previous battles, so don't stray too far from it. Most importantly, Autumn Frost Ching paused for a moment and glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze. Everyone needs to help each other. We are not the only ones in the Sutra Pavilion, there are other experts as well. Only by working together can we survive in there. Do you understand? Do you understand? Yes, Brother Autumn Frost, the crowd replied. Autumn Frost Ching's gaze swept past the fatty, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This was not just directed at the fatty but also at everyone else. He did not believe that these people would be able to obtain any opportunities. The Daosor sect had existed for countless years and countless people had come to explore it, but only a few had managed to obtain any opportunities. The main reason why he had brought these people along was to show his benevolence and magnanimity, as these people were all from powerful families. "Brother Bai, please," Autumn Frost Ching said politely to Mr. Bai. Of all the people present, only Mr. Bai was worthy of his attention, and this person's strength was not much weaker than his own. Yan Xiaojing followed closely behind Autumn Frost Ching, and she was almost holding onto his arm. The fatty's expression became more and more unsightly, as if he was constipated. After passing through the pillar of light, the group arrived at the scripture pavilion, which was different from what they had imagined. Most people would assume that the scripture pavilion would contain some ancient texts, or that it would be an ancient building or a towering tower. However, when they saw what was before them, they could not believe their eyes. The so-called scripture pavilion was actually an ancient text that floated in the air with many faint golden glows. There were mountain ranges, waterfalls, and flowing water. Above all of this, there were many giant ancient texts floating in the air. Each ancient text was about a meter long, and they floated in the sky and among the white clouds. Some of them were very far away from each other, while others were very close to each other. Luin stared at these ancient texts in shock. This was the scripture pavilion? Everyone, the closer you are to each other, the better. Just in case, Autumn Frost Qing reminded them once again. He then led Yan Xiaojing into the distance, and before he left he even called out to Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai soared into the sky by himself. The fatty looked around, and then he looked at Luin and made a hand gesture. Luin did not understand what the fatty meant, but he did not care. He leaped into the air and floated there. He looked at the others, and then he stepped onto an ancient text. The fatty hurriedly followed, but the ancient text could only accommodate one person at a time, so he could only step onto the text beside it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 623. Luin crouched down and looked at the ancient characters that glowed with a faint golden light. He reached out to touch them, but he could not feel anything, as if they were fake. As he looked at them, he felt a strong sense of time wash over him. Seventh bro, these characters look familiar, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You've seen them before? Inside the centipede's body? No, they should be even older than the ones inside the centipede's body. Right, literary prison. Do you remember when you were being chased by an enlighter beast in iron blood weave? That old bastard when Kitchen used it to save you? Isn't it very similar? The monkey exclaimed. Luin stared at the many ancient characters, and indeed they were somewhat similar. He had seen the literary prison more than once, and the first time had been at the erudite Flozone's border warfront. When Sansi had used the literary prison to trap Yao Gu, and these characters were very similar to the literary prison. The more I look at them, the more similar they seem. Rumor has it that the One family's inherited literary prison has 9 nines. If they really are these ancient characters, then you're rich, seventh bro. There are more than 9 nines here, and there are probably thousands or even tens of thousands of them. If you learn them, the One family will call you ancestor, the monkey said with a strange smile. Luin was not as happy as the monkey. Learn them? How could that be possible? If they could be learned so easily, then the fatty and the others with powerful families would have learned them long ago. Luin had never seen anyone use these characters in battle, and Autumn Frost Qing had never mentioned them either. Learning these characters should be very, very difficult. Luin leaped up and rushed towards a nearby ancient character. He landed on one of the characters before leaping up again and heading towards another. The fatty hurriedly followed, as he did not dare to stray too far from Luin. There was a crack, and about 100 meters to the fatty's right, a man who had been standing on an ancient character suddenly split in half. Blood seeped through the character and dripped onto the ground. The fatty's face paled. Luin was shocked as well, as he did not know how that person had died. Autumn Frost Qing had not been exaggerating when he had said that there were remnants of previous battles here. Even further ahead, a person suddenly sensed something and sat down cross-legged on an ancient character with a hearty laugh. This person had not come with the group, and he had probably been here for a few days. He seemed to have comprehended something. Many people were attracted by him, and they all looked over with burning gazes. Half an hour later, his face suddenly changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind became chaotic and he started flailing his arms and legs like an idiot. He fell off the ancient text and smashed into the underground river. He floated along with the river to who knows where. Quite a few people rejoiced in his misfortune, but there were also quite a few people who were fearful. That person had clearly suffered from chi deviation, thinking that he had comprehended something. In reality, there were so many characters, and there were tens of millions of combinations. Many battle skills and cultivation methods could easily cause one to suffer from chi deviation with just a single wrong word. Trying to find the correct combination of battle skills and cultivation methods among so many ancient characters was far too difficult. Since ancient times, not many people had obtained the inheritance. Of course, those who had obtained the inheritance were all famous throughout the world. Lu Yin didn't gain anything over the next 2 days, but he did manage to watch a battle. Someone had coincidentally managed to arrange dozens of ancient characters in a row and seemed to have comprehended something. However, it was fought over by others, and that person was unlucky enough to be killed. Of course, it wasn't just one person. No less than 5 people had died in that battle, including those who had come with them. In the end, Autumn Frost Qing had made a move, but those ancient characters that had been arranged in a row didn't reveal any battle techniques. It was too difficult to obtain the inheritance in the scripture pavilion. Many people had only come here to try their luck, and it wouldn't take them too long. Lu Yin watched as Mr. Bai left. There was a cry of alarm as the ancient characters beneath the fatty's feet shone brightly. Then, several ancient characters began to gather around him. Many people were familiar with this scene as this was a prison of ancient characters. Once one was trapped, they could only wait for their futon's time to run out before leaving. Otherwise there was no way to escape. Being trapped by these characters meant that the Daosaur sect's exploration had come to an end. Fortunately, there was no danger to their lives. Lu Yin suddenly streaked through space and grabbed the fatty. At the last moment, the ancient characters gathered together to form a cage. Fortunately, Lu Yin had managed to bring the fatty out. The fatty panted heavily and patted his chest. That's good, that's good. Thank you, bro. You're really my brother. Lu Yin stared at the text cage, and the more he looked at it, the more similar it seemed to be to the literary prison. If that was the case, then the one family's literary prison, which had been passed down through the generations, had 81 ancient characters. Everyone who had witnessed this scene looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person had been so fast that they had not been able to see him clearly. He was an expert, a hidden expert. As they thought about this, the surrounding people gradually distanced themselves from Lu Yin, as no one wanted to be in the same place as an expert who could threaten their lives. Autumn Frost Qing and Yen Xiaojing were very far away, so they did not see this scene. However, Sister Kuei did, and she looked at Lu Yin in shock. How could this person be so fast? Another day passed and Autumn Frost Qing brought Yen Xiaojing back. The two's attitude had become much more intimate, and Yen Xiaojing looked at Autumn Frost Qing with a gentle gaze. The fatty felt a stab of pain in his heart. Bro, let's go. He then pointed outside the scripture pavilion. Lu Yin followed the fatty out, as he was no longer interested in the scripture pavilion. He felt that he would not be able to obtain anything here no matter how long he stayed. After leaving the scripture pavilion, the two returned to their previous location through a pillar of light. Coincidentally, a white robe floated past them as Mr. Bai rushed over. The 3 of them stared at each other. Just in time. I was just about to look for you guys, Mr. Bai said to the fatty and Lu Yin. The fatty was curious. What's up? Mr. Bai smiled. I found an interesting place. There should be bloodlines there. The fatty was shocked. Bloodlines? Are you serious? Mr. Bai spun the fan in his hand and replied confidently, yes, but I can't obtain it alone, so I wanted to find the 2 of you to work together. He then looked at Lu Yin. Why didn't you look for Autumn Frost Qing? Aren't the 2 of you very close? The fatty taunted. Mr. Bai shook his head. That person has evil intentions and I don't like him. How straightforward, but fat bro likes it. The fatty grinned and gestured to Lu Yin. This fatty always thought that Lu Yin could understand his gestures, but in reality, Lu Yin could not understand them at all. If he was truly deaf and mute, Lu Yin would definitely kick the fatty far away. Lu Yin pretended to understand the fatty's gestures and nodded. The fatty was excited. Lead the way. Mr. Bai smiled and led the way. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This place had existed for so many years, so how could it be so easy to discover bloodlines? Lu Yin did not know what this Mr. Bai's goal was. The Daosaur sect was huge and it was also very dangerous. If one casually flew through the sky, they might not even know how they died. The 3 of them followed the broken path towards another teleportation beam. They passed through the beam without any mishaps, and they soon appeared in a ruined city. This should be a subsidiary city where the Daosaur sect's relatives live, and it serves the Daosaur sect. Mr. Bai then stepped into the city, causing the ground to crack open and extend far into the distance. Lu Yin and the fatty looked around. The city was huge and the buildings were built in an ancient style. This place has been explored countless times, so not many people come here. The place that I mentioned should have undergone some changes recently, causing its aura to leak out. That's how it was discovered. Be careful when you walk and try not to destroy the buildings, Mr. Bai reminded them. This is just a subsidiary city of the Daosaur sect. What good things could there be? The fatty asked. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't underestimate this place. The Daosaur sect is not a holy land and not everyone here is a saint. Some people use the Daosaur sect's resources to exchange for benefits, and this place is the best place to do so. It's rumored that 10,000 years ago, someone took away all the treasures in this city's auction house, and that person became a legend. Right, you should have heard of that person before. Old Gnome. Lu Yin was stunned and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Old Gnome? Good, what a high-class name. Old Gnome? That mysterious farmer? The fatty cried out in surprise. Mr. Bai made a shushing gesture. Be careful not to damage the buildings if you speak too softly. The fatty was surprised. It's really Old Gnome? Mr. Bai nodded. That's what I heard. That's really a lucky family. They've risen and fallen so many times, and I heard that there was one time when only one person from the entire family survived, but they managed to turn the tables around. Their luck is so good that it's off the charts. The fatty was envious. Mr. Bai smiled. Don't talk nonsense when we get back. Senior Nong is now a cosmic imprinter, so be careful not to let him hear you. The fatty hurriedly covered his mouth. After making several turns, Mr. Bai brought the two to the end of an alley. Gentlemen, the place that I mentioned is up ahead. Be careful. Lu Yin looked over and his domain spread out, causing the space in front of him to distort. He could sense many strange energies entwined together, but since he could not see the rune lines with his eyes and could not retrieve a lock-breaking tool from his cosmic ring, he could not see them clearly. There's nothing here. The fatty was puzzled. Mr. Bai slowly walked over. The space here has been shattered, causing the defenses of this house to gradually crumble. It only completely collapsed a few days ago, which was when I discovered it. However, if you want to enter, you'll need to resolve the complex energies. Lock breaking? The fatty was stunned. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lock breaking? Did this place have it as well? Sure enough, it was connected to the universe's culture. Mr. Bai did not speak. He folded his fan and raised a hand, causing gentle star energy fluctuations to appear in his palm that slowly entered the house. Lu Yin could sense that the originally calm energy in the house was boiling, and even the fatty could see it. Ripples appeared in the void in front of them, and many of the houses around them collapsed into dust. The fatty carefully retreated. Although he did not know how to lock break, he knew that it would be very troublesome, so he pulled Lu Yin along as he retreated. Lu Yin did not move. The energy structure that enveloped the house was not complicated, and it did not contain any killing intent. At best, it was at the level of a 5-star discerning elementary source box, and Lu Yin could successfully unlock it. Mr. Bai's lock-breaking technique was very gentle, but it was also very efficient. There was no hesitation at all, and it was as if he could see everything clearly. If Lu Yin could see the rune lines with his eyes or take out a lock-breaking tool, then he would be able to do the same. However, he could not do so right now, as Mr. Bai's lock-breaking ability far surpassed his own. 10 minutes later, a gentle breeze swept past, and the house in front of the three changed. It became much clearer, and only by comparing it could they tell that the house had been enveloped by something. All right, come in, Mr. Bai said. Wait, the fatty suddenly spoke up and stared at Mr. Bai warily. If you can go in by yourself, why did you bring us along? If they're unparalleled bloodlines, then they'll be very valuable, Miss Qing said as she stepped forward. Master Bai smiled. That's very likely. After all, it's an item from the Daosaur sect, and normal items cannot enter the Daosaur sect. The fatty grew anxious as he did not have the ability to unlock a source box. If the two of them successfully unlocked it, then he would not be qualified to obtain the bloodlines. He could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped forward, not for the fatty's sake, but because he also wanted to obtain the bloodlines and take them back to study them. Just as Master Bai had said, the bloodlines that could appear here were not simple, and he did not want to waste this trip. Master Bai and Miss Qing were not surprised by Lu Yin's ability to unlock a source box, as something like lock-breaking was far from enough to surprise them. The three of them took action. Master Bai's lock-breaking was the smoothest, and Miss Qing's lock-breaking was gentle and beautiful. Her actions of breaking down the source box's energy were pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin was much more careful as he did not have a lock-breaking tool, and he could not see the rune lines with his eyes. He could only rely on his domain in serious art. In addition, he did not have enough lock-breaking experience to begin with, so he could not compare to the other two. This was especially because he had not fully released his domain, or else he would have been able to see things more clearly. Every source box was different, so there was no fixed lock-breaking method. The source boxes in the room did not contain much danger, but they could easily destroy bloodlines, which was why the three of them had taken action at the same time. Unfortunately, once the lock-breaking process began, they could not predict how the source boxes would react. With a bang, one of the transparent spheres cracked open, and the bloodline within quickly evaporated. In less than 10 seconds, it disappeared, and a faint beastly roar could be heard. The three of them felt that it was a pity, but there was nothing they could do. At their level, they could not control a source box's danger. However, their desire for bloodlines was not that strong, and they still cared about the source boxes. The fatty's heart was bleeding. Others could not understand the significance of bloodlines to the cultivators of the progenitor of Blood Realm. Bloodlines were life itself. Lock-breaking was very time-consuming, and it took the three of them half a day to dissolve the source box's danger. As for the irregular stone, Master Bai estimated that it would take at least 2 days to unlock the complex energy within. The fatty stared fervently at the remaining 3 transparent spheres, which contained 3 bloodlines. Now that the source box's danger had disappeared, he could take them, but he did not dare to do so. There were 3 spheres and each of them could take one, which made the fatty feel very conflicted. A day later, the irregular stone had become thinner by a layer. The 3 of them started lock-breaking from 3 different directions, gradually dissolving the complex energy within. Another day passed and the irregular stone had become very thin. Lu Yin and Miss Qing stopped and watched Master Bai lock-break. Master Bai carefully dissolved the energy, and a ray of light suddenly blossomed, illuminating everyone's faces. Then there was a piercing cry that shook the void, followed by a scorching flame. Master Bai hurriedly retreated, and so did Miss Qing, Lu Yin, and the fatty. The flames burned the house down and the 3 transparent spheres cracked. The flames disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. They disappeared after burning the house to ashes, and so did the irregular stone. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as there was nothing left except for a wisp of flame. It's over. The bloodlines are gone. The fatty cried out, looking at the cracked sphere with regret. Master Bai grabbed the fatty by the shoulder and tossed him over. You're the only one here from the progenitor of Blood Realm. Absorb a bloodline or it'll go to waste. The fatty was delighted. Can I? Hurry up and stop wasting time, Miss Qing urged. The fatty landed in front of the 3 transparent spheres and looked at them one by one. There were still 5 seconds left before they would evaporate. He scanned the bloodlines within the 3 spheres and finally chose the rightmost one. His eyes burned with passion as he tore open a wound on his index finger and pressed down on the slowly evaporating bloodline. The bloodline that was about to evaporate seemed to have a mind of its own as it fused into the fatty's body. The fatty's expression changed and he let out a pig's cry. Lu Yin was stunned. What a wild pig's cry. Master Bai and Miss Qing were clearly stunned as well, and they just stared at the fatty. The fatty's body turned bright red, and the bloodline visibly flowed through his body until it completely disappeared. The moment it disappeared, the fatty let out another pig's cry, but this time the cry shocked the 3 and even the void trembled. The sky-gobbling pig bloodline, Master Bai said with a serious expression. Miss Qing looked at the fatty enviously. You're so lucky to actually get an unparalleled bloodline. The others probably have unparalleled bloodlines as well. What a pity, why did you choose the sky-gobbling pig? Lu Yin was confused. Master Bai chuckled. Brother Fatty is truly amazing. He originally had the pom-pom pig bloodline, which complemented the sky-gobbling pig bloodline. Miss Qing was shocked. What? This fatty used to have the pom-pom pig bloodline? Master Bai nodded. Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon Brothers tip, I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Thank you for your support. He pressed down with one hand, and his domain crashed down like the might of the heavens, pressing the feminine man to the ground. The man roared and a vague phantom appeared behind him. Silver light blossomed from the surface of his body as he tried to resist Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and the power of his domain increased. Even though the feminine man had the support of his imprint, he still could not break through Lu Yin's domain. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This person specialized in domains, but unfortunately he was far from being able to compare to Lu Yin. The fatty looked at Lu Yin with a look of worship. Bro, your domain is actually so strong? You can't be a realmling, right? Lu Yin calmly looked at Mr. Bai, as Mr. Bai's only opponent was the elegant man. The other person had already fallen to the ground, and Miss Qing had also finished her battle. Neither Mr. Bai nor Miss Qing had used their imprints, and there was still someone with an abnormal domain in the distance. This shocked the elegant man as the difference between them was too great. He quickly retreated and cupped his fists towards Mr. Bai. "We were reckless when we destroyed the city. We will take these people and leave now. I hope that everyone will not be too ruthless." Mr. Bai waved his hand. The elegant man carried the others and immediately retreated. "There will always be people with evil intentions who want to reach the heavens in a single step," Miss Qing said disdainfully. Mr. Bai smiled. That last person was still all right. This was just a brief interlude, and the four quickly continued to wander through the city. They did not say much about their own strength. 2 days later, the fatty's expression changed. "My futon's light has dimmed. My time is up." Mr. Bai nodded. "I hope that the next time I see you, Brother Fatty, you'll be able to display the power of your sky-gobbling pig bloodline." The fatty laughed. "That's for sure." He then looked at Luin. "Bro, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me along the way. If not for you, I would have been finished." "Thank you." He then bowed solemnly to Luin. Luin stepped aside. "Everyone, I'll be waiting for you at First Divine Gate in a month." The fatty waved his hand and then disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he left. He remembered that the fatty had mentioned that his futon's light had dimmed. That futon was the prayer mat, and it had indeed glowed when Lu Yin sat on it. Could it be that when the light disappeared it was time for him to return? Unfortunately, he did not know when his futon's light would disappear, and what did this disappearance have to do with it? Or was it fixed? "I have 5 days left," Mr. Bai said. Miss Qing replied, "For days." The two of them looked at Lu Yin, who blinked but did not say anything. Mr. Bai twirled his fan in a circle. "There's a place that's rather dangerous, and with Brother Fatty's strength, it won't be easy to bring you there. Now that Brother Fatty has left, why don't the three of us explore it?" "That's exactly what I'm looking for," Miss Qing said expectantly. Mr. Bai gestured at Lu Yin, and it was exactly the same as the fatty's. Lu Yin was speechless and he followed behind Mr. Bai. "Mr. Bai, I don't believe that this person is truly deaf and mute. Even if he is, why does he keep following the fatty? Since he's here, he must have his own motives," Miss Qing said. Her voice was not soft, and it seemed like she had said it on purpose for Lu Yin to hear. Mr. Bai smiled. "Everyone has their own secrets. You didn't tell us your name, and it's not good for you to know too much." Miss Qing rolled her eyes. The place that Mr. Bai brought them to was still within the city. Compared to the dilapidated house from before, this place was clearly a noble residence. There were pavilions and 2 unknown beasts in front of the entrance. This should be the residence of the Daosaur sect's upper echelon disciples or even elders. "The ancient war didn't cause much damage," Mr. Bai said. Miss Qing was surprised. "But there's nothing here. It's in the inner courtyard." Mr. Bai led the way, and the three of them passed through the courtyard and entered the inner courtyard. Lu Yin still could not sense anything here. "This lake isn't simple. Although I don't know what it does, there's one thing about it that it can block a domain's senses," Mr. Bai said. Lu Yin was astonished and he dipped his hand into the lake. It was icy cold to the touch, but what surprised him even more was that this was not a real stream of water, but rather a liquid energy that was similar to the Astral River. Although a domain is extremely difficult to comprehend, it's not like no one has managed to do so. Thus, many people have tried all sorts of methods to prevent a domain expert from probing them, and this is one of them. It's possible to do so by mixing in a complex liquid energy with other materials. Unfortunately, this method has been lost, and the place that we're looking for is at the bottom of this lake. "Thank you. Doomsday Throne Cannon, thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 626. How do you know? Miss Qing was puzzled. Mr. Bai pointed at his own head with his fan. "I have my ways, so don't ask." Miss Qing's eyes flickered. "If you don't trust me, you can leave." Mr. Bai smiled. Miss Qing looked at Lu Yin, but it was a waste of time since he was still pretending to be silent. Miss Qing was helpless. "Let's go." Mr. Bai smiled and jumped into the lake. Lu Yin and Miss Qing followed behind him. The bottom of the lake was very deep, but with their speed they quickly reached the bottom. Mr. Bai tapped lightly with his fan, and the bottom of the lake cracked open, creating a huge suction force that sucked in the lake water. A whirlpool was formed, and the three of them followed the lake water into the bottom of the lake. There was a layer of space at the bottom of the lake, and as soon as the three of them landed, the space around them began to crack. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, the space had collapsed. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing also realized this, and they hurriedly rushed out. Lu Yin was even faster than them, and the three of them exited the lake as soon as they entered. There was a thump as they rushed out of the lake, and the lake water in the inner courtyard completely disappeared. The space collapsed and a large area around them was turned into fragments. In the distance, Mr. Bai was helpless. It's been too long, and that space has become extremely fragile with the passage of time. There's nothing we can do about it as the things inside are definitely gone. Miss Qing lamented, to be able to own such a residence in this city and even build an underground space, that person must have been an elder-level powerhouse. What a pity. Lu Yin suddenly looked up to the east, where a figure was rapidly approaching. The figure glanced over but it did not come over. Instead, it turned and headed in the other direction. The hunting competition is just around the corner, and there will be more and more experts in the future. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Realmlings haven't arrived yet to look for opportunities. Let's go, there are still other places. Mr. Bai led the way. Lu Yin was astonished. Just how many places did this guy know? 4 days later, Miss Qing's futon ran out of time, and she disappeared from the duo's sight just like the fatty. During these 4 days they had searched several places, but they had not gained anything. Instead they had encountered several dangers. In Mr. Bai's words, these opportunities had been left behind for countless years, and it was already quite good to be able to discover them. It was very difficult to obtain them, just like the scripture pavilion. Although many people had explored it, only a few had succeeded. Those who come to the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect in search of opportunities mostly rely on luck. After all, after the ancient war, everything that could be snatched, and there are very few opportunities as. Lu Yin continued to remain silent. A day later Mr. Bai also left. Before he left, he looked at Lu Yin with a surprised expression. You actually stayed longer than I did. I'm impressed. Don't forget about the time we agreed to meet at First Divine Gate. With that he vanished. Lu Yin stood in the middle of the city and looked around. There was no sign of the fatty, and he had obtained very little information from Mr. Bai and Miss Qing. After this period of interaction he roughly understood the current situation. Previously he also wanted to capture someone to clarify the situation, but he was afraid that there would be an accident. Now it was time to capture someone to ask about the specifics. Coincidentally the person came. In the distance, a man was rapidly approaching Lu Yin. It was the elegant man who had fought with them before. Mr. Bai had let him go and allowed him to take the rest of the group away. This man had pretended to leave, but in reality he had been hiding far away to keep an eye on Lu Yin. He knew that Lu Yin was a domain expert, so he was afraid of being discovered. Thus, he had kept his distance and determined their location based on the traces they had left behind. He didn't even dare to look at them, and he only showed himself after Miss Qing and Mr. Bai had left. Lu Yin turned around and saw the elegant man appear. The elegant man smiled at Lu Yin. Brother, you must have gained quite a bit over the past few days. Why don't you show it to me? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. The elegant man sneered, Don't play dumb with me. I know that your domain is very powerful, but didn't anyone tell you that this kind of small path is useless no matter how powerful it is? If a domain can do something, then star energy can do it as well. A pair of wings appeared on his back as a blurry phantom appeared behind him. His body disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared he was right in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. What incredible speed. This person had not only concealed his temperament during his battle with Mr. Bai, but he had also concealed his strength. This person was very sinister. There was a rumble as Lu Yin's domain pressed down on the man's head. The elegant man's body sank and he growled as his skin hardened. This was his innate gift. I told you that you're not my opponent. The man then charged towards Lu Yin. Even with the suppression of Lu Yin's domain, he was unable to suppress the man. The man was extremely fast and he immediately appeared in front of Lu Yin. He reached out with both hands to grab Lu Yin's neck, clearly intending to subdue him. Lu Yin similarly raised his hands and met the man's. He then grabbed the man tightly, but the man sneered and exerted more strength. The hardened skin extended to the back of his hands, and the ground suddenly sank as the two of them fell at the same time. The man had originally thought that he could easily subdue Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin's domain was so powerful that his physical body would not be able to withstand it. However, as he exerted more strength, His expression changed and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Is it fun? He then exerted more strength with both hands, and there were two cracking sounds as the man's arms were completely broken. The blurry phantom behind him quickly dissipated, and the man howled in pain. His pupils shrank as he kicked out, but he was flung into the air by Lu Yin and smashed into the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There was a thump as Lu Yin's fist landed squarely on the man's abdomen, causing him to sink into the ground. His body curled up, and the intense pain caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Lu Yin looked down at the man in the crater from above. The man's strength was not bad, and he had probably just broken through to become a cruiser. What do you mean? The man's face was filled with fear. You don't know about the Daosaur sect. Everyone in the 6th mainland knows about the Daosaur sect, and even the average person knows about it. That's because our 6th mainland only has one sect, and everyone is a disciple of the Daosaur sect. You're definitely from the 5th mainland, and only the people of the 5th mainland don't know about the Daosaur sect. Lu Yin stared into the man's eyes, and he could see fear and despair within them. What's the 5th mainland? You really are from the 5th mainland, you surviving evildoers. The man shrieked. Lu Yin punched the man to the ground, grabbed his hair and coldly said, Don't you know that there are many ways to die? Some are comfortable and will pass quickly while others are worse than death. The man glared at Lu Yin. What do you want? Have you heard of the 10 great tortures? Lu Yin's voice was icy, and it caused the man to tremble. Soon after, the man howled in pain and despair, and Lu Yin released his grip. The man's arms had been crushed, and the intense pain almost caused him to faint. He fell to the ground and trembled uncontrollably. Speak. What's the 5th mainland and what's the 6th mainland? Lu Yin asked. The man looked at Lu Yin in fear. I'll tell you. Give me a quick death. Sure, Lu Yin replied. The man closed his eyes and slowly explained, According to ancient legends, the universe is boundless, and there are 6 continents floating in space. They are connected to each other, but they are also separated by great distances. Each continent is boundlessly vast and includes countless planets and regions. They are the 1st mainland, 2nd mainland, 3rd mainland, 4th mainland, 5th mainland, and 6th mainland. Each continent has a Daosaur sect that serves as the origin and destination of cultivators. As time passed, the first 4 continents collapsed for unknown reasons, and the Daosaur sects completely disappeared. Only the 5th and 6th mainlands remain. Countless years ago, the 5th mainland invaded the 6th mainland and suffered a crushing defeat. The 5th mainland's Daosaur sect collapsed, and its main body collapsed along with the other 4 mainlands and merged into the one star. Today there is only one complete continent left in the universe, which is the 6th mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 627. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Are you saying that this continent covers the entire universe and contains countless planets? The man nodded with difficulty. Why do those planets exist on the continent? The continent is vast, but it's not a complete entity. Many places are only connected by strands of land. The rest of the land is a vacuum like the universe, and planets can float. How can a spaceship travel? According to what you said, the 6th mainland is connected everywhere. Without a spacecraft, the 6th mainland doesn't develop technology. The reason why your 5th mainland was defeated in the past was because there were countless sects, clans, and powers that didn't have a unified cultivation system. Our 6th mainland only has one sect, which is the Daosaur sect. Everything starts from the Daosaur sect, and the Daosaur sect is the final destination. What does imprint mean? Haha, as expected, your 5th mainland has long since lost the imprint cultivation system. Now that war is upon us again, your 5th mainland is finished, the man mocked. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to speak. The so-called imprint refers to the projection of a powerhouse's strength. Every powerhouse can place a statue of themselves in an area for other cultivators to observe. Once one becomes an explorer, they can use their own imprint to increase their strength. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What are the progenitor of blood domain and progenitor of martial domain? Literally, the blood ancestors' territory, the martial ancestors' territory. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. What blood ancestor? Martial ancestor? Haven't you already guessed it? Why bother asking? It's naturally the progenitor realm. Your fifth mainland has lost a portion of its cultivation system, so don't tell me you don't even know about the progenitor realm? The man mocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as the monkey's voice reverberated in his mind. It really is a progenitor. The sixth mainland, the fifth mainland. I've seen these names before. Seventh bro, if what this person says is true, then the sixth mainland is not just a little bit stronger than the universe. Any progenitor here has the power to change the heavens. He suddenly recalled what he had seen on the island at the end of the Astral Combat Academy's Ocean of Death. The fifth and sixth mainlands. Could they be referring to the fifth and sixth mainlands? And then there was Mr. Mu. He said that he didn't belong to the fifth continent, nor did he belong to the sixth continent. Did the fifth continent and the sixth continent also refer to the fifth and sixth continents? If that was the case, it meant that the top experts in the universe were aware of the situation. Only low-level cultivators like them were kept in the dark. Seventh bro, ask him what he meant by another war, the monkey said anxiously. Lu Yin stared at the man. Did you just say that war is coming again? The man spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right. 1 year ago, the Daosaur sect sounded the war alarm and invaded the fifth mainland to completely exterminate the remnants of the fifth mainland. 1 year ago, the universe had undergone a huge change and the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Could it be that the separation of the innerverse and outerverse, as well as the changes in the heavens, were all related to the sixth mainland's invasion? Hold on. The human domain, the astral beast domain, and the technocracy were all in the same region of space, which meant that they were all part of the fifth mainland's territory. The astral beast domain had suddenly retreated from Ironblood Weave because they had been invaded. This had to be the invasion of the sixth mainland. Not only had they invaded the human race, but they had also invaded the astral beast domain since they were both part of the fifth mainland. Lu Yin suddenly understood why Elder Lohar had such an expression when the astral beast had retreated. Rather than heaving a sigh of relief, Elder Lohar had become even more worried. That was because the sixth mainland had invaded. Lu Yin immediately understood many things. Along the way, the fatty and the others had mentioned something about the hunting competition and war. This should be what they were talking about. If that was the case, then the innerverse had been invaded by the sixth mainland. The man glanced at Lu Yin and saw that he was still immersed in shock. His eyes flashed and he pulled out a steel needle from his clothes and shot it at Lu Yin. This was a power vessel that he had purchased in the past, and it could ignore star energy defenses and pierce into a hunter's body. Within 3 seconds the target's blood would be sucked dry and they would die a miserable death. The needle pierced through the star energy and flickered with a cold light as it shot towards Lu Yin. The man was ecstatic as this person would not be able to dodge it no matter how fast he was. His defenses were also useless, so he was doomed. Lu Yin flicked his finger and activated the U's secret art. The needle vanished and when it reappeared, it had already shot into a nearby pit. The man's mouth fell open as he stared in shock. That's a secret technique. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and the man was heavily injured. His rib cage shattered and he crashed into the ground. Still not giving up? The man raised his head with great difficulty. What? Your fifth mainland keeps producing freaks and geniuses. Consider me unlucky to have met one. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are there other people from the fifth mainland here? The man coughed bitterly. Yes, and there's more than one. They're all strong and abnormal people. Their cultivation system, their cultivation system was broken but they were able to reconnect it. They didn't have any progenitors guiding them, but they were able to kill a realmling. They must have received the Daosaur sect's protection. After all, this is the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect. Oh. Lu Yin asked anxiously as he seemed to have guessed something. I don't know. All of us consciously avoided the areas where those people were. There was only one person who once killed the Grand Marshal Realm's realmling, which shook the sixth mainland. That person's name was Xing Kai, the man said as he coughed up blood. Xing Kai? Lu Yin had never heard of this name and he wanted to ask more questions, but the man was already dead. Lu Yin stood up, and the shock in his eyes did not disappear for a long time. The amount of information he had just received was too great, and it was enough to topple his worldview. This was not something that a cultivator like him should know. Of course, it was also time for him to find out. If the innerverse was invaded by the sixth mainland, then the people from the innerverse would also know about this. Lu Yin was now worried that the innerverse and even the neoverse would be destroyed. Back when the fifth mainland's Daosaur sect still existed, they should have had progenitors, but they had still been defeated. Now, there should not be any progenitors left in the universe. If the sixth mainland were to invade, then the sixth mainland would be invincible. If a progenitor could change the heavens, then did that change of the heavens half a year ago mean that a progenitor had taken action? He was worried about Big Sis and the others, worried about the Astral Combat Academy, and also worried about his friends. He hoped that nothing would happen to them. Seventh bro, this information is incredible. If it's true, then we'll definitely lose this war. Any random progenitor would be enough to finish us off, the monkey said solemnly. Are there any progenitors in the astral beast domain? Are you kidding? Of course not. Progenitor Wushang was the last progenitor. Luin sighed. Seventh bro, what are you thinking about? The monkey asked. Luin looked up. Who do you think is in the Daosaur sect's fifth mainland? The futon only allows those with a bone age below 40 to enter, so it has to be someone from the younger generation. Who are you thinking of? The monkey asked. The 10 arbiters, Luin said. Me too. If it was the 10 arbiters, then everything made sense. Why were the 10 arbiters so powerful? This was the Daosaur sect, the starting point of all cultivation. Why were the 10 arbiters able to shift their authority to the younger generation? This was the Daosaur sect, the starting point of all cultivation. The Daosaur sect was like the heavens, and they were the rare few who could enter the Daosaur sect, so the entire universe had to support them. If Luin wanted to verify whether or not Luin was right, then he just had to ask about Xingkai. Luin suddenly recalled what Elder Lohar had said to him before. He had said that it was a pity, and that if the innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, then Elder Lohar could have given him a spot. Furthermore, Elder Lohar had mentioned that someone with a bone age below 40. Could it be related to this place? Some of the 10 arbiters were about to leave the younger generation, which meant that they could not enter the Daosaur sect. That meant that there was an empty spot for others to compete for. Strength was one aspect, but what truly gave the 10 Arbiters Council unlimited authority was the qualifications to enter the Daosaur sect. Whoever had the qualifications to enter would be protected by the entire universe. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then the fact that he could enter the Daosaur sect meant that he was no longer one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin felt sad when he thought about it. So many people from the sixth mainland could enter, but only a few people from his universe could. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, then their defeat in the ancient war had been too miserable. Not long after, the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed and he was about to leave. He could not understand how a small futon could bring him through the void. This was a power that he could not comprehend. When Lu Yin could clearly see his surroundings again, he returned to King Zishan's palace. He looked at his futon, which had already dimmed, and he would have to wait for some time before he could enter again. He pondered for a moment before walking out. He had been in the Daosaur sect for 20 days, which meant that he had been in seclusion for 20 days. Lu Yin bumped into Kaze as soon as he walked out. Your Highness, you've come out. Kaze hurried forward and respectfully said, Lady Enya has been waiting for you for several days. Lu Yin nodded. Invite her in. Not long after, Enya arrived at the guest hall, where Lu Yin was already waiting for her. Your Highness, this is the draft of the alliance agreement. Please take a look, Enya said. Lu Yin took the agreement and glanced through it. There's no problem. Let's go with this. The so-called alliance agreement was just an excuse. The main purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment was to integrate resources, not just resources but also powerhouses. Lu Yin wanted to turn the Eastern Weaves into a solid fortress. Originally, he had only planned to ally with the Eastern Weaves, but after his trip to the Daosaur sect, he had changed his mind. It would be useless to ally with the Eastern Weaves, as once the sixth mainland invaded, they would be as weak as paper. If he could integrate the entire Outerverse and use the entire Outerverse strength to resist the sixth mainland, then it might be of some use. Most importantly, he would be able to obtain many resources to increase his external strength. If he wanted to rely on his own ability to cultivate to a level where the sixth mainland would fear him, it would be impossible in the short term, so he could only rely on external strength. With his Dai's 3 pips, Lu Yin had limitless possibilities. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could integrate all of his resources. Your Highness, the vast Earth sect, the Six-Fingered Tribe, the Tri-Banner Federation, and other powers have already sent people to ally with us, Enya said. Lu Yin grunted. Are you referring to those who have secrets? Yes. What about the Shenwu continent? We've already sent people to contact them. Send someone to the vast Earth sect and inform them of our alliance's intentions. Let's use Huaqingshan, Lu Yin said. Enya looked up. Isn't that a little too hasty? Then what are you waiting for? Luin asked. Thank you. The mountain breeze. Thanks to the brothers' rewards, I will update at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 628. And you thought about it for a moment. Indeed, there was no need to wait. They could use the Great Yu Empire's pressure and cooperate with that elder Qing Yen to test the waters. However, she still asked, Your Highness, should we start from the nearby weaves? You mean North Castle Weave? Luin asked. Lars Weave and Vast Earth Weave are separated from us by other weaves, so it's a bit far. Luin thought about it. Alright, let's start with Lars Weave. Enya nodded and left. Forcing a weave to join the alliance was not an easy task. It was a huge undertaking, and Luin did not expect to succeed that easily. He would take it slow, and he still had to spread his ideas. Furthermore, he had to do it in the name of the Hall of Honor. Now, Luin was able to use the Hall of Honor's name to feel at ease, and he could even act without any scruples. This was because he could enter the Daosaur sect, and once Elder Lohar found out about this, his attitude towards Luin would definitely change once again. Should he inform Elder Lohar about this? Luin pondered. It was better to confirm Xing Kai's identity first. Luin walked out of King Zishan's palace and headed for the 5th princess residence. Xing Kai? Where did you hear that name from? Wendy Yushan looked at him suspiciously. Luin casually replied, I found out by accident. Who is this person? Wendy Yushan replied, 10 Battle Kings. It really is one of the 10 arbiters, Luin muttered to himself as he confirmed Xing Kai's identity. His previous guesses had been proven to be true, as the 10 arbiters' strength far exceeded that of others. This was because they had entered the Daosaur sect and had come into contact with the 6th mainland. They were the hope of this universe, and the Daosaur sect was the starting point and end point of cultivation. After confirming this, Lu Yin's expression suddenly turned strange. If one wanted to enter the ruins of the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect, they would need a futon. In that case, if one did not have a futon, then that meant that they would not be able to enter the ruins. In that case, who did the futon that Luin had obtained from the Dai belong to? This was a question worth researching. It would be fine if it came from the 6th mainland where many people had futons, but what if it came from this universe? That person had mentioned that there were very few people from the 5th mainland who could enter the Daosaur sect's ruins, and Luin guessed that all of the 10 arbiters would be able to enter. If that was the case, then wouldn't taking away one of the futons mean that one of the 10 arbiters would be missing? This was really interesting. Why are you asking about Xing Kai? Wendy Yushan asked. Luin rubbed his nose. I really did learn about it by accident. Right, tell me more about this king of the 10 aces. Wendy Yushan replied, I'm not sure. Very few people know about the 10 arbiters, and they don't even want to reveal their names. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Could it be because of the Daosaur sect's ruins in the 6th mainland? The fact that the 6th mainland had been able to invade this universe proved that they had a way to come and go. It seemed that the 10 arbiters were worried that the 6th mainland would invade this universe and destroy them. They wanted to prevent the people of this universe from entering the Daosaur sect's ruins, which was why they were hiding their names as much as possible. This was not only true in this universe but also in the ruins of the Daosaur sect. That man only knew Xing Kai's name and he did not know anything else. However, this did not make any sense. Since the 6th mainland knew that someone from this universe had entered the Daosaur sect's ruins, then they could have just directly found this universe's top powerhouse from the younger generation, and there was no need for them to know his name. Or was there another reason for hiding his name? As for War King Xing Kai, everyone in the universe knows that his physical body is terrifyingly strong. His hands are bigger than his head and his head is square. His earlobes are also very large. I've met him once and he's a very strange person. However, I've never interacted with him before. I've heard from White Knight that even other 10 arbiters are unwilling to engage in close combat with Xing Kai. That's very similar to me, Luin thought. Have you heard of the Daosaur sect? Daosaur sect? I've never heard of it. Wendy Yushan's eyes were filled with confusion. Luin replied, It's fine if you haven't heard of it. This universe had hidden the history of the Daosaur sect, the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland very well, and even Wendy Yushan did not know about it. After leaving the 5th princess residence, Luin looked up at the 3-ringed continent above his head. He had thought that this universe was very large, but it was actually very small. From what he had seen and heard, it was merely a single continent, just like the 3-ringed continent above his head. Ordinary people would never be able to leave this place in their entire lives, and the sixth mainland was the three-ringed continent above this universe. Lu Yin's heart sank when he had unintentionally learned of this secret history. He had thought that he would be able to rival the 10 arbiters in this universe in the future, and that he would be able to widen the gap between those in the same realm as him. However, his trip to the Daosaur Sect's ruins had made him realize that there were always people stronger than him. The sixth mainland's Realmlings and the so-called Daosaur's three skies were definitely very terrifying. Xing Kai's killing of a Realmling had caused a huge commotion in the sixth mainland, which proved that the difference in strength between the two was not that great. Otherwise they would not have compared Xing Kai to a Realmling. There were countless Realmlings in the sixth mainland, and above them were the Daosaur's three skies, who might even surpass the 10 arbiters. Right now, Lu Yin wanted to meet these so-called Realmlings and see just how big of a gap there was between them. Lu Yin was definitely not qualified to be in power. That was what he believed, and many people in the Great Yu Empire felt the same way. When Undying Yushan was in power, he was diligent and restrained himself, and he attended court every day. As for Lu Yin, saying that he did not fish for 3 days or fish for 2 days would be a compliment. In the imperial court, Lu Yin sat below the throne and scrolled through his gadget in a bored manner. Garop was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to say anything. This was a normal occurrence for the royal regent when he attended court. Although he was undisciplined, he could solve problems that others could not, and the entire Great Yu Empire was under his protection. Your Highness, may I ask if this subject's suggestion can be accepted? A minister asked respectfully. Lu Yin grunted. The suggestion is good. Submit it to the cabinet and keep it. The minister grew anxious. Your Highness, there are many things that need to be done in the empire, and what we lack the most is talents. An open examination is the best way to recruit talents, so please allow it. Lu Yin put down his gadget. An open examination is definitely necessary, but not now. How about this? I'll give you an exact time, after the Great Eastern Alliance is established. The minister helplessly retreated. This person did not have any family to protect him, and he had relied on his own abilities to climb up the ranks. He hated the idea of power being given to others in private, and he had hoped that the empire would conduct an open examination and recruit him fairly. However, it seemed that this was not possible for the time being. Fortunately, the royal regent had not rejected the minister's suggestion, so there was still a chance. Lu Yin had long since thought of an open examination, but not now, and not even after the Great Eastern Alliance was established. As for agreeing to this person's request, an open examination after the Great Eastern Alliance was established would not be fair. There was no other way. Once the Great Eastern Alliance was established, the interests of all parties would have to be balanced, and the royal regent would have to make some sacrifices. He could only wait for the day when the situation was completely stabilized before fair recruitment could take place. As someone in a high position, the royal regent also hoped that he could find some talents without any foundation to use for himself. However, he was not a god, and the Great Yu Empire was not something that he could manipulate on his own. There was no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. Hill Anna, Gavin, Garop, and the others coldly watched from the sidelines. They had a more accurate view of the situation, and they had a better grasp of the royal regent's thoughts. The court quickly dispersed and Lu Yin left. Hill Anna called out to Gavin. I heard that your lordship has recently used the Nalan family's channels to arrange for quite a few people in other weaves, especially those from the 8th Imperial Squadron. I wonder if the 9th Imperial Squadron would have the honor of participating in your lordship's plans? Gavin's expression changed slightly, and he shot a sharp look at Hill Anna. Lord Hill, as a member of the cabinet, you should know that there are some things that cannot be said or interfered with. His Highness has assigned everyone a role, and your lordship only needs to do your job well. If you rashly overstep your boundaries, you will easily invite trouble. Hill Anna's expression changed. He was a member of the Anna family, so he naturally had to consider the Anna family's interests. During this period of time, no one from the Anna family had participated in either the economy or the empire's future strategies. This made the Anna family uneasy, and they were afraid that they would be marginalized. Although the family head had joined the Lu Ministry of Defense, it was more of an appeasement. The current royal regent was no longer the puny cultivator from before. If he wanted the Anna family to disappear, then the Anna family would no longer exist. The family could not wait to be marginalized, and they had to actively participate. At the very least, they had to show their faces in front of the royal regent. There were 2 neighboring weaves to the west of Frostwave Weave, Wuri Weave and Lars Weave. Lars Weave was not unified, and there were many independent powers just like how Frostwave Weave had been in the past. This was the norm for the various large weaves, as it was not easy to unify an entire weave. The strongest power in Lars Weave was the Six-Fingered Tribe. This tribe was very strange as each person only had 6 fingers, and they did not have 3 on each hand. Their left hand was intact, while their right hand only had their pinky finger, which looked as if it had been chopped off. However, this was true even for newborns. There were many strange tribes in the universe, and the strangeness of the Six-Fingered Tribe did not arouse much curiosity. At this moment, the Six-Fingered Tribe was having an intense argument. I don't agree. Although it's called an alliance, there will always be differences between the strong and the weak. The Great U Empire took the lead in forming this alliance in order to unite the various weaves to protect themselves, and at the same time, they can legitimately command Lars Weave, who can't see their ambitions. I don't agree either. It's clearly stated in the alliance that resources should be consolidated. What resources? Star crystals? Technological weapons? Or cultivators? These are all considered resources, so where should they be consolidated? They will definitely be dispatched by the Great U Empire, and this is a legitimate way to weaken our strength. That's right, I don't agree either. I don't agree. There were less than 10 people who were qualified to participate in the Six-Fingered Tribe's meeting, and the person seated at the front was the current leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Bach Seamus. He was quite young and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had not even been in the position of leader for 100 years, as the previous leader had been killed, and he had hurriedly taken over the position. Currently, the person with the greatest authority in the Six-Fingered Tribe was not Bach Seamus, but rather Luke Seamus, who was seated to his left. Everyone debated for a while and they all agreed, but the final decision was still up to Bach Seamus and Luke Seamus. Bach Seamus looked at Luke Seamus and calmly said, "Everyone, don't forget that the leader of this alliance is the Great U Empire, but the Hall of Honor is behind this." Thank you. The Mountain Breeze, thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 629. This sentence caused everyone to fall silent, as the Hall of Honor was the uncrowned king of the entire universe. They could reject the Great U Empire, but they did not dare to reject the Hall of Honor. "Chief, are you certain that this is the Hall of Honor's decision?" an elder asked. Bach Seamus looked at Luke Seamus. Luke Seamus coughed and glanced at the crowd. "That's right. The Great U Empire's royal regent has clearly stated that this is the Hall of Honor's decision." Everyone looked at each other and no one dared to speak for a while. Everyone should know that during the war in Ironblood Weave, our Six-Fingered Tribe sent an elder over. Although that elder died, we still have some understanding of Ironblood Weave. The Great U Empire's royal regent, Luin, has been very active, and he has even met with an elder from the Hall of Honor. This matter is highly credible, and this is the most crucial aspect of this alliance. Otherwise, if the Great U Empire was the only one who brought this up, we wouldn't have bothered with it, Luke Seamus continued. How about this? If the Great U Empire can produce an official order from the Hall of Honor, then we can consider agreeing, an elder said. The others did not object. For countless years, the Hall of Honor had brought about too much pressure, and this mountain had never moved. Even if the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, they still did not dare to casually defy the Hall of Honor. Furthermore, Ironblood Weave still had Elder Lohar, whose power level was over 300,000, while the Six-Fingered Tribe did not even have an enlighter. The meeting ended and everyone dispersed, leaving only Bach Seamus and Luke Seamus behind. "Elder Luke, do you think that the Great U Empire can produce an order from the Hall of Honor?" Bach Seamus stared at Luke Seamus with a burning gaze. Luke Seamus's eyes flashed. "What is Chief trying to say?" Bach Seamus replied, "Our Six-Fingered Tribe is much weaker than the Great U Empire. Even if it's just the Great U Empire's royal regent alone, he'll still be able to consign our Six-Fingered Tribe to eternal damnation. He's someone who has repeatedly killed enlighters. If the Great U Empire decides to take action, then we might not be able to withstand them." "Chief, do you think that the Great U Empire has forged an order from the Hall of Honor?" Luke Seamus asked. Bach Seamus rubbed his head. "I don't know, but it's very likely." "Then I'll go meet that captain from the Great U Empire," Luke Seamus said as he stood up. Bach Seamus nodded. "Thank you, Elder." After a short while, Hua Qingshan, who was on a diplomatic mission to the Six-Fingered Tribe, met with Luke Seamus. If I'm not mistaken, the majority of the clan disagrees. This was the first thing Luke Seamus said when he saw Hua Qingshan. Hua Qingshan said calmly, as expected. What do you plan to do, Elder Liku? Leave everything to me. I will definitely get the Six-Fingered Tribe to join the Great Eastern Alliance that your Highness has established. Captain Hua, please put in a good word for me in front of His Highness, Luke Seamus respectfully replied. He was one of the higher-ups of the Six-Fingered Tribe that Liu Yin had controlled using Mafioso Planet secrets. He was the one who had sent people to assassinate the previous leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, and the current leader, Bak Seamus, was not the previous leader's son. Instead, Bak Seamus was the son of Luke Seamus and the previous leader's wife. The previous leader had been killed because he had discovered this secret. With this secret, Luke Seamus would have to listen to Liu Yin's orders for the rest of his life, or he would be finished. Hua Qingshan watched as Luke Seamus left. He raised his gadget and connected to a middle-aged man with a kind expression. This man was the Nalan family's trade representative in the Lars Weave. Cut off all trade with the Six-Fingered Tribe, Hua Qingshan ordered. The middle-aged man had already received Madame Nalan's orders to cooperate fully with the Great Yu Empire. Hua Qingshan's order was very sudden, and it would also cause the Nalan family to suffer economic losses, but the man still carried out the order without any hesitation. Not long after, many people requested to meet with Bak Seamus. The Six-Fingered Tribe's economy was in trouble. The Nalan family had invested in many weaves, and the Six-Fingered Tribe was no exception. If they cut off all trade, then the Six-Fingered Tribe would suffer a great loss, especially since many of the transactions were backed by the elders. Of course, just the economy alone was not enough to make the Six-Fingered Tribe submit. In just a few days, many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's secrets were revealed, such as which elder had sent people to kill which elder's son, which elder had conspired with which elder, and so on. Mafioso Planet did not just know Luke Seamus's secrets. Many of the Six-Fingered Tribe's members had their own secrets as well. These secrets caused internal strife within the Six-Fingered Tribe, which gave Bak Seamus a headache. Luke Seamus immediately requested to meet with Hua Qingshan, but Hua Qingshan refused to see him. He did not place all of his hopes on Luke Seamus, as Luke Seamus could wait, but Hua Qingshan could not. Luke Seamus had no choice but to execute the worst-case scenario, and within a few days he had killed 3 elders who had strongly opposed the alliance. This news shocked the entire Six-Fingered Tribe. Hua Qingshan was shocked when he found out, as Luke Seamus was truly ruthless. Elder Luke, don't tell me that you weren't the one who did this. Bak Seamus glared at Luke Seamus, his voice cold. There was even a hunter standing behind him. There were only 3 hunters left in the Six-Fingered Tribe. One was protecting Bak Seamus, one was leading the troops outside, and the last one was Luke Seamus. Luke Seamus sighed when he saw the hunter behind Bak Seamus. Tribe leader, I was forced to do this. You know what has happened in the tribe over the past few days. Was it the Great Yu Empire? Bak Seamus gritted his teeth. Luke Seamus nodded. We can't do anything about it. If that's the case, then the Great Yu Empire really can't produce an order from the Hall of Honor. This alliance is the Royal Regent's plan. What is he trying to do? Bak Seamus growled. And why are you helping them? Luke Seamus sighed. I'm not helping them. I'm saving our Six-Fingered Tribe. He looked at Bak Seamus with a complicated expression. The Royal Regent of the Great Yu Empire is vicious and merciless, and he killed many Enlighters. Do you think that he'll let us off? This person wants to form an alliance with many weaves. We can ally with those weaves and wage war against the Great Yu Empire. Let's not talk about whether those weaves will believe us. So what if we form an alliance? Can we deal with Liu Yin? That's equivalent to dealing with an Enlighter. The power vessel that Liu Yin used to kill the Enlighters was destroyed in Ironblood Weave. Luke Seamus smiled bitterly and shook his head. Based on his actions, he never does anything that he isn't confident in. Since he dares to force us like this, then he must be confident in dealing with us. Chief, the Six-Fingered Tribe has gone through a lot of hardships, and you should know that we can't waste our ancestors' efforts. We must continue to pass down our legacy. Bak Seamus's expression turned ugly. Also, forming an alliance isn't a bad thing. Luke Seamus changed the topic to the alliance itself. According to the treaty, although it's beneficial to the Great Yu Empire, the Six-Fingered Tribe will still enjoy the alliance's protection if we encounter any external enemies. Don't forget that we still have powerful enemies in the West. Bak Seamus frowned. Let me think about it. Chief, that Hua Qingshan's strength surpasses all of us. Luke Seamus said one last time. This statement made the hunter behind Bach Seamus unhappy, but he did not refute it. He was weaker than Luke Seamus, and if even Luke Seamus had said this, then it must be true. Bach Seamus' body trembled, and he nodded. All right, I can agree to the alliance, but I must meet with Royal Regent Luin and also guarantee the Six-Fingered Tribe's benefits. Luke Seamus relaxed. All right, I'll reply to Hua Qingshan right away. In the Great Yu Empire, Luin looked at Hua Qingshan's image on a screen and nodded. All right, I can speak with Bach Seamus. Your Highness, I'll help you contact Bach Seamus, Hua Qingshan said. Luin nodded. Not long after, Hua Qingshan's image appeared on the screen again, and he respectfully said to Luin, Your Highness, there's been a change in the situation. Luke Seamus wishes to speak with you. Has Bach Seamus gone back on his word? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Hua Qingshan replied, No, but Luke Seamus wants to use their tribe's greatest secret in exchange for a seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff. He also wants to keep it forever and pass it down through the generations. Luin laughed. A seat in the Lu Ministry of Staff that can be passed down through the generations? What a bold claim. Hua Qingshan solemnly said, These are Luke Seamus's exact words, and he guarantees that your Highness will agree to this secret. Luin was stunned. All right, I'll personally make a trip to the Six-Fingered Tribe and see what this secret is. Understood, Hua Qingshan answered. After ending the call with Hua Qingshan, Luin immediately checked the Six-Fingered Tribe's history. With his 6 honor points, he could access more information than the average person. According to the records, the Six-Fingered Tribe had only been in the Outerverse for tens of thousands of years, and there was nothing special about them. Like most organizations in the universe, their powerhouses would die of old age and be replaced by new people, passing down their legacies from generation to generation. If there were no accidents, then time was meaningless to them, and they would continue to pass down their legacies. This was information that the average person could access, but Luin could see more. The Hall of Honor had once investigated the Six-Fingered Tribe, and they had been plagued by disasters. Every once in a while, they would experience a catastrophe that would cause the tribe's population to rapidly decrease, and it would take a long time for them to recover. This happened once every 10,000 years or so. These disasters did not come from external forces, as if they were predestined by the heavens. In other words, these disasters were like time poisons that would activate when the time was right. That was all that Luin could see. He believed that since the Hall of Honor had mentioned this, it was impossible for them to not have done more in-depth research. However, that research was not something that he could access. How many secrets could an Outerverse family have? Luin was puzzled. With these doubts in mind, he embarked on his journey to Lars Weave. The Nalan family had donated a large radiant-grade Aurora spacecraft to the Great Yu Empire that could carry more than 10,000 people. It could be considered Lu Yin's personal vehicle, and he would be taking it to Lars Weave. Since the two weaves were adjacent to each other, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the Six-Fingered Tribe's territory with the speed of the radiant-grade Aurora. While reciting the Stonewall scriptures, Lu Yin suddenly heard an urgent alarm and released his domain. He was shocked to see 5 hunters lined up in a row in outer space. Assassins. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 630. 5 hunters outnumbered the Great Yu Empire, which was quite a large number. The 5 simultaneously attacked the spacecraft, and Lu Yin immediately donned his Eniatic wings and charged out. With a wave of his hand, he diverted one of the attacks away while another was blocked by the blind monk who was protecting Lu Yin. The remaining 3 attacks pierced through the spacecraft, causing it to shake violently. When they saw Lu Yin appear, the 5 immediately charged forward. The blind monk wielded his iron shovel and swiftly blocked in front of Lu Yin. The shovel swept out and swept away 2 of the hunters. One of the attacks landed on Lu Yin's head, but Lu Yin's Eniatic wings glowed and created a barrier that rendered the hunter's attack useless. The Eniatic wings had been upgraded 6 times, and its speed was comparable to an Enlighter's. The barrier it created was not something that a hunter could break through. You go deal with those 2. Leave these 3 to me, Lu Yin said coldly. The blind monk did not hesitate and swung his shovel at them. The 3 hunters did not say a single word as they silently attacked Lu Yin. 7-line battle force appeared around Lu Yin's body, and he used the Eniatic wings to withstand their attacks. He grabbed at one of the hunters, but that hunter was not slow either and he quickly dodged the attack. However, Lu Yin's eniatic wings gave him the speed of an enlighter, so how could he dodge so easily? He was like a ray of light that shone through the starry sky, and the three hunters could not even find the direction of their attacks. Lu Yin himself finally managed to grab hold of one of the hunters and divert 3 grains of fates. He then exploded with all of his physical strength and slammed a palm into the hunter's back. The hunter spat out a mouthful of blood and half of his body went numb. Even a peak hunter like Kong Shi could not compare to Lu Yin in terms of strength, and this hunter only had a power level of a little over 100,000. Lu Yin's palm had crippled most of his power level. The other 2 hunters looked at each other and they stopped attacking Lu Yin. Instead they charged at the blind monk. The blind monk was still able to hold on while being surrounded by 2 hunters, but now that 2 more hunters were attacking him, he was in a dire situation. He was very strong and he was considered an elite hunter even amongst hunters. He could rival the Innerverse elite hunters, but he could not take on 4 of them at once. Lu Yin was furious, and he retrieved a pike from his cosmic ring. He thrust it forward at a slow speed, but he wanted to force the hunters to meet him head-on. At the same time, the 4 hunters simultaneously abandoned the blind monk and attacked Lu Yin. The pike collided with the 4 hunters, and even Lu Yin could not easily withstand the spiritual force contained within the pike. When the pike stabbed out, a spiritual force attack swept through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. The 4 hunters were shocked. How was this possible? How was this strength possible? This spear had pierced through a corpse king with an innate gift of metal. That corpse king was much stronger than the 4 hunters, and the spear easily pierced through the neck of one of the hunters, killing him instantly. The remaining 3 hunters felt dizzy, and there was blood at the corners of their mouths. 4 hunters' attacks landed on Lu Yin at the same time. Even though Lu Yin's barrier was able to withstand the impact, he was still sent flying back 10,000 meters. Fortunately, his barrier was sturdy enough to withstand the attacks. At this moment, the blind monk's shovel viciously smashed into a hunter's head, knocking him unconscious with a loud thud. Although this attack had knocked one out, it had also woken up the other 2. One of them forced the blind monk to retreat while the other carried the unconscious hunter and fled. As for the one who had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, he had long since fled. Outer space was silent, and only sparks could be seen from the distant spacecraft. Explosions occurred from time to time, and the people inside the spacecraft were constantly trying to put out the fires and repair the spacecraft. The blind monk arrived behind Lu Yin. Your servant failed in his protection. Please punish me, Your Highness. Lu Yin waved a hand and his eyes turned cold. 5 hunters had been sent to kill him, and if not for these external forces, he would not have survived. Who could it be? He could mobilize 5 hunters at the same time. It was definitely not a powerful organization, or else they would not have sent 5 ordinary hunters, but rather a peak hunter like Kong Shi. Furthermore, these 5 hunters should not have come from the same place. It seemed that there were many people in this universe who had ill intentions towards him. When he returned to his spacecraft, Lu Yin immediately contacted the bespectacled mist child from Mafioso Planet. I was assassinated. The mist child was shocked. What? Your Highness, you were also assassinated? 5 hunters. Investigate. I want to know who tried to assassinate me, Lu Yin ordered coldly. The bespectacled mist child hurriedly responded, Don't worry, Your Highness. As long as it's a dark organization, I'll definitely be able to find out. It might not be a dark organization. They might not have come from the same organization. Find out as soon as possible. Lu Yin ended the call and then looked into outer space with his hands clasped behind his back. The higher a person went, the greater the danger. This time there had been 5 hunters. Next time there might be an enlighter. He did not believe that all of the enlighters in the eastern weaves of the outer verse had been transferred to Ironblood Weave. The Hall of Honor could not possibly know everything about the outer verse. Many people were good at hiding, and this was the greatest danger. Lu Yin thought about the Six-Fingered Tribe and wondered if Luke Seamus had deliberately lured him out of the Great Yu Empire to assassinate him. However, that did not seem likely. Even if Luke Seamus wanted to, he would not have been able to mobilize 5 hunters so quickly. Besides, how could he have known Lu Yin's route? Write the route. Lu Yin turned around and ordered, Who knows the route to Lars Weave? I want a list. Yes, Your Highness, the blind monk hurriedly replied. The spacecraft was repaired for a day in outer space, and Lu Yin only arrived at the Six-Fingered Tribe on the 2nd day. He had come in secret this time to prevent the elders who were resisting the alliance from doing anything out of the ordinary. When he arrived at the Six-Fingered Tribe, the first person he met was Bok Seamus, the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe. Bak Shamus had not expected Lu Yin to come in person, as he did not know about the conditions that Luke Shamus had discussed with Lu Yin. He had assumed that Lu Yin valued the six-fingered tribe, which made him feel both proud and apprehensive. I did not expect your highness to personally come to my six-fingered tribe as a guest. I did not make any preparations in advance, so I apologize for neglecting your highness, Bak Shamus said politely. With that, the two of them sat down. Lu Yin smiled. We're about to become allies, so there's no need to be so courteous. I heard that you would like to speak with me. Bak Shamus solemnly replied, Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. I would like to know the true meaning behind your Highness's alliance. Lu Yin rapped a finger on the table. Just as the alliance treaty states, we will help each other and share resources. Bak Shamus shook his head. My six-fingered tribe has basically agreed to this alliance. With such sincerity, is your Highness still unwilling to speak the truth? Lu Yin looked at Bak Shamus seriously. Did you experience the war in Iron Blood Weave? Bak Shamus shook his head. Lu Yin recalled, that was a black hole of death. Regardless of whether they were explorers, cruisers, hunters or even enlighters, the death rate there was more than 50%. That was a battlefield between different races. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, the outerverse cannot receive any support from the innerverse, and the predicament they face is much greater than before. There are unknown civilizations from the astral wilderness, the astral beast domain's invasion, and the technocracy's invasion and so on. All of these are matters of life and death. If we don't form an alliance, how can we resist? Resources are scattered, and how can we increase our strength? These are not my ideas alone, but rather the Hall of Honors. Bak Shamus fell into deep thought. The outerverse strength was too scattered, and the strength of individual weaves was too weak. He was aware of this, and there were indeed benefits to forming an alliance. However, this was not what he wanted to know. Your Highness, an alliance is fine, but who will be the leader and who will be the subordinate? Lu Yin looked at Bak Shamus with amusement. What do you think? Bak Shamus' eyes flickered, and he did not dare to meet Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin stood up. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. Patriarch Bak, please reconsider. However, an alliance is imperative. Lu Yin then left. Bak Shamus watched Lu Yin's back as he left. This was the first time that he had interacted with the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, and as outsiders had said, Lu Yin was a little overbearing. Patriarch, should we? The hunter who was protecting Bak Shamus made a gesture. Bak Shamus glared at him. Are you crazy? If he dares to come to Lars Weave, then he's not afraid of danger. If he fails, then we're finished. Yes. News of Lu Yin's assassination attempt had not spread, so Bak Shamus and the others did not know about it. Otherwise, if they had known that Lu Yin had survived the assassination attempt by 5 hunters, they definitely would not have dared to have such thoughts. Actually, Lu Yin wanted Bak Shamus to make a move against him. That way he would be able to change the patriarch of the six-fingered tribe, and the person he replaced would be easier to control. This was why Lu Yin had not even brought the blind monk along when meeting with Bak Shamus. It was a pity that this patriarch was too cowardly. The main focus of Lu Yin's visit was not Bak Shamus, but rather Luke Shamus, as he was the true ruler of the six-fingered tribe. The two of them had agreed to meet at the six-fingered tribe's sacrificial grounds. This sort of place had great influence over a tribe, and Luke Shamus had chosen to meet here to show his allegiance. Your subject, Luke Shamus, greets your Highness the Royal Regent. Luke Shamus immediately bowed when he saw Lu Yin, using the Great Yu Empire's etiquette. Lu Yin smiled and lifted him up with one hand. Elder Luke is too courteous, but there's no need for that. Luke Shamus looked at Lu Yin and respectfully replied, It's my duty. As a subject, this is how it should be. Lu Yin smiled and looked around. There were many guards around, and it seemed that these people were all Luke Shamus's trusted aides. You invited me here to make a deal. Tell me what kind of deal? Lu Yin asked. Luke Shamus hurriedly replied, It's not a deal, it's an offering. Your subject is willing to offer the six-fingered tribe's greatest secret to your Highness. Of course, if your Highness feels that your subject has contributed to the Empire, then please allow me to share some of the Empire's worries. What secret? Lu Yin did not want to listen to Luke's nonsense, and he directly asked. Please follow me, your Highness, Luke Shamus said respectfully as he opened the underground entrance to the sacrificial grounds. Lu Yin brought the blind monk with him as he followed Luke Shamus inside. He was not worried about the dangers, as he had already taken a look around before coming here. There were very few rune lines in this place, so it was not a threat to him. The underground was very deep and it was very dark. There was not even any light, but that did not matter to them. After walking for a long time, Luin noticed that there were strange diagrams carved into the walls, which were most likely the history of the six-fingered tribe. Luin looked around and saw some diagrams that had a very small population, which most likely meant that the tribe's population would go extinct every 10,000 years. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 631. Elder Luke, I've heard that your six-fingered tribe is plagued with disasters, Luin asked. Luke Seamus bitterly replied, We've embarrassed ourselves in front of your highness. For some reason, every 10,000 years, my six-fingered tribe will experience a calamity that causes our population to plummet. Fortunately, we've managed to survive. Do you know why? Luin was curious. Luke Seamus shook his head. I don't know. 10,000 years ago, the tribe paid a huge price to seek an audience with the Starsabil sect's sect master. They wanted to divine the outcome, but the price was not enough. The Starsabil sect? Do you trust the Starsabil sect that much? Luin was curious. Luke Seamus was puzzled. Does your highness not trust them? The Starsabil sect has the ability to divine the past and the future. This is publicly acknowledged throughout the universe. Perhaps. Luin recalled that the Starsabil sect had divined that the Sea King had stolen pyrolite. There were some things that could not be explained, and the Starsabil sect was very mysterious. Your Highness, we've arrived. Luke Seamus respectfully led Luin underground. This place was rather spacious, and there was only a stone slab in the center that was covered by a cloth. Luke Seamus walked over to the stone slab and lifted the cloth. Luin's pupils shrank when he saw what was inside. Scarlet vertical eyes? Scarlet vertical eyes. Luin was not unfamiliar with them. Back on Earth, he had picked up a scarlet vertical eye that Silver had dropped. This was an item from the Neo-Human Alliance. Luin stared at Luke Seamus with a sharp gaze. At the same time, he subconsciously donned his universal armor and filled his eyes with star energy as he surveyed his surroundings. The number of rune lines did not change, so there was no threat. Are you from the Neo-Human Alliance? Luin asked coldly. The blind monk took a step forward and stared at Luke Seamus. Luke Seamus smiled bitterly. Your Highness, if I were from the Neo-Human Alliance, then I wouldn't be showing you this. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and they flickered, but he did not speak. Luke Seamus squatted down and wiped the scarlet vertical eye. This stone slab was passed down by the six-fingered tribe. We know that this is the symbol of the Neo-Human Alliance, but this stone slab has existed for far longer than the Neo-Human Alliance. Luin raised a brow. What do you mean? Luke Seamus recalled, the six-fingered tribe was born with a curse. They were born with 6 fingers, and every 10,000 years, they would experience a great change, causing their population to plummet. This is a calamity that has been imprinted in their genes, and it can never be changed. Even if an enlighter was born in the tribe, it could not change this fact. This stone tablet is just like this calamity that has accompanied our tribe since the beginning of our genealogy. After that, Luke Seamus looked at Luin. Our clan once had someone appraise it, and they found that this stone tablet has existed for an extremely long time, to the point that it cannot be traced back. It far surpasses the time recorded in our clan's genealogy records, and it also surpasses the time when the Neo-Human Alliance appeared. Luin crouched down and touched the stone slab. The scarlet vertical eye caused a chill to run down his spine. This was clearly the symbol of the Neo-Human Alliance, but why did it seem to have existed for even longer than the Neo-Human Alliance? Luin had seen a few things that had existed for so long that it was impossible to trace their history, such as the Daynite clan's inheritance stone and the thing inside the centipede's body. Or could it be that this symbol represented another kind of existence, and the Neo-Human Alliance was just one of them? Seventh bro, look. There are words on the stone slab. The monkey cried out. Luin wiped the stone slab and there were protrusions on it. They were indeed words, but he did not recognize them. These words are different from the ones in the Daosaur sect and the Wen family's literary prison. Those two words seem to be from the same era, but these words seem even more ancient. It's as if they were symbols that had started to evolve into words. In other words, these are the most ancient words, the monkey muttered to himself. Your Highness, I'm willing to offer this stone slab to your Highness. Luke Seamus bowed respectfully and nervously waited for Lu Yin's reply. Luin stood up and calmly said, Did you know that I was attacked by 5 hunters on my way here? Luke Seamus's expression changed. Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. I definitely did not reveal your Highness's whereabouts. Luine turned around and looked at Luke Seamus. This stone slab doesn't mean much to me. If I keep it, it might even become evidence that I colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Luke Seamus lowered his head and did not speak, but his expression grew increasingly ugly. After a moment of silence, Luine said, although it doesn't mean much to me, it's still something that your six-fingered tribe has passed down for countless years. By offering it to me, you're showing your loyalty, and I'll accept your sincerity. From today onwards, as long as you don't make any mistakes, I'll always reserve a seat for you in the Lu Ministry of Staff, and it can be passed down. Luke Seamus was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. I will definitely serve Your Highness with my life. Luine grunted in acknowledgement, put away the stone slab and left the sacrificial grounds. Since this was not an official visit, Luine only greeted Bok Seamus through his gadget before leaving Lars Weave. On his spacecraft, Luine took out the stone slab and the scarlet eye that he had picked up on Earth. He compared the two, and aside from the size, the scarlet eye was almost identical. The only difference was that the stone slab had ancient words on it, while the scarlet eye that he had picked up had a sinister smiling skull behind it. Seventh bro, don't think too much about it. Many things will fade away with time, and there's no need to waste your time thinking about things from ancient times. Luine asked, Monkey, you should know about the 5th and 6th mainlands, right? The monkey was stumped. I don't know, but I once saw the words 5th and 6th mainlands in a powerhouse's autobiography. However, those words were too common, so I didn't pay much attention to them. Is that so? Luine casually replied. He had not forgotten what the monkey had said during his battle with the shadow beast in Ironblood Weave. The monkey had mentioned that the sky was fake, and that the damned monkey definitely knew something but had not said anything about it. Luine was glad that he had blocked the monkey every time he rolled his die and had not allowed the monkey to discover his greatest secret. The damned monkey definitely had its reasons for hiding things from Luine, and if Luine had truly become one with life and death, then there would have been no need for him to hide anything. It seemed that Luine would have to think of a way to learn more about beast taming. As for the stone slab, Luine put it away as there was no need to waste time thinking about it. Too much time had passed, and even the buildings within the centipede's body could not be traced back to time, let alone this stone slab. Luine had only agreed to Luke Seamus's condition, which was to make things easier for the Alliance. Beep 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 beep. Luine's gadget beeped and a screen appeared. The bespectacled Mist Child appeared in front of Luine. Your Highness, I found it. So fast. Luine was surprised. The Mist Child replied, Hunters are very popular in the Outerverse and there aren't many of them in a weave. It's easy to find those who haven't been around for the past few days. We just need to follow the clues. After a pause, the Mist Child continued, Of the 5 hunters who tried to assassinate you, 1 is from Flaxen Weave, 1 is from Adonis Weave, and 1 is from Dark Mist Weave. The other 2 are independent cultivators with no foundation. Flaxen Weave, Adonis Weave, and Dark Mist Weave? Luine's eyes flickered. Yes, Flaxen Weave's Tribanner Federation, Adonis Weave's Darkstar Gorge, and as for Dark Mist Weave, this person is from the 9 allied nations. They were all formed by some people from your great U Empire, and their leader is the one you told me about. The Mist Child smiled. Luine's brows rose. Orchid Planet's chairman, Larkin? That's right, the Mist Child replied. Luine's gaze turned cold. He knew that the Yushan bloodline had always wanted to overthrow him, but he had not expected them to be so aggressive. 5 hunters, and this Larkin was quite capable. Actually, Larkin only found 3 hunters. The Tribanner Federation and Darkstar Gorge came to him on their own, so it can be considered a joint operation. Luine nodded. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The Mist Child revealed a sweet smile. It's not hard at all. If your Highness needs anything, feel free to instruct me. Larkin couldn't have done all of this by himself. Do you know who joined forces with him? Luine asked. I did. They're all from your great U Empire's Yushan bloodline. These people paid a considerable price. Send me the list. All right. Luine disconnected the call and contacted Phantom Sting, the former Mafioso Planet's hunter Mist Child. Luine had spared his life and allowed him to temporarily take over as the captain of the 2nd Imperial Squadron. He was also responsible for training spies. I told you to keep an eye on Larkin, but he already sent someone to assassinate me. Your surveillance is useless. Phantom Sting lowered his head and said, Your Highness, Larkin has been acting normally recently. Either he didn't do it or this matter had already been planned before I tried to assassinate him. It couldn't have been planned during this period of time. Investigate this for me. Use whatever methods you have to do it as soon as possible, Luin ordered. Understood. The second possibility was more likely, as the Mist Child would not lie to him over such a small matter. Half a day later, Phantom Sting contacted Luin. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was a mistake at work. What happened? Luin asked. The Larkin we assassinated back then was a fake, Phantom Sting said. Luin was shocked. He found a substitute? Yes. He's always been secretly plotting and swapping places with his substitute. This time we directly captured him. We were lucky that it was the real Larkin and he confessed everything. Luin had not expected Larkin to have some tricks up his sleeve. Even Phantom Sting had been fooled, which meant that this person had been using a substitute for some time and had been constantly swapping places. He was quite smart, but it was a pity that he had been unlucky. Otherwise, even if Phantom Sting had acted, the real Larkin might have been able to escape. Capturing Larkin was equivalent to alerting the people who had allied with him in the Yushan bloodline. Luin ordered the 6th and 9th squadrons to take action and capture the people on the list that the Mist Child had sent over. These people had all been involved in the assassination attempt. There were 8 people on the list, and they were all powerful people in various parts of the Great Yu Empire. 3 of them were even from the military and controlled the military. Fortunately, Luin had already set up the Lu Ministry of War and the Lu Ministry of Justice to separately monitor the military. He also had heavyweights like Sigmund Mathers and Hill Anna to oversee things. Otherwise, capturing these people would have definitely caused a mutiny. When Luin returned to Xenu Star, he found that everyone on the list had been captured and imprisoned. Luin planned to eliminate these people completely, but just as he returned to King Zishan's palace, he ran into Wendy Yushan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 632. The moment he saw Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin's mind suddenly cleared up. He was not the ruler of the Great Yu Empire. He was just an impostor created by Big Sis and the others using the blood of the Zishan clan. This woman in front of him was the true heir of the Great Yu Empire. How do you plan on dealing with those people? Wendy Yushan asked calmly as if she was asking a normal question. Luin thought about it for a moment. You decide. Wendy Yushan looked at the palace with a complicated expression. I've always thought that the Great Yu Empire is too small, and I've never thought of inheriting the throne. Even after father and brother died, this thought has never changed. I'm not suited for power, so the one in charge has always been you. You're from the Zishan bloodline, and father promised that King Zishan's bloodline would also have the right to inherit the throne. Many people have told me that you're too tyrannical and despotic, and that the empire will collapse under your hands sooner or later. I don't care about any of that, and whether the Great Yu Empire exists or not, it's fate to me. However, there are times when a person's identity is destined to bring trouble. Regardless of whether those people are sincere or not, they're still fighting for the Yushan bloodline. I hope that you can let them off this once. Luin nodded. Sure, as long as you say so. Wendy Yushan looked at Luin. The royal regent is just the royal regent, and he doesn't have the right to do so. I hope that you can inherit the throne and truly control the Great Yu Empire. Luin could tell that Wendy Yushan was sincere. This woman treated him as family, her only family. She also did not care about the Great Yu Empire and did not desire power. However, could he really inherit the throne? For some reason, Luin felt that he would be restricted the moment he inherited the throne, and he would no longer have the freedom that he currently had. This was not what he wanted. What he wanted was great power, the ability to gather resources and protect himself. He did not want to be immersed in the vortex of power and deal with endless government affairs. He did not want to be like Undying Yushan, which was not what he wanted. I don't have such plans for now, Luin said. Wendy Yushan looked away and slowly left. Although he could not inherit the throne of the Great Yu Empire, he could still become the person with the most authority in the Great Eastern Alliance that was about to be established. This identity was even more attractive than that of the Great Yu Empire's emperor. Over the next few days, the people on the list were all exiled one by one. It was already a great fortune that they were still alive, and Luin could not allow these people to continue holding power. As for Larkin, he had died of illness in prison, and Luin would not let him go. This person was extremely scheming, and even Phantom Sting had been tricked. Although not many people had been arrested, they were all people with real power. The Great Yu Empire had experienced an earthquake in the bureaucracy, and while some people had been exiled, others had naturally risen. Wan Sha was busy. She was selecting suitable people to take up the position, and so was the cabinet. Back in King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin took out his futon. Although he did not know how this thing worked, it should be related to spiritual force. There was no clear information about it, but Lu Yin knew that he would have to wait for another half a month before he could enter the Daosor sect again. That day the captain of the 12th Squadron, Banjiu, sought an audience with good news. The androids have been successfully created? Lu Yin was surprised. Yes, Your Highness. The preliminary results are out, and we've even created a core control, Banjiu said excitedly. Lu Yin did not pay too much attention to this news, as he had actually forgotten about the blueprint for the androids that he had given Banjiu when the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Banjiu had even said that it was the crystallization of the universe's most advanced technology, but Lu Yin had not believed him. What's the cost? How powerful is it? Lu Yin asked. Banjiu turned on his screen and a bunch of numbers appeared on it. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I don't understand. Just tell me. Your Highness, these androids are currently the most fantastical and most advanced technology. Even with my abilities, I was only able to create the first one. However, due to the limitations of the materials used, its power is only comparable to that of a normal limiter, Banjiu said awkwardly. Lu Yin nodded. That's not bad. What's the cost? How long would it take to create one? Banjiu gave him a rough estimate, but Lu Yin frowned. The cost was too high and it would take too long. It was not worth it. Seeing that Lu Yin did not seem to care, Banjiu hurriedly said, Your Highness, the most unique characteristic of these androids is that they have a core control that can store energy. In theory, as long as the core control materials meet the requirements, the android's power will increase infinitely. Lu Yin was shocked. Infinitely? Yes. The core control must be able to completely seal off the android's power, and then the components will be used to distribute the energy to the various parts of the androids for battle. The most important thing is the core control. The best materials that our Great Yu Empire can use to create the core control can only seal off the energy of a limiter. If the core control materials can seal off the energy of an explorer, then the androids will have the power of an explorer. If they can seal off the energy of a cruiser, then the androids will have the power of a cruiser, and so on. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. If they can seal off the energy of an enlighter, then can they still have the power of an enlighter? Absolutely, Banjiu affirmed. Lu Yin did not believe it. Androids created by humans could have the power of an enlighter? Dream on. What kind of materials do you need to seal off the energy of an explorer? Lu Yin asked. The universe has a very clear classification of materials, using crystallinity as a unit of measurement. In order to match a cultivator's power level, the highest crystallinity of a normal material is 100. Anything above 100 is able to withstand a cultivator's attack. For example, between 101 and 1000 crystallinity, the corresponding power level is equivalent to a seeker's attack. In other words, the toughest material that the Great Yu Empire can produce is only 7000 crystallinity, Banjiu explained. What's the crystallinity of the materials used to create radiant-grade auroras? Lu Yin asked. In theory, a radiant-grade auroras can defend against a cruiser's attack, so their crystallinity is at least 50,000. Our Great Yu Empire doesn't have such a hard material? Lu Yin frowned. Banjiu was helpless. In the entire Frostwave weave, the toughest material is only 10,000 crystallinity. The production of this material is extremely low, and it's impossible to create many core controllers. It's not worth it to just add a few explorers to the team. Grand Top Weave has materials with over 30,000 crystallinity, but the production is also too low. Aside from being hard, it's also best if the materials can increase their toughness. For example, 1000 spirit threads can increase the upper limit of the energy seal. Although the other components of the androids don't have as high a material requirement as the core controllers, they can't be too low either. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand the pressure of the energy release. Also, Banjiu spoke for a long time, but in short, he needed both materials and money. Lu Yin was speechless. He still needed money, so who could he ask for it from? What about polarium essence? Lu Yin asked. Banjiu replied, Polarium essence is not suitable for the core controllers, but it can be used to create androids. It's precisely because of this that I'm confident that I can create androids that surpass an explorer's strength. Otherwise, the other materials won't be able to withstand the energy. Your Highness, if you have the right materials, I'm confident that I can create an unrivaled army of androids for you. Luin thought about it for a moment. Give me a list of all the materials that you need. Cross out the ones that can be obtained from Frostwave Weave and Grandtop Weave. I'll think of something for the rest. Thank you, Your Highness. Banjio was delighted. Luin muttered to himself. He really did need to increase the Great U Empire's strength. The stronger the Great U Empire was, the more resources it would be able to obtain, and the more resources it had, the stronger it would be. This was a virtuous cycle. In the early stages he would have to contribute to the Great U Empire, but in the later stages he would have to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. An unrivaled army of androids was a very tempting idea. He didn't need too many of them. As long as he replaced all the members of the 13 Imperial squadrons with androids with the strength of explorers, he would be able to easily control the entire Great U Empire and expand his influence. Luin activated his gadget and contacted Madame Naylin. She quickly appeared on his screen, wearing a white bathrobe that wrapped around her alluring figure. Her fair skin was exposed to the air, and it almost reflected the light. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her. Your Highness, are you looking for me? She beamed at Luin as she dried her hair. Luin felt awkward. Did you just shower? Then I'll contact you in a bit. Hee, there's no need. If Your Highness has something to say, please tell me. She smiled. Luin coughed and rubbed his nose. He then sent Banjio's list of materials to her. See how many you can find. I'll pay for them. She looked over the list for a while. We can obtain most of them, but there are a few that are harder to find, especially those that have a hardness of over 30,000. Even our Naylin family doesn't have many of them. There's also spiritual silk. Your Highness, spiritual silk isn't an ordinary material. It's used to preserve source boxes, and it's basically a controlled type of material. I won't force you. What about the other materials? Luin asked. She replied, some of them aren't expensive, but they're produced in a weave in the West. As you know, the West isn't easy to reach at the moment. Divide out the materials that you can find, and then we'll think of something else. Luin rubbed his head. She replied, Your Highness, you don't need to buy materials that have a hardness of over 30,000 from us. Lars Weave has them, and you can ask the Six-Fingered Tribe to help you. After all, they're your allies, and resource integration is one of the terms of the alliance. Luin was delighted. Lars Weave has them? That's great. Madame Naylin smiled and closed the communication. Luin retracted his gaze. The alliance's effects were beginning to show, and this was the effect of resource integration. If he could integrate all of the Outerverse resources, then he could have any material he wanted without having to worry about it. He left Lars Weave's matters to Enya, and the Naylin family could collect a batch of materials. Most of the remaining materials were produced in the Western Weaves, but they weren't too precious. The androids weren't very large, so they didn't need much. Luin checked the uses of the materials and found that most of them could be used to create technological weapons. Luin ordered someone to send the weapons to King Zishan's palace as he began to disassemble them. The materials that could be obtained from disassembling a batch of weapons were enough to create over 100 androids. He had people send over several batches, and he had practically disassembled an entire fleet of weapons from the Great U Empire. After some calculations, he concluded that he could create over 1,000 androids after disassembling them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 633. 5 days later, the first batch of materials from the Naylin family arrived. The Six-Fingered Tribe also delivered materials with a crystal degree of over 30,000. The prices were so low that Luin felt embarrassed. Banjio was very excited and continuously received materials. He promised that as long as all the materials were in place, they would be able to produce the first batch of androids within half a year. Luin was elated, as that meant that he would have an army of explorers who were not afraid of death in half a year. Furthermore, as the materials increased, their strength would increase as well. The explorer realm was a dividing line for cultivators, and they were considered space-exploring powerhouses. Although there were more than 100 explorers in the Great U Empire, not all of them worked for the Empire. Many planets' strongest powerhouses were explorers, but they did not belong to the Empire. There were only a few dozen explorers in the Empire. It was not just the Great U Empire but other powers as well. The guardian of one planet in the erudite Flowzone's border warfront was just an explorer. To Luin, explorers were not strong, but that was only in his opinion. In the vast universe, explorers were considered powerhouses. To this day, no power in the outerverse had been able to form an army of explorers. Lu Yin wanted to form the first army of explorers, and there would be close to 1,000 of them. With this motivation, Lu Yin became even more motivated. He had Kaze guard the door and prevent anyone from entering King Zishan's palace. Within the secret room he began to roll his die, and when it slowly stopped, Lu Yin was delighted. His luck was too good as he had gotten 2 pips, which was exactly what he needed. When he saw the decomposition vortex appear, Lu Yin extended the time and began his boring life of decomposition. He had done this more than once. Back then he had decomposed polarium and then upgraded it to polarium essence, so he was already used to it. Fortunately, his decomposition speed was not slow. 2 days later, Lu Yin tiredly handed the materials to Banjio, who was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness. I guarantee that I will deliver at least 50 explorers in half a year." Lu Yin nodded, but then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. "What did you say? 50? Wasn't it 1,000? Banjio was stunned. "When did I say that?" Lu Yin slapped his forehead, as he had forgotten that the materials he had decomposed were enough to produce 1,000 androids. However, that was all. The other materials were not enough to produce 1,000 androids. "Your Highness, although we have all the materials, the quantity is severely insufficient. Adding to the wastage during the process, 50 androids are the limit. At most 2 or 3 will be enough," Banjio said. "How many more materials do we need to create more than 1,000 explorers?" "The Nalan family has already brought over all the materials they can muster. Lord Gavin said that the Empire doesn't have the money for the time being, so there are still many materials that they can't buy," said Banjio. At the end of the day he still did not have enough money. Lu Yin glanced at his cosmic ring and saw that he still had more than 80,000 star essence, but this was his money. The Empire still owed him 50,000 star essence, and he could not afford to lose any more. Otherwise, what would he do if he reached the point of exhaustion? Would he still have to borrow money from the Nalan family? He was embarrassed. After thinking about it, he thought of an idea: the Mavis Bank. He should be able to borrow money from them, but he didn't know how much interest they would charge. This idea was quite tempting, but then Lu Yin recalled how Lulu had insisted on visiting the palace. The Mavis Bank was not just a bank. They represented the entire Mavis family, and they coveted the secret technique of the 7 Quartz U family. It might not be a good thing to be involved with them. Lu Yin gave up on the idea of borrowing money from the Mavis Bank and had Banjio withdraw. For now he would just create 50 androids. He had already thought it through and he might not need too many. He could upgrade these 50 androids to cruisers or even hunters. Otherwise, if there were too many androids he would not be able to handle it. Just as Banjio withdrew, Gavin requested an audience. Lu Yin was most afraid of meeting him, as the old man would definitely come and complain about how poor he was. Thus, Lu Yin decided to simply shut the door and decline all visitors. The night was cool as water, and King Zishan's palace was brightly lit, illuminating a large area next to the palace. For many people, the nightlife had just begun. Lu Yin extended his domain and saw the crazy men and women in the bar, as well as the lonely tavern with 1 or 2 scattered people drinking. He also saw the unspeakable happenings in the alleyways and many more. He retracted his domain as there were some things that were better left unknown. The Empire's economy had just gotten back on track, but it had once again sunk into a quagmire because of the purchase of various materials. If not for the fact that the Nalan family was in a hurry to get the Great U Empire to pay up, Lu Yin would have paid for it himself. As he looked at Xenu Star, which was still brightly lit even in the middle of the night, Lu Yin felt a little lonely. Perhaps it had not been a bad choice to forcefully bring Min Yen out at that time. Sometimes, a man should be a little more forceful. Lu Yin thought to himself as he drank some wine. As soon as he took a step forward, his surroundings fell silent. The lights were still the same, but the wind had stopped and the sound was gone. The leaves that should have been drifting to the ground stopped in midair. Everything seemed natural yet strange, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Lu Yin stood still as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He could not sense any aura, and even though his eyes were filled with star energy, he could not see any rune lines. Everything around him was still, and he did not know what kind of power this was. It was indescribably strong, like the power of a god. It was untraceable, yet it could be seen everywhere. "It's been a while since we last met. You've become much stronger," a faint voice sounded from behind Lu Yin. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he abruptly turned around to see a familiar face. "Ma Master?" The person who had appeared behind Lu Yin was his would-be master, Mr. Mu, the person who had given him fates and then raised his physical body to its limits. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin indifferently. "I was just passing by, so I thought I'd drop by to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, everything returned to normal. The leaves fell to the ground, the wind blew, and the lights in the distance flickered. It seemed like an illusion, but Lu Yin was sure that what he had seen was real. Mr. Mu had caused everything to stop. Disciple Lu Yin greets Master. Lu Yin bowed. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. "You've become quite famous recently. You performed very well on the battlefield in Iron Blood Weave." Lu Yin replied, "Thank you for your praise, Master. May I ask if this disciple can become your official disciple?" After leaving the Golden Ocean, Lu Yin had only been Mr. Mu's in-name disciple. Even with his abilities back then, he did not have the qualifications to become an official disciple. Now, however, Lu Yin was confident. Not only had he become an explorer, his battle force had reached 7 lines, he had comprehended a force field, and he had even grasped the Yu's secret art. This time he was full of confidence. "It seems like you're very confident in using your opportunity. However, I must remind you that you are now an explorer, and my requirements for becoming a disciple are different from when you are a Lemiter. If you cannot become my official disciple, then you will lose the qualifications to even become an in-name disciple. At the same time, your memories of me will be erased. You may choose," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin was startled, but after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth. "This disciple is willing to try." Mr. Mu nodded, and the next moment, everything returned to its original state. It was as if everything had stopped. "All right, use your opportunity." Lu Yin skipped over battle force and domain. Although 7 lines of battle force and a force field were shocking to many, they were nothing to Mr. Mu. He immediately used the Yu's secret art and waved his hand, causing the ground and rocks to disappear before reappearing in another direction. Mr. Mu praised, "Secret technique, the 7 quartz Yu's secret art. Not bad, not bad." Lu Yin was shocked. "Master, you know about the Yu's secret art? There are very few secret techniques in the universe and I've seen almost all of them. It's no big deal. Continue," Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even a secret technique was not enough? That was a secret technique. His eyes flickered and he sank into deep thought. Mr. Mu said, "If you think that you can become my disciple just by relying on a secret technique, then you're being too naive. Do you remember that war spirit with closed eyes that you fought in that space? That person also had a secret technique, but I did not accept him as a disciple." Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at Mr. Mu expectantly. "Master, this disciple knows the secret of this universe." Mr. Mu was surprised. "Tell me about it." During the ancient era, there were 6 mainlands in the universe, which were the first mainland, second mainland, third mainland, fourth mainland, fifth mainland, and sixth mainland. The first 4 mainlands inexplicably collapsed, and the 5th mainland was defeated by the 6th mainland in a battle. It then merged with the first 4 mainlands to form this universe. Now, Lu Yin repeated everything that he had heard from that elegant man in the Daosor sect, and he continued to observe Mr. Mu as he spoke. He knew that Mr. Mu definitely knew these secrets, but with his current status and ability, it was impossible for him to come into contact with them. This was an opportunity, and this opportunity was not limited to power, but also included knowledge. Mr. Mu looked up with a complicated expression on his face. "You're right. This is a universe formed by the fusion of 5 continents, and its scope far surpasses that of a single continent. You're quite fortunate to know all of this, but it's still not enough." He then looked at Lu Yin. "With your age, ability, and background, it's indeed surprising that you know all of this. Even I did not expect you to know all of this, and I don't want to know how you learned all of this. However, you're still lacking a little bit." Lu Yin's eyes trembled and he slowly raised his index finger. He pointed it at the void and tapped out. In that instant, his eyes went slack and his consciousness vanished. Boundless rage spread throughout his body. This was the Dream Finger, and it was also the strongest attack that he could use. This attack had killed Yin Guai and severely injured Phantom Thorn. The moment the Dream Finger appeared, the void rippled, and Mr. Mu's eyes went wide as if he had seen something inconceivable. Lu Yin's finger had pierced through the void, ignoring the distance between them. He had clearly hit an empty space, but it had caused space to tremble and ripple. It was a beautiful sight, but only those who were facing it would know the power of this finger. Mr. Mu frowned. What was this? So that's how it was. No wonder, no wonder. An intense pain engulfed Lu Yin's nerves, and he clutched his index finger as he looked expectantly at Mr. Mu. This was his last resort, and if it still did not work, then he would have to reveal the Stonewall scriptures and those numbers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 634. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin and his eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, they were filled with gentleness and anticipation. That's enough. Throughout the entire universe, it's not easy for an explorer to have such a fortuitous encounter like yours. Today I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Lu Yin was delighted, and he hurriedly knelt down to pay respects to his master. Disciple Lu Yin greets master. Mr. Mu nodded. I was just taking a look, but I never thought that you would actually have such a fortuitous encounter to become my disciple. Becoming my disciple is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but since you've become my disciple, I won't treat you unfairly. Mr. Mu then extended his hand, revealing a chip. Take this. Lu Yin accepted it and looked at Mr. Mu in confusion. This should be what you've been hoping to obtain the most right now. It's the serious art, Mr. Mu explained. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he was ecstatic. Serious art? Master, this is the serious art? Mr. Mu nodded. Although it's incomplete, it contains the method to cultivate up to 99 stars. The serious art is the core technique of the serious sect, and even I can't obtain the entire manual. If you want the complete serious art, you'll have to head to the Neoverse and join the serious sect. That's a matter for the future, but for now, this incomplete manual is enough for you to cultivate. Although Lu Yin was disappointed that it wasn't the complete serious art, being able to cultivate up to 99 stars was already pretty good. That was equivalent to a 99-fold increase in his absorption speed. Originally, with the amount of star energy he needed to absorb, it would take him 100 years to complete one cycle, and that was under the premise that he could cultivate at 9 times the speed of the serious art. Now that he had 99 stars, it would only take him 10 years at most. His speed was already comparable to an ordinary explorer's. Lu Yin was already satisfied. Thank you, Master, Lu Yin said gratefully. Mr. Mu said, take this as well. He then took out a prayer mat. Lu Yin blinked. A prayer mat? Mr. Mu has one too? This is called a futon, and when you sit on it, it will bring you into the Daosaur sect's ruins. Since you understand those secrets, then you should know what the Daosaur sect represents. Not only will you have the opportunity to obtain the Daosaur sect's inheritance, but your status will also be different in this universe. You will understand this in the future. However, you must remember that there are not only people from the 5th mainland in the Daosaur sect's ruins, but also people from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin took the futon and muttered, Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu saw that Lu Yin did not seem very happy, and he assumed that Lu Yin did not understand the importance of a futon. It could be said that there had been people who had tried to trade for this futon in the past, but had not been able to do so. This futon not only represented the opportunity to obtain the Daosaur sect's inheritance, but it also represented one's status. However, Mr. Mu did not intend to elaborate on this matter, as Lu Yin would find out in the future. Of course, Lu Yin understood the importance of a futon. The 10 Arbiters' supreme status was most likely related to this futon. Possessing a futon was equivalent to obtaining the protection of this universe, and they were the true geniuses of this universe. Mr. Mu had given Lu Yin a futon, which could be considered quite generous. However, Lu Yin already had one. Should he mention it or not? That was the question. I have to leave now. I came here in a hurry and I never thought that you would actually have the opportunity to become an official disciple. If you can satisfy me the next time we meet, I'll give you a gift, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, Master, aren't the innerverse and outerverse separated? How did you appear here? It's a coincidence. I was in the outerverse when the innerverse and outerverse were separated, Mr. Mu said before disappearing. After Mr. Mu disappeared, everything returned to normal. Lu Yin's eyes filled with star energy as he looked around, but he could not see the enormous amount of rune lines. Lu Yin did not know exactly how powerful this master of his was, but his method seemed a little mystical. Had he frozen space or time just now? Lu Yin looked at the chip in his hand and could not help but laugh. This harvest was too great. Not only had he gained the serious technique, but he had also gained Mr. Mu himself. Previously, Lu Yin had thought that Mr. Mu was in the innerverse, and even if he crushed the jade he would not be saved. Now that he was in the outerverse, that jade was like a protective talisman. With Mr. Mu's strength, he should not be any weaker than the Sea King. Lu Yin could not directly make a comparison, but based on his intuition, Mr. Mu definitely surpassed Elder Lohar. This was a very powerful backer. Now that he had 2 futons, Lu Yin could not use them alone. With that in mind, he stepped out of King Zishan's palace and headed towards the 5th princess residence. Lu Yin had never come to the 5th princess residence at night, and if he was discovered at this time, he would not be able to explain himself. Thus he directly entered. He released his domain, wanting to let Wendy Yushan know that he had arrived. However, in the next moment his expression changed and he became extremely embarrassed. Wendy Yushan was bathing. In the backyard of the 5th princess residence, Wendy Yushan suddenly looked up, and her expression changed. She raised a hand and shot a stream of water into the void. Withdraw. Lu Yin hurriedly withdrew his domain and coughed a few times. He wanted to leave, but after some thought he decided to stay. It would be even more awkward if he left now, as it would seem like he had specially come to watch her bathe. However, the beautiful scene that he had seen in that instant had already been imprinted into his mind. That absolutely beautiful body had stunned him, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Wendy Yushan's face flushed red as she put on her clothes and took out her sword from her cosmic ring. She gripped the hilt tightly as she walked into the living room. The moment she saw Lu Yin, she instinctively unsheathed her sword, and a cold glint reverberated through the void. It seemed like she could attack at any moment. You better give me an explanation. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Who gave you permission to enter my residence as you please? Wendy Yushan demanded, her face still flushed red. She had never been seen like this in her entire life, and she felt very strange at this moment. It was as if the sky was collapsing on her. She was clearly not afraid of death, but now she was afraid to see this man. Lu Yin glanced at Wendy Yushan, and the image of her snow-white body within the hazy mist subconsciously appeared in his mind. He coughed again and took out his futon. This is for you. Wendy Yushan's eyes went wide and she stabbed her sword at Lu Yin. You tricked me. Lu Yin raised a finger and 7-line battle force wrapped around his fingertip. He flicked his finger and flicked the sword away. Don't misunderstand. Listen to me. Wendy Yushan snorted and put down her sword. She stared at Lu Yin. There were not many things in this world that could make her lose her composure, and her heart was still racing. Do you still remember the Daosor sect that I told you about? This is called a futon, and it's the key to the Daosor sect's ruins. Lu Yin then told her everything about the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, the Daosor sect, and even the imprint. Wendy Yushan was confused. Are you telling the truth? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Is there any benefit in lying to you? No, there is, he thought to himself as he watched her bathe. Wendy Yushan stroked her futon. When you asked me about Shinkai's name, did you hear it in the Daosor sect? Lu Yin nodded. I heard someone from the 6th mainland mention Shinkai, and they said that he killed a realmling. I guess that this Shinkai might be one of the 10 arbiters. Otherwise, with the 10 arbiters' strength, how could they have attained their current supreme status? It's precisely because they have the opportunity to receive the Daosor sect's inheritance that they are able to shift their authority to the younger generation. This is also why the various great powers of the universe don't dare to act against them, as they are the hope of the 5th mainland. How many people from the 5th mainland are in the Daosor sect? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it should be the 10 arbiters. In fact, not all of them are in the Daosor sect. Some of them might have been arranged by some great figures to divert attention. Are you saying that there might be people among the 10 arbiters who are unable to enter the Daosor sect in order to confuse the public so that those who truly have the opportunity to receive the Daosor sect's inheritance will remain hidden? Wendy Yushan asked. Lu Yin replied, that's just a guess. Perhaps all of the 10 arbiters can enter, or perhaps only a few people can enter. There might even be more than 10 people who have entered, and there might even be a few who have hidden themselves. Don't forget that we don't know anything about the Neoverse, so how could no one have entered the Daosor sect? The third possibility was the most likely, as the Hall of Honor, Sirius sect, and the 3 Dark Hands were all in the Neoverse. That was the human domain, or rather, the 5th mainland's most powerful powerhouses, so there should be people who could enter the Daosor sect. However, that elegant man had clearly said that there were not many people in the 5th mainland, which was strange. Since entering the Daosor sect is so important to the universe, and one can even obtain the Hall of Honor's protection, how did you get this futon? Why don't you use it for yourself? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Lu Yin smiled. I have another one. Wendy Yushan was surprised. Another one? You have two? Lu Yin nodded. There's no need to doubt the importance of a futon. I've been to the Daosor sect's ruins and fought with the people from the 6th mainland. This thing is really important and there aren't many of them in the entire universe. It's a coincidence that I have two. Also, I heard from the 6th mainland that they've already attacked the 5th mainland. There might be a war in the Innerverse or the Neoverse. Wendy Yushan looked at the futon. I'll go take a look at the Daosor sect. Wait for me. It'll only take about 10 days and we'll be able to take care of each other then. Wendy Yushan nodded. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin said, I'll be leaving first. Wait. Wendy Yushan stared at Lu Yin. There's an unwritten rule in the universe that limits the observable range of a domain as much as possible. It's impolite to casually use a domain to observe others, and it might even lead to a fight. Remember that. Lu Yin coughed. Got it. Also, remember to report when you enter my residence in the future. Wendy Yushan warned him before taking the futon and turning to leave. Lu Yin smiled sheepishly and then left. The cultivation of the serious art required one to observe the movements of the stars. Ever since the crazy headmaster had helped Lu Yin form his 9th star, Lu Yin had not been able to observe the movements of the stars. Over the next 10 days, Lu Yin appeared on a desolate planet not too far away from Xenu star. Above his head was a dark sky, and he began to cultivate the serious art. He directly broke through the 9th star that the crazy headmaster had helped him form. Following the incomplete serious art manual, he spent 2 days to cultivate the correct 9th star, and then he increased the number of stars one by one. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 635. His cultivation of the serious art was different from before. Previously, he had only been able to observe the movements of the stars with his naked eyes, but now that he was an explorer, his physical body could stand tall in space. He also had his domain and his eyes that could see rune lines. Thanks to the secret art, his understanding of the universe had changed. In just 10 days he had gained 20 more stars. Currently, there were a total of 29 stars revolving around his body. The serious art was finally useful again, and Lu Yin was delighted. His first step in cultivation had been with the serious art. Not only did this technique increase his cultivation speed, but it also had many other uses. By using the serious art with his domain and lock-breaking tools, he could use the secret sidestep technique. When he used the serious art, he could clearly see anything that entered the serious art's range, and he could even imitate his opponent's battle techniques. Previously, 9 stars had not been very useful to powerhouses, but now, as long as he reached 99 stars, this ability might shine again. There was no rush as it wouldn't take long for him to circulate all 99 stars. At that time his strength would increase again. 10 days passed and it was time to meet with Mr. Bai, the fatty, and the others. Lu Yin sat in King Zishan's palace and contacted Wendy Yushan before sitting down cross-legged on his futon. The scenery in front of him changed, and when he could clearly see his surroundings, he found himself in the ruined plaza that he had been in before. It was the same scene as before, but aside from the shattered ground and countless bones, there were a few more people around. They did not speak to each other as they walked towards First Divine Gate. Lu Yin looked around, but why wasn't Wendy Yushan around? He released his domain and its range increased. At that moment his domain sensed resistance. In the distance, a woman opened her eyes and coldly glanced at Lu Yin. Her domain suppressed Lu Yin's domain. Lu Yin frowned and unceremoniously used his domain to suppress her. There was a whoosh and a storm rose up in the plaza. Several people looked over in shock as the powerful collision of domains caused even larger cracks to appear in the ground. The woman's eyes narrowed, and her domain suddenly vanished. She leaped up and charged at Lu Yin, her palm striking out with enough force to topple mountains and overturn seas. Lu Yin had not expected this woman to have such a violent temper. Her domain was no match for his, so she immediately attacked him. He did not hold back and 29 stars revolved around his body. The woman's movements slowed down in his eyes, and he easily dodged her palm. He then grabbed her arm and flung her away. The woman's body flipped in midair and she stared at him in shock. A strange imprint blossomed and imprinted itself onto her forehead. She kicked the air with one foot and charged towards him once more. Once again she slammed down with a single palm. This time Lu Yin's body exploded, and its power was nearly twice as strong as before. It was clearly the same battle technique, but its power had increased by so much. What was that imprint? The methods of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were too strange. However, this woman was no match for him. There was a thump, and Luin forcefully blocked the woman's palm with one arm. His powerful body repelled the force of her attack, but she gritted her teeth and roared. A blurry figure appeared behind her, and her imprint appeared as she slammed down with another palm. This time the power of her palm was even stronger. This was repeated 3 times in a row, and each time was stronger than the last. The first time, her battle technique's power was equivalent to Northgate Lies, who was at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. The second time, it was comparable to Faceless and Cheng Wu, who were around the 60th position on the top 100 rankings. The third time, it surpassed Zhanbing Day Knights, and she was definitely at the level of the top 50. This was the standard of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. On average, they were much higher than the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland, and any random cultivator he encountered would have such power. Luin did not hold back, and he forcefully blocked the woman's palm with one hand. He grabbed her arm and flung her away while simultaneously increasing his overlaying stacks. The woman was flung away by the huge force and landed firmly on the ground, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. However, the overlaying stacks that followed caused her to continuously retreat. Eventually, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she half knelt on the ground. She looked up at Luin in shock. "You?" Luin looked at her coldly. Her power was much weaker than the elegant man he had killed before. That man had been comparable to Night King Gu, but this woman was at most around the 40th position on the top 100 rankings. There was a pft, and the woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and she stared at Luin with indignation. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Luin did not speak as he was a deaf mute here. The woman shouted, "You don't even dare to reveal your name?" Luin looked up and released his domain to continue searching for Wendy Yushan. The woman angrily gritted her teeth. "Remember this, I'm Tong Tong, and I'm the younger sister of Tong Zhan from the Grand Martial Realm. I won't forget this grudge." Luin frowned and stared coldly at Tong Tong, killing intent flashing through his eyes. This woman was brainless, and she still dared to threaten him in this situation. When she saw the killing intent in Lu Yin's eyes, Tong Tong sneered. "You want to kill me? You won't be able to do it. I have plenty of power vessels, and even an enlighter won't be able to kill me, let alone you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Mr. Bai appeared in the plaza, and when he saw Lu Yin and Tong Tong, he stood up and walked over to Lu Yin. He then gestured at Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not understand. Mr. Bai then looked at Tong Tong. "Miss, is there some misunderstanding between you and my friend?" Tong Tong snorted and glared at Lu Yin. "Remember this, don't let me see you in the Dao Source sect." She then walked off to the other side. Mr. Bai was puzzled, and he gestured at Lu Yin to ask what had happened. Lu Yin shook his head, pointed at Tong Tong and then at his head. His meaning was clear. Tong Tong just happened to turn around, and when she saw the gesture, she exploded with anger. "Just you wait. It seems like she's a troublesome young lady." Mr. Bai waved his fan and smiled. Lu Yin could not find Wendy Yushan. Could she have met with an accident? Feeling helpless, he asked, "My friend came in with me, but she's not here." "What?" Mr. Bai smiled, as he was not surprised that Lu Yin could speak. The Dao Source sect has 4 main entrances, and each entrance has its own plaza. Your friend should be in another plaza. Lu Yin recalled that there were 3 entrances, first Divine Gate, third Azure Gate, and fourth Imperial Gate. Who was that young lady? Mr. Bai asked curiously. Lu Yin replied, Grand Martial Realm, Tong Zhan's younger sister. Tong Zhan? Then you've really offended someone incredible. Mr. Bai laughed. Lu Yin did not ask further, as it seemed like this Tong Zhan was quite famous, and asking about him would only raise suspicions. Let's wait for a while. Miss Ching and Fatty Bro should be here soon. Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about Fatty Bro's Sky Eater pig bloodline. I wonder how it's doing. Mr. Bai smiled as if he was always calm. Lu Yin nodded and waited quietly. People appeared from time to time, and quite a few groups of people had already entered First Divine Gate. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. This was clearly the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect, and the Fifth Mainland did not have many futons. However, there were so many here, which meant that the Fifth Mainland had lost miserably during that war. Rumor has it that the first group of invaders has already fought, and they've even opened up a path to the Mara River. Once they completely suppress the fifth mainland, the younger generation will be able to officially hunt on the battlefield. That won't take too long, Mr. Bai said as he looked at Lu Yin. It's not just the ruins of the Daosor sect. We might even meet on the battlefield. That's possible, Lu Yin replied. Meeting on the battlefield? If the sixth mainland were to invade the outerverse, then it might really be possible. Lu Yin looked at the excited cultivators from the sixth mainland, but he did not have much hope of resisting the sixth mainland's invasion. Any random cultivator from the sixth mainland had the strength of someone on the top 100 rankings, and the average strength of the sixth mainland's cultivators far exceeded theirs. Furthermore, there were progenitors among them, so Lu Yin did not know how long the universe could last. Not long after, the fatty arrived, and when he saw Lu Yin and Mr. Bai, he ran over excitedly. Ah, Fatty Bro knew that you would come. Mr. Bai smiled. Fatty Bro, how's the power of the Sky Eater Pig's bloodline? The fatty was delighted. It's amazing. Fatty Bro's strength has more than doubled, and I even dare to fight against Autumn Frost Qing. This is what an unparalleled bloodline requires. Mr. Bai smiled. The fatty looked at Lu Yin and excitedly gestured at him. Lu Yin was speechless. This fatty's hand gestures must have been invented by himself, as he could not understand them at all. Lu Yin did not say anything and Mr. Bai did not say anything either. Only the fatty continued to gesture excitedly, and it seemed that he would only stop once Lu Yin responded. Lu Yin could only helplessly give the fatty a thumbs up. The fatty grinned, and then he became even more excited as he gestured more and more. Fortunately, Miss Qing also appeared and stopped the fatty. The fatty could not help but feel excited. He had only said that they would gather in a month, and he had not expected these three to actually listen to him. His strength was far inferior to theirs, and now that they had actually met, the fatty felt as if he had made a true friend. This was especially true for Lu Yin, as he had shared many of his secrets with this person. Lu Yin was the perfect person to vent to, and the fatty did not wish to lose him. Fatty, show me the power of the Sky Eater Pig. Miss Qing was very curious. Please add the word bloodline. It's the Sky Eater Pig bloodline, the fatty grumbled. At this moment, the four of them were walking through the first divine gate. There was a first divine gate guardian roaming in front of them. The fatty clenched his fists. Watch carefully. After suppressing himself for so many years, he also wanted to be acknowledged by others. Even if he could not fight against a genius like Autumn Frost Qing, he wanted to at least have the strength to match up to Yan Xiaojing. With a whoosh, the fatty charged out. The first divine gate guardian noticed him and punched out. A month ago, the fatty had needed to fully display his imprint and battle techniques against the first divine gate guardian. But now the fatty did not use his imprint. Instead, his entire body swelled up slightly, and a formless silhouette enveloped his body, transforming into a giant Sky Eater Pig that roared and bit down. Under the shocked gazes of Lu Yin and the others, the Sky Eater Pig's silhouette bit off the first divine gate guardian's arm and then viciously rammed into the guardian's chest, sending it flying. Bang! The shattered arm fell to the ground, and the fatty's body returned to its original state. He looked up at the sky and excitedly roared. Lu Yin was astonished. What a valiant way of fighting. Miss Qing covered her mouth. What tough teeth. The first divine gate guardian was a puppet used to test the new disciples, so its body was incomparably tough. In Lu Yin's opinion, even an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings might not be able to defeat a first divine gate guardian in a one-on-one fight. The fatty had only been able to defeat a single first divine gate guardian before, but now it was much easier, and he did not even need to use his imprint. This was the power of a bloodline. Thank you. The Mountain Breeze Brothers reward, third update. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 636. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It had only been a month, but Lu Yin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. This was the sixth mainland's unique cultivation system. Clap, clap. Mr. Bai clapped. As expected of one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Fatty, as long as you continue cultivating, you'll be qualified to challenge Autumn Frost Qing once you become a cruiser. The fatty was pleased with himself. Miss Qing pointed behind the fatty. Be careful, that first divine gate guardian is coming again. Before the fatty could react, a gust of wind brushed past his ears. There was a thump, and the first divine gate guardian turned into scrap metal. The fatty slowly turned around and saw a smiling Mr. Bai. "Let's go." "We still need to hurry," Mr. Bai said casually. The fatty's face twitched, and he looked at the shattered First Divine Gate Guardian on the ground. This guy was a bit abnormal, and the fatty's confidence that had just risen had suffered a blow. Lu Yin and Miss Qing slowly walked past the fatty. The fatty hurried to keep up. "Where are we going?" Miss Qing asked. Mr. Bai spun his fan. "Let's go to that affiliated city. It's safer there." Miss Qing pouted. "I don't want to go." Mr. Bai looked at her. "The other places are more dangerous, and the chances of obtaining anything are even lower. Let's give it a try." "It wasn't easy to get a futon, so we can't just stay in the city forever," Miss Qing said. She then looked at the fatty. "What do you think?" The fatty looked at Lu Yin and gestured. Lu Yin remained calm. Mr. Bai shrugged. "All right, since that's the case, I'll take you to a place. Although it's dangerous, if you're lucky you might be able to obtain a secret technique." "Secret technique?" Miss Qing and the fatty exclaimed. Mr. Bai's lips curled up. "That's right. A secret technique. Have you heard of the Fifth Mainland's progenitor Qin?" "Progenitor Qin?" Miss Qing exclaimed as if she had just heard of an incredible person. Mr. Bai's gaze was filled with reverence. Even when the Fifth Mainland was defeated and in despair, it still couldn't hide his brilliance. The Fifth Mainland's progenitor Qin is a name that the Sixth Mainland considers taboo. Although there are no clear records, it's said that in an ancient battle, progenitor Qin fought to the death 2 progenitors from our Sixth Mainland. It was an earth-shattering event. Miss Qing was shocked. Legend has it that progenitor Qin was a genius who created a cultivation method for the stars. He was praised as a genius of the present age, and in every great battle, progenitor Qin would need at least 2 progenitors to hold him back. He was the most dazzling star of the ancient era. Mr. Bai continued, "Legend has it that progenitor Qin created the 9 clones secret technique, which allowed him to split himself into 9 clones, giving birth to 9 progenitors who were invincible throughout the universe. Ever since he began cultivating this technique, he has been invincible among those at the same level as him. He has never been defeated, and is considered a true pinnacle powerhouse." Miss Qing added, "Legend has it that when Ancestor Qin stepped onto the path of cultivation, a phenomenon appeared in the heavens. He is one of the few people chosen by the heavens who can avoid divination. There are far too many legends about progenitor Qin, and they're all passed down from the legacy families. There are no clear records, and the more this is the case, the more it proves that progenitor Qin is not tolerated by the Sixth Mainland. Even though he's been dead for countless years, no one has ever acknowledged his existence. He's not someone who can be tolerated by history," said Mr. Bai. Lu Yin listened quietly, and although he didn't show much on his face, his heart was filled with shock. Countless people cultivated and battled for the sake of leaving their names in history, but if there was someone who didn't even dare to acknowledge history, then what level was he at? Was it progenitor Qin? 7th Bro, this monkey once read about progenitor Qin in a powerhouse's autobiography. He was a powerhouse who truly existed, and he was someone who almost changed history. However, there are too few records about him, and even the history of the shattered Fifth Mainland doesn't have any records of him, the monkey said. "There's such an incredible person?" the fatty cried out in surprise as he found it hard to believe. Mr. Bai sighed. "It's not an exaggeration. What we're talking about might not even be close to what progenitor Qin did. There's even a terrifying rumor." At this point, Mr. Bai's gaze swept across the group. "Progenitor Qin is still alive. That's impossible. That's a conspiracy theory. Someone is trying to stir up trouble and change the situation," Miss Qing immediately refuted. Mr. Bai nodded. "That's right. No one is willing to believe it, or rather, no one dares to believe it." "Does progenitor Qin have anything to do with where we're going?" the fatty couldn't help but ask. Mr. Bai replied, "Progenitor Qin left behind a palm print somewhere in the Daosource sect. It's rumored that someone copied that palm print and comprehended some of progenitor Qin's battle techniques. According to some records, that palm print might contain a secret technique that progenitor Qin created." "The 9 clones secret technique?" Miss Qing was stunned. Mr. Bai shook his head. "I don't know, but it shouldn't be the 9 clones secret technique. If that technique really existed, then the 3 progenitors would not have allowed anyone to come into contact with it. They would have done everything they could to comprehend it, and that would have nothing to do with us." Miss Qing was disappointed. "What a pity. It would be great if he could learn the 9 clones secret technique. He could split into 9 and all of them would have peak power. Just thinking about it is terrifying." The fatty was speechless. There really are all kinds of secret techniques. It has to be fake. Perhaps. Come, let's go take a look at the palm print that Progenitor Chen left behind. That might be the most direct proof that Progenitor Chen once existed, Mr. Bai said as he led the way. Lu Yin and the other two followed behind him. Elsewhere, Wendy Yushan had been waiting for Lu Yin for an entire day, but she did not see him. Instead, she went directly to the entrance of the sect, where the words Third Azure Sect were written on the gate. She did not wait any longer and directly entered. Lu Yin could not see through Mr. Bai's strength, but with him leading the way and the fatty occasionally exploding with power, they quickly passed through First Divine Gate and arrived at the Budding Terrace. The Budding Terrace was the safest place in the Daosor sect's ruins, but the group did not stop there. There was no need to mention Lu Yin as he had been staring at the palm print the entire time. These were the palm prints of the Fifth Mainland's Progenitor Chen. They should have been the ones to comprehend them, but the Sixth Mainland had taken over. The fatty looked at it for a while and felt that it looked familiar, but he could not recognize it. Which one do you guys want to snatch? Mr. Bai asked. Miss Qing pointed at the stone wall that was pressing down on her middle finger. That one. We can see it the most clearly. Mr. Bai looked over and saw that there were 5 people at the top of that stone wall, which was one more than their group. Brother Deafmute, what do you think? Mr. Bai asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the 5 stone walls. Miss Qing was right. The stone wall on the middle finger was the clearest. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes trembled as he saw 3 figures rush up the stone wall. It looked like they wanted to snatch it. They wanted to snatch the stone wall on the index finger, which was the stone wall that had a single person on it. There was a tall man standing on the stone wall on the index finger. When the 3 figures rushed up from below, the man licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty killing intent and excitement appeared in his eyes. Brother, make way. One of the men rushed up to the top as his imprint appeared behind him. He waved his hands, causing a strange beast to appear in the void and roar as it charged forward. At the same time, the other 2 attacked as well. They knew that if one person could monopolize a stone wall, then he was definitely an expert. However, they were also confident that if the 3 of them worked together, then even if they were defeated, they would still be able to retreat safely. The tall man's eyes widened and he did not dodge at all. He clashed with the void beast, and a dense array of white bone spikes appeared on his body as he tore the beast apart. He then grabbed at the first man who had rushed up. The man's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly retreated. Retreat. Cover me. This person knew that this person was not someone that they could deal with. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 637. On the other side of Heaven's Pit, the fatty exclaimed, I know who he is. He's Butcher, one of the experts in the Bloodburn realm who's second only to DFA. Atop the stone wall, Butcher pressed his hands against the ground as an imprint appeared behind him. This imprint was much clearer than the fatty Yan Xiaojing and the others, and one could even make out his facial features. Then, to everyone's astonished gazes, countless bones pierced out of the stone wall along with the spikes, piercing through all 3 of them. They hung from the wall as blood flowed down it, dyeing it red. At this point, many people discovered that there were not only 3 people hanging from the stone wall, but also nearly 10 other corpses. Within Heaven's Pit, everyone who saw this scene fell silent as they stared at Butcher in horror. He had killed 3 experts in an instant. Lu Yin was shocked as those 3 had definitely not been weak. Each one of them was stronger than the fatty, but they had not even been able to retaliate against this person. Butcher stood up and the white bones on his body disappeared. These bones had spread out from his body, which meant that his body had also been pierced by the bones, and blood had dyed his clothes red. Injuring the enemy 1,000 times, but sacrificing 800 times, Miss Qing said. The fatty replied, if it were anyone else that would be true, but he's Butcher. His innate gift is absorption, and he can absorb medicinal effects thousands of times. The group looked over and saw Butcher take out a pill and swallow it. Then, the bloody holes on his body healed at a speed that surpassed even those with healing innate gifts. This is Butcher. He accidentally obtained Che Lai's bloodline, which allows him to use his bones as weapons. Combined with his innate gift of absorption, there are very few in the younger generation in the Bloodburn realm who can fight against him. Even Autumn Frost Qing might not be his opponent. He just imprinted a world imprinter on the same level as Elder Autumn Frost, ancestor Emo Jiang, the fatty said enviously. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person had instantly killed 3 experts who were ranked around 60 on the top 100 rankings. This person's strength was definitely within the top 10. Anyone who could enter the Daosaur Sect's ruins was an elite of the 6th mainland, as otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain a futon. However, there were too many of these elites and there were at least 50 to 60 of them, including the ones who had entered Heaven's Pit. The entire Daosaur Sect's ruins definitely had more than a few hundred people gathered there. However, these were not all of the 6th mainland's elites, as many of them did not have futons, and there were also many who had not come to the Daosaur Sect. The 6th mainland also had its own Daosaur Sect, and all of its top-notch elites were gathered there. If one were to disregard the other powerhouses, then even if the 10 arbiters and the rest of the top 100 rankings were added together, they would still not be enough to defeat the 6th mainland's elites. Even if they added the Neoverse into the equation, the results would still be the same. Although he had never been to the Neoverse, he was increasingly certain that the average level of their cultivators was far lower than that of the 6th mainland. Butcher's strength not only caused the people around the crater to feel apprehensive, but also the people on the other 4 stone walls. They stared at him vigilantly. Mr. Bai, I think we should snatch another stone wall. The middle stone wall is too close to Butcher. The fatty hurriedly said. He was a little afraid, but before he could finish speaking, he stared blankly in a certain direction. There, a white-robed man stood there quietly. He had no idea how long he had been there. The fatty stared blankly and Miss Ching nudged him. What do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. The fatty pointed at the white-robed man. Him. Miss Ching looked over and then looked at Mr. Bai. Your brother? The two were dressed similarly. The fatty hurriedly gestured for Miss Ching to keep quiet, and his face went pale. Don't speak nonsense. You'll be killed. Miss Ching was puzzled. Is this person very powerful? Lu Yin looked over and his gaze trembled. His domain suddenly paused just before it touched the white-robed man. Lu Yin instinctively did not want to come into contact with this person, as that was a premonition of danger. Mr. Bai also looked over. He's dressed very similarly to me, but he's missing a folding fan. The fatty was about to cry. Don't speak nonsense. Do you know who he is? Don't provoke him. He's Shang Rong. Mr. Bai and Miss Ching were both shocked. Shang Rong? The Black Blood Realm's realmling? The fatty hurriedly nodded and carefully looked over. When he saw that the white-robed man did not react, he relaxed. Lu Yin was astonished as this was a realmling. Although he could not see the rune lines, this person gave Lu Yin an intense sense of danger. This was a premonition that had been formed through many years of battle. This person was very powerful. Mr. Bai was astonished. I never thought that even a realmling would appear. It seems like the invasion of the 5th mainland has sped up. The fatty carefully looked at Shang Rong, afraid that he would notice them. What day is it today? First it was Butcher and now it's a realmling. Don't tell me that the Daosaur's 3 skies have appeared as well. Miss Ching rolled her eyes. You're overthinking things. The Daosaur's 3 skies don't care about this place. I'm just sighing, the fatty mumbled. He looked over again, but Shang Rong had disappeared. The fatty immediately felt his hair stand on end as he looked around. Finally, he saw Shang Rong at the middle finger's stone wall. He's trying to steal the middle finger's stone wall, Mr. Bai said solemnly. In the distance at the top of the middle finger's stone wall, someone whispered, someone's coming. Just one person? Be careful. It's more dangerous if he's alone. Butcher's bloody massacre had terrified them, and they would rather face 4 or 5 people than one person. If one person dared to steal the stone wall, then he was either mentally ill or truly abnormal. Shang Rong leaped up the stone wall, but before he reached the top, the 5 people's attacks landed on him. Everyone looked over. Then they saw a scene that was 100 times more shocking than Butcher's. The 5 people's attacks instantly disintegrated before they could even touch Shang Rong. Then the 5 people disintegrated at the same time. Even their flesh, clothes and everything else disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Within Heaven's Pit, everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb, including Butcher. Many people's jaws dropped. What the hell? What had they just seen? They hadn't seen anything, but what about those 5 people? Were they gone? Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he stared at the stone wall in shock. How had those 5 people disappeared? Had they just been disintegrated? This was an incomprehensible scene, but it had truly happened. Shang Rong calmly sat down at the top of the stone wall and calmly looked at his palm, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, the shock that he had given everyone was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. "I told you not to provoke him. Let's just leave," the fatty said, trembling. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing looked at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as he had actually disintegrated them just like that. His method was similar to rune lines, but it was definitely not rune lines. "Seventh bro, let's go. He's a freak and you shouldn't provoke someone like him right now. You can't use any external items here, so let's go." The ghost monkey was scared and he was also afraid. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If he could see the rune lines, then he would know what method Shang Rong had used to disintegrate those people. It was impossible that he had not attacked, but they could not see his attacks. Previously there had been people who had compared Shang Rong to the Riemlings. If the Riemlings all had Shang Rong's strength, then those people would not be able to comprehend his terrifying strength. They would only be able to understand it after witnessing it for themselves. It was no wonder why Xing Kai had killed a Realmling the Sixth Mainland. The Riemlings definitely had the power to fight against the 10 Arbiters. This person should be a hunter. Rumor has it that the Blood Ancestor sealed 3 unparalleled bloodlines into 3 statues, and only the Riemlings can obtain them. Shang Rong obtained one of those bloodlines, the fatty said in fear. Every realm has countless cultivators, but only the Riemlings stand at the peak and obtain that bloodline. That's an unparalleled bloodline that even the Blood Ancestor values. "So, do you want to return or take it? You choose," Mr. Bai said. The fatty was stunned. "With Shang Rong here, you still want to take it?" Miss Qing rolled her eyes at him. "We're not going to take it from him, so what are you afraid of?" The fatty was conflicted. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and pointed at the stone wall on his ring finger. There were 4 people on that stone wall, which was exactly the same number of people as they had. Mr. Bai tapped his fan. "Alright, since Deaf-Mute Brother has decided, we'll take that one." The fatty's mouth was wide open, and he continuously gestured at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already rushed out, and Mr. Bai and Miss Qing followed at the same time. The fatty had no choice but to follow closely behind them. If he retreated here, then it would be impossible for him to be together with these people in the future. Around Heaven's Pit, the crowd was still immersed in the shock that Shang Rong had brought when someone else tried to snatch the stone wall. The 4 people on the ring finger had already been afraid that Shang Rong would attack them. Now that someone else had come to snatch it, the 4 looked at each other in tacit understanding and silently retreated. Neither side had exchanged any blows. "This is going too smoothly," the fatty muttered. Mr. Bai smiled. "Maybe they were already leaving." "I think they're just scared," Miss Qing said. The fatty carefully glanced at Shang Rong and saw that he was staring at the palm lines. The fatty hurriedly gestured for him to be quiet. "Let's look at the palm lines. Don't disturb them." Lu Yin also glanced at Shang Rong before looking at the palm lines. Heaven's Pit temporarily quieted down. A day passed and Lu Yin continued to stare at the palm lines, but he couldn't see anything. 2 days passed and he still couldn't see anything. He looked at Mr. Bai, who seemed to sense his gaze. He helplessly spread his hands and waved his fan, looking like a playboy. Needless to say, Lu Yin had gained nothing. He then looked at Miss Qing, who rolled her eyes at him. She wasn't in a good mood. Finally, he looked at the fatty, who kept gesturing at him. Lu Yin didn't want to guess at all. The situation on the other stone walls was similar. There were no changes and there were no abnormalities. On the 3rd day, more and more people came in to snatch the stone walls. These people were smart and didn't try to snatch the butcher's or Shang Rong's stone walls. Their first target was the Pinky Wall, and after a fierce battle they successfully took it. Perhaps it was because they were encouraged, but another group of people started snatching. Their target was the wall on the ring finger, which was where Lu Yin's group was. The fatty cried out, "There's an enemy." Mr. Bai waved his fan. "There's 4 of them and 4 of us." "Perfect." The fatty was shocked. "Don't count me in, I'm just a bystander." The fatty's voice was drowned out by the battle. The 4 opponents were also planning to fight one-on-one, but the fatty was ambushed by a skinny guy. His body was like a bamboo pole and one was fat while the other was skinny. It was quite eye-catching, especially when the fatty Sky-Eater pig silhouette appeared. Even Shang Rong looked over. "You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.